You know, fair enough.
It was Iraq, so nothing on that bonus. Or nothing on that toss-up, rather.
I've done worse.
Moving on to toss-up number 3. Thank you. Workers producing this resource forced corporate executives to hide in the wilderness during a revolt partly incited by a forced American food diet. Frank Seiberling established a company for this resource that produced the F4U Corsair. Because it headquartered 4 different producers of this resource, including one created by B.F. Goodrich, this resource's capital of the world was in the Ohio city of Akron. A breakthrough in this resource occurred when an American chemist accidentally dropped this resource mixed with sulfur in a frying pan. Fordlandia was a settlement created to harvest...
Rubber.
Is correct for 10.
Yes.
Your bonus, Wnt and Notch are pathways for the paracrine and juxtacrine types of this process, respectively. Inputs each name this general process by which cells communicate with each other and their environments. Hormones are involved in this process in which second messengers perform transduction.
Signaling?
Signaling.
Yes. Wnt signaling involves a family of these receptors called frizzled. These GTP hydrolyzing receptors with an acronymic name pass through the cell membrane 7 times.
That's an acronym. I don't know.
NADP.
I don't know. NADP.
These are GPCRs, or G-protein coupled receptors. Frizzled forms a co-receptor with receptors of these particles, LRP5 and 6. ApoB blood tests measure concentrations of these particles alongside and similar intermediate ones.
Filaments. So intermediate filaments. Microfilaments. I don't know. Microfilaments.
These are low-density lipoproteins, or LDLs. 10 on the bonus. Toss-up number 4. This character was defended with the line that it is an equal error to blame the praiseworthy and to praise the blameworthy in an encomium by Gorgias. In a namesake play, this character swears an oath to the river Eurotas before asking about the fate of her husband. This character escapes with her presumed dead husband after promising to marry Theoclymenus, an Egyptian king, in a play by Euripides. Euripides also wrote about this character as part of the title group of women in a play in which it's revealed at the end that she avoided her death sentence from her husband Menelaus.
Clytemnestra?
No. Nope, no penalty. For 10 points, what Greek woman is known as the face that launched 1,000 ships because her capture started the Trojan War?
Helen of Troy.
That's the one.
Quick question.
10 points. And your bonus. This play originally ended with the family taking up arms in defense against their new neighbors, inspired by the author's father Carl's involvement in a Supreme Court case against restrictive covenants. 10 points each in this play, which ends with Mama grabbing a houseplant as the younger family moves out.
Raisin in the Sun.
Yes, this playwright of The Sign in Sidney Brustein's window wrote A Raisin in the Sun.
Hansberry.
Is correct. Robert O'Hara's staging of A Raisin in the Sun for this group drew controversy for adding an ending scene in which the younger see the N-word graffitied onto their new home. This organization's eponymous off-Broadway venue in Lower Manhattan premiered for Colored Girls, Top Dog Underdog, and Hamilton.
It's like, what's the
No.
Yeah, it's
Harlem Theater.
called the Public Theater. 20 on the bonus.
Can you read a little slower?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Toss-up number 5. Tom B. Brown et al. 2020 describes power law-based empirical scaling laws that restrict analysis of this type of data. This is the canonical type of data whose analysis is tailored via indexing and retrieval steps in RAG. A mechanism for processing this type of data is parallelized in a multi-head approach. Seek2Seek inspired the paper Attention is All You Need, which improved encoder-decoder architecture for handling this type of data. This autoregressive type of data is the focus of tools like Palm, Chinchilla, and Meta's Llama. Transformers typically handle this non-visual type of data, which is studied in NLP and processed by LLMs. For 10 points, name this type of data that is processed by translators.
Text?
Yeah, language, words, anything like that.
Language learning model.
You get 10 points, and this bonus, Philip Ewell's article Music Theory and the White Racial Frame quotes this theorist's belief that notes in the octave don't have equal rights. Investment caused Richard Koo labeled a balance sheet recession. This country's central bank drastically increased bond purchases in an early use of quantitative easing. The collapse of this country's real estate and stock markets in 1991 preceded its low-growth, lost decades.
Argentina.
Nope. This rapidly aging country has the highest elderly dependency ratio in the world. For 10 points, name this country whose economic miracle included conglomerates such as Mitsubishi.
Japan.
Yes, 10 points.
Oh,
And your
It
bonus,
was-
Walter Payton. During World War II, the U.S. 1st Marine Division adopted this ballad by Banjo Patterson as their official march. 10 points each, name this song in which the band played in an Eric Bogle song memorializing the Gallipoli campaign. It is considered Australia's unofficial national anthem.
Waltz and Matilda.
Yes. Bogle's song laments how Australian troops were butchered at Suvla Bay during Gallipoli, though they mostly fought at a cove with this name. William Birdwood commanded a corps of this name.
Anzac.
Yes. Bogle's song was written to protest participation in this war. Harold Holt pledged that he was all the way with LBJ during this war, which included the Tet Offensive.
Vietnam.
30 points.
Wow.
Toss up 7. As a student, this politician unsuccessfully lobbied to rename a football stadium for Ernie Davis, and later married a lawyer who represented Delaware North in a controversial NFL stadium deal. In January 2025, this governor stated the cost of living is just too damn high in support of a law to ban hedge funds buying single-family homes. This politician, who in 2022 narrowly defeated Republican Lee Zeldin, decided not to use their power to fire a mayor implicated in a scandal involving Turkish Airlines. This governor vetoed but later supported a bill.
Hochul?
Yes, Kathy Hochul.
Hochul, okay.
10 on the toss-up, and here is your bonus. The nth term in this series includes a rank n tensor with two n+1 components. 10 points each. Name this mathematical series that is used to approximate the electrostatic potential at large distances from a charge distribution.
I don't know this one.
Gaussian.
Maybe.
Gaussian.
It's called the multipole expansion.
I don't know what
Never
that
heard
is.
of it.
The monopole term in the multipole expansion is given by this law. A Frenchman names this inverse square law that is central to electrostatics.
Coulomb.
Oh, I think so.
Coulomb's law.
Yes. Higher order terms of the multipole expansion feature Legendre polynomials evaluated at this function of the quantity alpha, which relates the vectors r and r prime. Via Taylor expansion, this function is often approximated as 1 minus x squared over 2.
I think it's sine.
I think it's sine.
Yeah, try sine.
Sine.
It is cosine.
Aww.
Unfortunate.
happens.
10 on the bonus. Toss up number 8. A technique developed to study these molecules can also be used to study F centers in crystals. These molecules both begin and are products of hydrogen atom abstractions. These molecules rapidly undergo disproportionation or dimerization when they are reaction intermediates. These molecules' energy levels experience Zeeman splitting since they are paramagnetic. The formation of these molecules through homolytic cleavage is denoted by
Free radicals.
10 points.
I probably could have helped that guy.
Good luck.
It
It's okay.
was
It's okay.
obviously
It's okay.
you.
It's okay. It's okay.
That is
Calm
10.
down,
And your
let's
bonus,
go.
one of the first works of big history was this author's The Outline of History, which sold 10 times more than any of his novels in his lifetime. 10 points each. Name this author, who also advocated for a world state of unified nations, which inspired the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Oh, who's the guy though? I don't know.
Thomas
Who's,
More. I don't know.
I don't know who it is. Guess something.
And it's
Thomas More.
H.G. Wells.
Oh.
Later, big history writer Jared Diamond argued that these weapons, along with germs and steel, were key to
Guns.
Eurasian hegemony.
Yep, guns.
Yes. Yuval Noah Harari's big history book, Homo Deus, has also been called an end of history book, a reference to this political scientist's influential 1992 book, The End of History and the Last Man.
Nakayama or Fujiyama or
Or
something like
try
that.
whatever.
Nakayama.
Fukuyama.
Yeah, it's
Close
yeah.
Very close. 10 on the bonus. Toss up number 9.
Sapiens, which I read.
In this city, Rabbi Israel Lipkin founded the Counter-Enlightenment Musar movement. This city was the center of a movement of opponents, or mitnagdim, who later adopted a demonym with the suffix vak. Napoleon called this city the Jerusalem of the North. An 18th century rabbi who opposed the rise of Hasidism is commonly known as the genius from this city, or the city Gaon. A ruler of a state centered on this city secured his cousin Jogaila's rule in another state. Vytautas the Great ruled a grand duchy centered on this city. This Baltic city founded by Gediminas was the capital of half of a large commonwealth, along with Jagiellonian Poland. For 10 points, name this capital of Lithuania.
Vilnius.
10 points. And Walter Payton, your bonus. This one-time comics writer often stuffed some of her 300 pet snails in her pockets while traveling. 10 points each. Name this author whose time working in Bloomingdale's toy department inspired the character Carol in her lesbian novel The Price of Salt.
Oh, who
Not
wrote The
Jeanette
Price of Salt?
Winterson.
I don't know. Try it.
Winterson.
Patricia Highsmith.
Oh,
yeah.
Guy and Bruno trade murders in a Patricia Highsmith novel titled For Strangers on one of these vehicles. Anna Karenina kills herself by being hit by one of these vehicles.
A chain.
Yes. A clock ticking during this event titles a story in Highsmith's Mermaids on the Golf Course. In the third stave of a novella titled for this event, the protagonist is asked, "Are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses?"
Is it a trial, maybe?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, a trial?
Christmas.
Oh.
Christmas.
The second
Carol.
sentence is
Close
just about a
enough.
Christmas carol.
Okay, odd.
10 on the bonus.
I never-
Toss up number 10.
That page, lovely.
A poem in this language describes 3 half men, of whom one whistles, another meows, a third snivels. A cycle in this language begins with the lines, "No foreign sky protected me, no stranger's wings shielded my face," before describing waiting in line for 17 months.
Russian?
Good buzz.
Nice.
Give you 20 points.
20.
Akhmatova Requiem.
That it is.
Push.
Your bonus, this animal received little attention in classical Chinese culture, making it a safe symbol during the Maoist era. 10 points each. Name this animal, 2 of which were gifted to the U.S. during Nixon's visit to China.
Panda.
Yes. 2 brothers from this family described hunting a giant panda in the book Trailing the Giant Panda. At his estate of Sagamore Hill, the patriarch of this family wrote the book Through the Brazilian Wilderness.
Do you know who this is? This
Nope.
is lit.
I don't know who this
It
is. Some
is
name,
not
guess a
lit.
Chinese name.
Answer.
Blah.
It's Theodore or Roosevelt.
what?
Theodore and Kermit Roosevelt. A panda named Chi-Chi, brought to this city's zoo in 1958, inspired the logo of the World Wildlife Fund. The now abandoned Penguin Pool in Regent's Park in this city is a celebrated modernist structure.
It's in New York, I think.
Go.
New York?
NSC?
London.
Oh.
10 on the bonus. At halftime, I have a score of 150 for Walter Payton and 70 for West Point.
I have that too.
Excellent.
Oh, I have paid. Yeah, that's a 70. My bad.
We started.
150, 70? Yeah. Good.
Yeah, that's a 70. This is supposed to be a 40.
Look, what did I just do? Oh, that's 150.
Yeah, you left one out.
I'm really sorry about Japan.
It's okay. We got it anyways. Go. Your bio summary. Maybe one. Getting a Chinese culture, getting a Chinese power there. Push, just push.
Is it
Keep
seven?
pushing.
All right. We're ready to continue. Is the speed better?
What?
This is the speed better? The reading speed?
Yeah,
Better?
that's better. Thank you. Thank you
Yeah,
very
no
much.
problem.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. You guys ready to continue as well? Excellent. We'll resume with toss-up 11. Good luck to both teams. The inability to perform this behavior distinguishes reproductive adults called ergotoids. 2 orders that are indirectly named for this behavior, alongside the prefixes strepsy and di, facilitate this behavior with teardrop-shaped stalks called halteres. Alates can perform this behavior, which is performed concurrently with mating in the nuptial form of this behavior that creates new colonies. Structures for this behavior are patterned with dark lateral veins and cross veins in dipterans. The orientation and magnitude of this form of taxis is directed by the circle and waggle dances that communicate pollination routes among bees. For 10 points, name this behavior enabled by wings.
Flight.
Yes. 10 points.
God damn it.
Well, maybe.
Your bonus, West Point.
Design.
The 9th Aga Khan Award for Architecture recognized 2 buildings named for this company that use an 8-pointed star floor plan inspired by the Rub el Hizb. For 10 points each, name the state-owned company that names a pair of Cesar Pelli-designed towers connected by an iconic sky bridge.
Patronus.
Yes.
Yeah, Patronus.
Yes, the Petronas Tower's star-shaped floor plan has drawn comparisons to Delhi's Qutb complex, the site of one of these tall, slender towers found at mosques.
Like a citadel, not citadel.
I mean, they said Syria, but like.
Answer.
They're
minarets.
Yeah, that's it.
This architect's star-shaped complex for the Petronas University of Technology won in the 10th Aga Khan Award cycle. This architect's firm designed Hong Kong International Airport and the HSBC building.
This is almost right.
I don't think it is. Right.
Norman Foster. 10 of the bonus. Lesson 12. The rising motif E-flat F-C permeates a piece for this ensemble consisting of a chaconne, an intermezzo, and a march. Robert W. Smith wrote most of his works for this ensemble, one of which was founded by Frederick Fennell at the Eastman School of Music. Pieces for this ensemble that can be played as up-tempo screamers include Julius Fuchs's Entry of the Gladiators. Pieces for this ensemble include Percy Granger's Lincolnshire Posy and 2 suites by Gustav Holst. Some of these ensembles contain a relative of the tuba that can be carried on the shoulder, which is named for John Philip Sousa.
March.
No. For 10 points, name these ensembles common in high schools that consist mainly of woodwinds, brass, and percussion.
Marching bands.
Yes, or just
Yes.
bands, concert bands, wind ensembles, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's marching gladiators.
Your bonus, Walter Payton. The TV show Zum Blauen Bock was largely set at one of these locations. 10 points each. Identify these locations, one of which is next to a 1,000-year-old business in Munich called Weihenstephan. Patrons historically bring their own food to eat at tables in these outdoor locations.
Beer gardens.
Yeah.
Beer gardens.
Yes, beer gardens first developed in Munich, the capital of this state in southern Germany, the largest state by area in Germany.
Bavaria.
At the Zurzona beer garden in this city, you can still buy pretzels from roaming Brezelbuben. West Germany's busiest airport was in this city, which is the most populous city in the state of Hesse.
This is just Frankfurt, isn't it?
Try it, yeah.
Frankfurt.
30 points.
Good.
Certainly.
Geography.
At the timeout, I have a score of 190-90.
Okay, I can't.
Sid will be proud of
Oh,
you.
we have 8 left?
Where do we get the
Sid will be proud of you.
Stuff I tried to get out of your head when you were in 5th grade, but nobody's what they're asking for.
Yeah, that's me.
West Point ready to continue?
Yep.
Wait, Walter Payton ready to continue?
Difficulty here is whack.
Good deal. We will resume with toss-up 13. Good luck, both teams. This book's second edition argues against people who view outer experiences as doubtful and indemonstrable in a section titled Refutation of Idealism. This book uses a diamond shape to arrange 4 headers that categorize 12 categories of understanding. This book criticizes both Newton and Leibniz in a section arguing that space and time cannot be understood as concepts. This book distinguishes between objects of inquiry called noumena and observable properties called phenomena that are understood through the transcendental analytic. This book uses mathematical statements like 7 plus...
Like the critique of pure reason.
That's the one. You get 10 points, yes. And a bonus, using the larger electrodes in this technique requires safety equipment with a higher shade number. 10 points each. Name this technique that, when performed with a namesake electric arc, uses either an inert shielding gas or the byproduct slag to prevent contamination.
It's welding.
Yes. Arc welding can produce slag by melting this type of material that composes the core of a consumed wire. This type of material, which shares its name with a physical quantity, removes oxides in soldering. Excuse me.
Filament.
Answer.
Filament.
Flux is what it's called. Shielding gas is needed when welding with a non-consumable electrode made of this metal. Incandescent light bulb filaments are made of this metal with atomic symbol W.
Yeah, tungsten.
20 points. Toss-up 14. In a play by this author, a poet's darkness is recited before a flashback of 200 years to when a girl asked if that poet would marry her. In a play by this man, a real-life poet reviews his unrequited love for Moses Jackson while
Tom Stoppard.
Good buzz.
I was thinking that
You get 20 points.
maybe.
Yeah.
That is the invention of love. Your bonus, Dan Dan Yo Ching was an adaptation of many poems from the Tang and Song dynasties into works in this medium. 10 points each. Name this medium. The Tsi style of poetry was typically paired with a work in this medium, such as Shui Diao Geto, whose most notable pairing was written by Su Shi.
Like music.
I have songs or melodies or reasonable descriptions of musical pieces. I think that's fine. Sushi wrote a Tsi lyrical work and 2 Fu-style odes about this location, inspired by a 3 kingdoms battle in which Zhuge Liang legendarily summoned the Eastern Wind.
Yeah, this is the Red Cliffs.
Sure is. The last line of Sushi's Tsi Riverside City depicts this celestial object, which Li Bai legendarily died trying to embrace the reflection of.
The moon.
You get 30 points.
Yeah, he was a drunkard, unfortunately.
He certainly was.
Also 15. A mass use of this tactic in 1923 was inspired by the example of Lord Mayor of Cork, Terence McSwiney. 5,000 people took to the streets of West Berlin in 1974 after this tactic was used by RAF member Holger Mainz. Marion Wallace Dunlop engaged in this tactic in Holloway after stenciling the Bill of Rights on the House of Commons. People who engaged in this tactic were awarded medals by the WSPU and were allowed to recover under the 1913 Cat and Mouse Act. This tactic was employed for 36 days in 1988, the last of several uses of it by Cesar Chavez.
Is this like going on strike?
I can prompt.
Picketing?
No.
You would know.
No penalty there. In 1981, Bobby Sands died while employing this tactic in a Northern Ireland prison.
Yeah.
For 10 points, name this type of nonviolent protest that may lead to force feeding.
Hunger strike.
That's what I need.
Oh, I should be shot.
No, you shouldn't.
You get 10 points, and this bonus,
You know why I said-
this philosopher wrote the Misopogon, or beard hater, to satirize philosophers after he was mocked for his beard in Antioch. 10 points each, name this philosopher and nephew of Constantine I, who, according to Libanus, was assassinated by a Christian soldier at Samara for espousing Neoplatonic Hellenism.
Boethius.
Julian the Apostate. Julian wrote the satirical The Caesars, in which he praised this Stoic Roman emperor who wrote Meditations.
Marcus Aurelius.
While Julian was Caesar in this province, he wrote a consolation after Salutius was reassigned. Galba put down the Vindex revolt in this region, some of whose inhabitants performed a Wicker Man sacrifice.
Israel, but it's not a province. I don't know.
It's definitely in Italy too. Wait, no, it
And?
is Israel.
Israel.
Gaul.
Gaul. Yeah.
10 on the bonus.
Gaul.
16. Extremal examples of these objects, for which A equals 1, violate a third law due to another quantity vanishing. The denominator of a formula for these objects' power contains the coefficient 15,360 times pi. These objects motivated development of the holographic principle.
Black hole.
20 points.
Yeah.
God fucking damn it.
Your bonus West Point. This thinker's model of impression management analogizes social interaction as a theatrical performance. And points each, name this sociologist who analyzed total institutions in asylums. His contributions to the symbolic interactionist tradition include the presentation of self in everyday life.
So, democracy number de Tocqueville, probably.
Answer.
No, it's present de Tocqueville.
Name's Irving Goffman. This social marker reduces the bearer from a whole and usual person to a tainted, discounted one, according to Goffman's book titled For It. This perception is related to labeling.
Like perception. Like stereotype.
Yeah.
Stereotype.
Stigma.
Oh.
In one work, Goffman analyzed ads containing stereotypes of this concept. Judith Butler discussed performativity in a book titled for this concept, Trouble.
Gender.
10 points.
Time out.
Certainly.
Force of the West Point kid to say gender.
At the Walter Payton timeout, I have a score of 240 for Walter Payton, 170 for West Point, going into toss of 17, so we have 4 left.
sorry.
What, 70?
Yep. Do good for you, that's right.
Yeah. Gaslight used to be my best category.
There's still another one? We can't be sure, so like, just be ready for everything. It's fine.
Is there not any
And
map
what
here?
they call world history might not be world history. And
It
what they
might
call
be Canada.
It might be Canada.
All right, so Walter Payton, ready to continue?
Canada's
West Point, ready to
not
continue?
Yep.
Yeah.
Great.
All right, let's go.
We'll resume with toss of 17. Good luck, both teams. The step dances of this city's Jenkins Orphanage Band were adapted into the musical Runnin' Wild. A competition named for this city ends as dancers fall into a pool in a scene from It's a Wonderful Life. A song named for this city featuring a dotted quarter-eighth rhythm by James P. Johnson involves rock steps. In one opera, dancers perform to Jazzbo Brown in this city before a craps game. Performers swing their arms as they kick with their toes in and heels out in a dance named for this
Charleston.
Charleston.
Yeah.
You deserve that.
10 points. And your bonus, Shen Xiao anonymously wrote a verse comparing the body to this object. 10 points each. Name this object. Huineng compares to the mind and a mirror with no stand in the Platform Sutra. The demon king Mara tempted a man who placed his hand on the ground near this object for the Earth Witness Mudra.
Object. I don't know what this is.
The fig tree where the Buddha gained
Yeah,
enlightenment.
try
The fig tree where the Buddha gained enlightenment.
Yeah. You said tree of enlightenment. The Bodhi tree or the Bo tree or the tree of enlightenment. So you're good. In a scene from the Platform Sutra, Huineng hears a man recite the Diamond Sutra, which is grouped with sutras on the perfection of this concept, referred to by the Sanskrit word prajna.
I don't know. Concept. I don't know what it is.
Karma.
The soul.
Wisdom, the perfection of wisdom. The Platform Sutra claims wisdom is of one essence with this action, which the Buddha did to attain enlightenment under the Bodhi tree.
Meditation.
Yeah.
Meditation.
20 points. Toss of 18. In this novel, a man declares, "There ain't no sin and there ain't no virtue. There's just stuff people do," when describing how he always slept with women after church. Passages describing how the smell of rot fills the country and the men sat still, thinking, figuring, are among this novel's 16 inner chapters. A woman threatens her son with a jackhandle for suggesting to split their family up in this novel. At this novel's end, a woman gives birth in a flooding boxcar and breastfeeds a starving.
Grapes of Wrath.
10 points.
Fair enough. Let's catch her.
Your bonus.
No, that's
This character states that there's no question of heroism in what he does, and that it is only a matter of common decency. 10 points each. Name this character who hears of his wife's death in a sanatorium right after his close friend, Taru, succumbs to illness. Soon after, he finally reveals himself to be the narrator of events such as Ponalu's death.
Sanatoriums like Metromountain.
I don't know. Castor.
Bernard Rieu. Bernard Rieu narrates The Plague, a novel by this French author of The Stranger.
Camus.
In The Plague, Taru frequently visits these locations in Oran before they are closed due to the epidemic. In The Stranger, Morceau shoots an Arab man at one of these locations.
Siege.
20 points.
Why is this happening to me?
Toss-up 19. Sexually explicit graffiti may depict an affair between this non-Jewish ruler and the architect of the Holy of Holies in which it was found. An artwork commissioned by this ruler depicts another kingdom's overweight queen, Ati. The architect Senenmut designed a room called the Jezer Jezeru and 2 obelisks flanking the entrance to the Temple of Karnak for this ruler. Reliefs in this ruler's mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri depict shipments of frankincense and myrrh.
Hatshepsut.
10 points.
Oh, it was. Why
Makes
am I
sense.
buzzer shy?
Your bonus answer the following about grass in the military history of the American frontier for 10 points each. Thinking it was laden with silver, this man raided a Mexican mule train carrying grass. Davy Crockett died alongside this man at the Alamo, where illness forced him to cede command to William Travis.
Bowie.
After Andrew Myrick allegedly told members of this tribe to eat grass, his corpse's mouth was found stuffed with it. 38 members of this tribe were hanged in America's largest one-day mass execution.
Seminole maybe?
Probably Seminole.
It's Dakota. Many Plains Indians refer to Little Bighorn as the Battle of the Greasy Grass, while many other Americans know it as this cavalry commander's last stand.
Custer.
That's 20. 270 to 30 in favor of Walter Payton, going into toss of 20. Is that correct? Good. All right. Toss of 20. These people refer to a type of shape-shifting witch by how they go on all fours. Insect and bat humans existed in the Black World, the first of 4 worlds formed in these people's creation story. A child-eating giant in these people's myths is tricked into breaking his own leg by a figure who also helps his wife, Changing Bear, murder her brothers. These people are large...
Navajo.
20 points.
Oh, it was.
And your bonus. Kelly Grovier argues that the choice of using an exotic cockatoo in this device makes it an updated version of the Annunciation. 10 points each. Name this title device of a 1768 painting, which is managed by a philosopher while a young man holds a stopwatch.
The... don't know.
Daniel and the Stone Claw.
Answer.
The tablet.
It's an air pump. Experiment on a bird in the air pump. Joseph Wright of Darby's candlelit paintings like An Experiment on a Bird in the Air Pump exhibit tenebrism, an example of this technique championed by Caravaggio that uses highly contrasting colors.
Okay.
Its name is derived from the Italian for light and dark.
Chiaroscuro.
Yes.
This other British artist's own experiments included developing wax-infused paint and verdigris pigment. This founder of the Royal Academy painted Sarah Siddons as the tragic muse. Answer.
Turner.
Joshua Reynolds. 270, 260, your final score. A very good game, both
Only
teams.
one we're capable of getting. I should have buzzed though.
Senior representative.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 PACE NSC Partnership for Academic Competition Excellence National Scholastic Championship. We are so delighted to be here with you today, the first ever live commentary on the live stream for the NSC. We're going to be your hosts for this weekend. My name is Chloe Emma White Levine. I am a PACE member as well as an alumna of Hunter College High School and Harvard College.
I'm Andrew Wong. I am a PACE member emeritus and a student at the University of Illinois Medical School.
And we're coming to you today from the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in beautiful Rosemont, Illinois, our old friend. And we want to thank you all so much for joining us today, wherever you are joining from. Again, this is the first year that we're doing this here at PACE NSC. And so thank you so much for your patience and for your engagement with us this morning. Let us know on social media how you feel about the tournament, how you're liking this stream. And there's lots more live content for you to engage with at pace-nsc.org/live. You can follow along with our live bloggers. There'll be some interview content there as well, and of course, live statistics as the tournament continues.
We're going to be around in between rounds, but the rounds themselves that you're watching on the stream are going to be on a 30-minute delay, since we take question security very seriously if we want to for our national championship. The last thing we want is teams to have an unfair advantage.
Absolutely, yeah. These students have been working so hard all year, especially for the seniors, they've been working for their entire high school careers to get to this point. It's a real pinnacle, and we want to make sure that they have the best and most fair experience they can have this weekend. And so to that end as well, we are here to provide commentary and analysis, but we're going to try to keep things really positive here and celebrate all that these teams have accomplished.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So again, we're going to be coming to you in between games. So throughout the whole game and during halftime, you'll be able to watch the live stream from the game room uninterrupted, see your favorite players, hear all the questions and all that good stuff. And then we'll come to you in between rounds just to talk a little bit about our own experiences with Pace and what's going on in the tournament so far. And again, this is the pinnacle of the Quiz Bowl careers of a lot of these students. The questions at Pace NSC, if you're unfamiliar, are harder than pretty much any other questions these students are going to be hearing all year at the high school level. They're also really inventive, and so as a student, I always looked forward to the NSC every year and just seeing what the writers came up with. So being able to work alongside those folks now is pretty wonderful. And this year marks 10 years since my first NSC as a player, and it's an anniversary for you too, right, Andrew?
Oh yeah, geez, my first NSC. Well, my first NSC as a player was in 2011. I staffed my first NSC back in 2015 as well. I took a very lengthy road trip down from the Chicagoland area to Champaign Urbana and got probably half a day with Mike Cerise. That was a fun one actually.
Yeah, we've both got so many stories from over the years, and we'll be happy to share some of those with you today. And both also just have a lot of love for this game and a lot of appreciation for all the wonderful people who make it happen and all the hard work that goes into it behind the scenes. And we were talking earlier a little bit about how we love the game for really different reasons, and wanted to share a little bit of that with you as well. There's so many different ways that Quiz Bowl can be a really meaningful part of your high school experience and beyond. For me, I always got into arguments with the debate kids at my school trying to prove how useful Quiz Bowl is to the rest of your life. I mean, as an adult and in my career, it's helped me so much professionally to be able to hold my own in conversations with people from all different backgrounds, just having that underlying base of general knowledge and being able to trust my instincts to talk extemporaneously on pretty much any topic. But there's a different reason that you love the game, right, Andrew? I
just liked it. It was fun. I wasn't trying that hard on my college applications.
Yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about where you are now and what you've been up to recently?
Yeah, sure. So I'm a medical student at the University of Illinois, and honestly, just having a really nice knowledge base that I picked up from Quiz Bowl has been really nice for just talking with adults in my professional life. Just having a really nice, well-rounded basis. This is the kind of thing you like when you get an applicant, because you don't want some guy who's basically only studied to do a bunch of multiple choice exams for their bio class. So.
Yeah, I can imagine. So, yeah, and are you involved in Quiz Bowl at Illinois now?
I am actively playing. I was out of school for a while, so I'm just kind of a dinosaur around all these young guns, though. So they're kind of like running circles around me.
Oh no, couldn't be so.
Yeah, if players who want to play in college, they can try playing ACF Quiz Bowl. NAQT does offer sectionals and a national championship every year as well. It's their ICT.
Oh, we're still going. Great. Thank you again for rolling with the punches with us here. Yeah, I didn't play very much in college myself. I was very involved throughout my high school years, including being part of the HSCT championship team in 2017 with Hunter. But I only played about a year in Harvard at college, and I've been able to stay involved in the community as a Peace member. So grateful for the opportunities that this community has afforded me to be able to give back to the group that meant so much to me as a player.
Yeah, absolutely. And players who want to just be involved in college, they don't really have to play either, because it's a really different game in college. They could be contributors to the team if they want. A lot of logistical things need to happen. A lot of teams need to run high school events, and we need bodies to help run them, And that way you can stay involved in the high school game too. And also, if you're interested, you can also contact staffing at pace-nsc.org if you're interested in staffing a future Pace NSC as well.
Yes, we would love to see you here. We need help in all sorts of game rooms all over this hotel here in Rosemont. Moderating, scorekeeping, of course, our live commentary team, the technical team, the protest team. There are so many of us here working hard every hour of the day. We've been up since, 5, 6 a.m.?
I don't want to think too hard about it. I don't know when I fell asleep or if I did, so.
Yeah, so we would love to have your help in future years, no matter what your involvement in Quiz Bowl has been up to this point. Since we might have some folks watching who haven't been to an NSC before, don't have much familiarity with Quiz Bowl, do we want to maybe talk a little bit about the structure of a game and how it works?
Yeah, sure. So we have two teams, up to 4 players with substitutes allowed, and they compete on a question packet with 20 sets of toss-up questions and 20 bonus questions. Now, what is a toss-up question, you might ask? That's a question that's read live to both teams, and each team gets 1 live buzz on each toss-up. The team that earns the correct that correctly gets the toss-up earns points between 10 or 20, depending on how early they buzz, and then earns a bonus that's controlled by their team that allows them to earn up to 30 more points. These cycles are repeated until the game is over, and whoever has more points, of course, wins the game.
And one interesting thing to keep an eye on throughout this tournament is that for most of these teams, this is going to be the only tournament they play this year with this exact rule set, where for a power, that's an early answer, you get 20 points, and if you incorrectly buzz in on a toss-up, in the middle of a toss-up, you don't lose any points for that incorrect buzz. That's pretty different from the rule set that most teams will be used to. And the other major national tournament for the high school level, HSNCT, also operates on a different rule set than most teams play with throughout the year. So preparing for nationals isn't just a matter of gaining more knowledge and working together with your team. It also has to do a lot with thinking about strategy of how those different rule sets are going to affect your gameplay. And that's some of the analysis we're going to be able to provide to you today.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Great. Yeah, next up, we are about to have Walter Payton A from Chicago versus Lee's Summit from Missouri. And we'll bring that game to you starting now.
No. Walter Payton College Prep, named after a late, great Chicago Bear. Passed in the 90s, waiting for a liver transplant of, Cool.
We can make up our own questions.
Just the other ones that we can answer.
Yeah.
First line.
Oh, there already was Ibsen. I can't ask about Ibsen.
You can ask about Good Sam Mike. His
This author's correspondence with Nietzsche.
I don't know who is it.
This misogynistic author's correspondence with Nietzsche.
A lot of them are misogynistic, so bro.
This misogynistic Swedish author's correspondence with Nietzsche.
Ibsen. It's not Ibsen.
He's Norwegian.
Oh, okay.
He's not even an author,
Is
he's a
Strindberg
playwright.
is another one?
I think you're right,
Playwrights
please.
are authors.
Yeah, it is Strindberg.
Strindberg is a Swedish one.
An author
I
of
need to
plays.
think about
Yeah.
that.
And it ended abruptly
Cool.
when Nietzsche started signing letters as Christ. And
What?
also, yeah, that was interesting.
We'll be able to actually play a game when we have a packet.
Nietzsche is a strange person. With strange
Strindberg is
ideas.
also a strange person.
Strindberg is fun though. I like
No wonder. His preface to Miss Julie.
I don't know his preface, Miss Julie. I know
Very
Miss Julie.
misogynistic.
Oh. Was his preface Miss Julie was bad and should have died or whatever?
Well,
He was.
we have a little downtime. How are you all enjoying the tournament so far?
Pretty good.
What do you think?
It's fun.
Why is it spelled like
I made the wise choice.
Oh no! Oh no!
Wait, where are you guys from?
Missouri. Well, our high school name
We're
is
from South Dakota.
No, we're from here.
No plans.
Drove all the way from South Dakota.
Wait, yo, is it true that there's a Lee Summit West,
Yeah.
and a Lee Summit North?
Yeah. And we're the best one.
really good one.
Yeah, the good one. Okay, no.
High school.
No, Lee Summit North is the bad one. Lee Summit West
So
is
you're
one
like
of
our,
the good ones. and
so
we're the
you're like
best
their
one.
Naperville guy. Like their Naperville?
We're not.
I wonder if we're gonna get to play a Chicago.
Yeah, sorry, we're from North Dakota.
No, we're not.
We're the one in Fargo, not the one.
We're actually from
We're in
Kansas
Chicago
as
Public
well.
Schools.
We're actually from
Chicago,
Canada.
famous city in South
We're
Dakota.
actually from
We're
Saskatchewan.
from Chicago, South Dakota.
Is it true that in your first NSC you finished in 34th place?
It is true.
Yeah.
That is exactly true.
Extremely apropos. Ah, hey, we have a packet.
And all of the people that were playing for us those last 2 years, our team last year was all seniors,
And then it
so-
disappeared.
And so they all graduated, and now we've got this crew that has like 1 year of Quiz Bowl experience between all of them going into this school year.
Wow.
Except Elena.
No,
Yeah,
collectively.
oh, yeah,
we're
right.
all
All
here.
about strictly
I have a packet now, so we can actually start the round if both teams are ready to begin.
Yep.
Great. I'm going to. I was about to do that very thing. My name is Rob Carson. I'm a PACE member emeritus, and I will be your moderator this round.
Are you PACE emeritus because you abdicated and let somebody else take the role of PACE before you died?
Something like that, yeah. This is the first PACE emeritus member in over 600 years. No sponsorship message for this round, so we can get right into it if both teams are ready to go. Good luck. We'll start with toss-up number 1. A crank appeared on an accessible model of these devices with a Rex fader called the Bolex H16. One of these objects appears to walk in a 1929 work titled For It that focused on machine workers in Kiev and Odessa. An early standard for gauge for these devices, which has been eclipsed by types named for 35 or 70, names a type of them called the Super 8. People who handle these objects may be assisted by a focus puller or clapper loader.
Like a projector?
No. No penalty. A Kino I film by Dziga Vertov is titled for a man with one of these objects. The Lumiere brothers developed pins on celluloid within these objects, which may be tilted.
Camera?
Yes, it's a film camera, movie camera.
It goes in the opposite direction.
10 for Lee's Summit. And your bonus, this character is given a lobster watch charm after her basket is overturned, spilling out a lobster intended for a dinner of her art school classmates. 10 points each. Name this character based on the author's artist's sister. This girl complains about people who label your father if he isn't rich, and is made to throw out pickled limes. It's Amy March. Amy is the youngest March sister in this Louisa May Alcott novel.
Little Women.
Yes. Amy draws contrasting sketches of this character lying on the grass and taming a horse to scold him for laziness. Amy marries this man who proposes to her on a boat in the Alps after proposing to Joe.
It's a boring name.
Answer.
Ted.
It was, not a thing I have acceptable. It's Laurie or Theodore Lawrence. Not known as Ted in the book, I think, which is why it's not in the answer line. 10 on the bonus.
It's because I looked at
Toss of 2. Graveyards formed by this process are a putative source of LLSVPs. Folds occurring at this process's hinges can cause rollback or serve as anchors. Flux melting occurs within regions into which this process introduces volatiles like water. Accretion is often paired with this process, which is the driving force behind ultra-high pressure metamorphism. Deep focus earthquakes can be driven by this process at the Wadati-Benioff zones that it creates. During slab suction, masses undergoing this process contribute to mantle convection.
Subduction?
10 points.
I was thinking convection, but I didn't say that.
And Walter Payton, your bonus is part of a 2023 Super Bowl wager. Kansas City's Nelson Atkins Museum exhibited this artist's painting Sailing on loan from the Philadelphia Art Museum. 10 points each. Name this artist who, in an 1875 painting, depicted a clerk taking notes above a mother recoiling from her son receiving a surgery.
Oh, I don't know. Is this something about the anatomy? Not like a doctor.
Rembrandt.
The painter.
It's not Rembrandt, though. It's Stevenson.
Answer.
Rembrandt.
Thomas Akins. It's the Gross
Oh.
Clinic is the painting. For 2025, the Nelson Atkins loaned out a painting of a croquet match by this artist. This French artist depicted Victorine Meurent in Luncheon on the Grass and Olympia.
It's just Monet. Yeah, Monet.
Yes. After a Bengals loss in 2022, the Cincinnati Art Museum gave up Patience Serious by Robert Henry, a leading member of this art movement, whose gritty paintings include Cliff Dwellers and The Wrestlers.
I don't know what this art is. I've not taken art history yet.
Realism.
I can prompt.
Hyperrealism?
It's the
Hyperrealism.
Ashcan School or the 8.
Oh!
10 on the bonus. Toss of 3. Inflatables shaped like these objects were hoisted as tear gas shields during the 2020 Thai democracy protests. A Chinese meme from the 2010s placed giant Florentine Hoffman sculptures of these objects in front of Tank Man. A picture book titled for 10 of these items by Eric Carl and a Curtis Ebbesmeyer study that modeled ocean currents were based on a 1992 spilling of thousands of these objects.
Rubber ducks.
20 points.
That makes sense.
Your bonus, Walter Payton. Titus
20 or
Salt.
10? 20 or 10?
20.
Okay.
Wow, cool.
Titus Salt made Bradford, England, a center of processing fiber imported from this country's alpacas. 10 points each. Name this coastal Andean country that, with Bolivia, fought the War of the Pacific against its southern neighbor, Chile.
Peru.
Charles Ledger's scheme to steal a bunch of Peruvian alpacas violated a Peruvian export law that sentenced offenders to hard labor mining this resource, which was harvested on the Chincha Islands.
Guano.
Yes. Ledger avoided capture on his alpaca heist by placing this substance in his captor's drink. In the Victorian era, this opium-infused drink was often given to infants and to women suffering from menstrual cramps.
Oh, I know what is the name of the drink? Laudanum?
Tonic water, maybe?
It might be laudanum, yeah.
Laudanum?
Good job.
30 points. Good work.
Let's go.
Toss it 4. 25,000ers migrated to help these places. A term meaning fist was used to characterize people who operated large examples of these places as enemies of the state. Theft from these places was punishable by death under the law of spikelets. A sovkhoz was one of these places run by the state, in contrast to a kolkhoz. Successful owners of these places were prosecuted during the first 5-year plan. These places were forced to cooperate with each other under the policy of collectivization, and they were often owned by kulaks. Policies that lowered the output of these places caused the...
Factories?
No. No.
They're
Caused the Holodomor in Ukraine. For 10 points, Joseph Stalin imposed impossibly high quotas on
Farmers?
farms, the places. Sorry.
Is that an egg?
Well, no.
Not an egg 5.
Is that a
Yeah.
nothing?
Nothing on that toss-up, yeah.
That was embarrassing.
Uh,
Don't buy until the very end.
But it's fine.
Just making sure, yeah. Okay. Continuing with toss-up 5. This play's premiere was derailed when an actor lost her voice while playing a character.
The seagull.
It's a good buzz.
I read about that yesterday. Remember, I was
Okay,
texting
then.
you about the seagull?
Yeah, you
It's a
were.
very good buzz. You get 20 points, as you might imagine. And this bonus. This property names a method for hard-boiling eggs published by Di Lorenzo et al., 2025. 10 points each to give this property possessed by both functions that can be represented as a Fourier series and the trigonometric functions summed in Fourier series. Bloch's theorem describes wave functions and potentials with this property.
It's property.
Maybe.
Continuous.
Sure, try continuous.
Continuous?
Periodic.
Oh,
That was a guess.
Fourier series were pioneered to study this thermodynamic quantity's namesake PDE. This form of energy denoted Q equals mc delta T.
MC delta T.
What's Q? Q might be heat. I don't know.
Try
And-
Try heat.
heat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Di Lorenzo et al. Modeled this quantity via distinct affine functions of temperature for egg white versus yolk. Fourier names the statement that heat flux equals this quantity times the negative gradient of temperature.
Ah,
Oh.
volume or like.
Answer?
Volume.
It's thermal conductivity. You just need conductivity. 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 6. A Gustave Le Bon book titled For These Things claimed that they were feminine and caused de-individuation. Information cascades are described in a book by James Surovetsky titled For These Things. These things can soothe or threaten to break out in storms, according to a book on them and power by Elias Canetti.
Crowds.
Good buzz. You get 20 points.
This is
Level
not
10 lit.
Your bonus, these figures are the Satya Yuga manifestations of Jaya and Vijaya, 2 gatekeepers who are cursed by the 4 Kumaras to be reincarnated and killed. 10 points each. Name either of these 2 Asuras who, along with their sister Holika, torment the child Prahlada. One of these 2 similarly named brothers is killed by Varaha for attacking Bhumi, while the other is killed by Narasimha.
I have no idea.
No, me
I know
neither.
the story,
brush
but
up
I don't
on
know the
my
Asura's names.
Should we do a hilarious neg? No. don't.
Julius Caesar.
Hiranyaksha or Hiranyakashipu.
Yeah, we're one.
Hiranyakashipu torments Prahlada for his bhakti to this god, leading him to be killed by Narasimha, an avatar of this preserver deity.
Oh, preserver is Vishnu?
Vishnu, yeah.
Yeah, Vishnu.
He's
The
one
deaths of
the avatars.
Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu are recounted in the Bhagavata, one of these texts, of which there are 18 major and 18 minor ones.
Gita or Sutta?
Upanishads, maybe? I don't know.
No.
What do you guys?
Gitas.
Puranas.
Oh.
Bhagavata Purana.
Okay,
10 on the bonus.
uh,
Toss up 7.
It's okay.
This essay complains that novelists rarely describe meals before recalling a lunch of soles and partridges, where its narrator laughs at the thought of people humming poems. A beetle scares off a little fish of a thought by telling this essay's
A room of one's own.
good buzz.
I'm gonna read that.
20 points again. And your bonus. David Harrington founded one of these ensembles named Kronos after hearing George Crumb's piece Black Angels. 10 points each. Name this chamber music ensemble consisting of 2 violins, a viola, and a cello.
String quartet.
Yes, critic Robert Greenberg argued that the title Electric Insects of Black Angel's first movement represent these objects. The third scene of the opera Mittwoch aus Licht consists of a string quartet titled for these objects.
I don't know.
Locusts.
Maybe.
Locusts.
They're helicopters.
Oh.
Close enough.
Night of the Electric Insects is a movement in this genre written to lament the Vietnam War. Krzysztof Penderecki wrote a piece in this genre to the victims of Hiroshima.
Well, what's the? It might be an elegy. Requiem, yeah.
Requiem.
It's a
Requiem.
threnody.
Oh,
A what?
I don't know
What?
that
A
is.
what?
10 on the bonus. Here's toss up 8. This industry was the main focus of Lawrence C. Roth, who highlighted the work of Dinah Nuthead and Sarah Updike Goddard. A Nipmuc man called James, who was named for working in this industry, collaborated with the missionary John Eliot. The oldest surviving product of this industry from what is now the U.S. is a 1640 Psalter. Quick to produce objects in this industry, produced by people like John Dunlap, were termed broadsides. William Cosby was the target of a leader of this industry named John Peter Zenger. Many products of this industry had to bear a revenue mark per a 1765 Act. For 10 points, the Stamp Act affected what industry whose practice...
Printing?
10 points.
Okay.
10 points and your bonus. Answer the following about Saddam Hussein's relationship with ancient Mesopotamia for 10 points each. Hussein restored the staircases to the terraces of the Great Ziggurat of Ur and placed planes created by this company next to it. Soviet fighter planes created by this company included the 25 variant.
Oh, Sukhoi.
That's MiG or Mikoyan.
Oh.
An elite division of Hussein's Republican Guard was named for this Babylonian king whose namesake code outlines an eye for an eye.
Hammurabi.
Eric Klein compared Hussein's invasion of Kuwait to this ruler's war against King Hezekiah. This son of Sargon II reveled in the torture of Elamites from Nineveh.
Nebuchadnezzar? No, that's not the same.
Herod?
Sure.
Herod.
Sennacherib. 10
Ah.
bonus. Plus
That's
9.
why.
Excuse me. This is the geometry with the smallest coordination number that has the point group D sub 3H. This molecular geometry is found at the transition state of a nitrogen atom that undergoes umbrella inversion. The most common Lewis acid catalyst for Friedel-Crafts reactions has this geometry. In an SN1 reaction, the loss of a leaving group forms a carbocation with this geometry. An empty p orbital explains why molecules such as phosgene and formaldehyde have this geometry. This geometry is found in molecules with sp2 hybridization, such as boron trifluoride, whose bonds form 120-degree angles with each other. For 10 points, name this flat molecular geometry.
Trigonal planar?
That's the one.
Yeah, I was same time. Good job.
10 points there. And your bonus, small archaeal modifier proteins, or SAMPs, may serve the same purpose as this protein. 10 points each. Name this protein that can be conjugated in chains to either lysine residues or N-termini of other proteins by the E3 ligase activity of a SCIF complex.
Go.
Histone?
Ubiquitin.
Oh,
everywhere.
that's the thing.
The SCF dia-2 complex polyubiquitinates CDC6 to prevent ectopic licensing of this process. This process begins at origins, or ORIs, that are recognized by proteins like ORC1.
Probably.
DNA replication?
Yes. CDC6 and ORC1 are the same protein in archaea, indicating that they have this evolutionary relationship, contrasted with analogous, in which two proteins share an ancestral origin.
What? Homologous?
20 points.
Okay, I was blanking.
Toss of 10, after which we'll have a score check. Interesting insects from this country include Rhytidoponera mayri, a gold-collecting ant, and the cathedral termite, which builds 26 feet tall towers and feasts on spiky spinifex grass. The name Benjamin was wrongly given to the last known member of a species in this country, noted for its stiff tail. Another mammal from this country with electroreception delivers venom through spurs on their hind legs. Long-toed stints gather at the salty Lake Paruku in this country's Great Sandy Desert. A part of this country provides the common name for the now extinct thylacine.
Australia?
Yes,
I was getting
Tasmanian tiger.
it is indeed. 10
right?
points? Yes, 10. And you get a bonus. In a semi-autobiographical novel, Gisèle Pineau describes Magna's exile from this archipelago by her patriotic son Maréchal. 10 points each. Name this archipelago that's also home to the Bellefeuille estate and Maurice Condé's Wuthering Heights adaptation, Windward Heights.
Oh,
So the Antilles, something like
Condé?
Caribbean-ish.
yeah.
Antilles, the
And-
Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands.
She's from Guadeloupe.
Oh.
In Exile According to Julia, Pineau describes the racism she faced while growing up in this capital city that forms the setting of The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Paris.
Yes. Pineau's writings are associated with a Caribbean offshoot of this literary movement, whose founder described his return to the Antilles in a Notebook of a Return to the Native Land.
Negritude.
20 points, good.
I was thinking.
She's there. I missed it.
It is. At the half, I have a score of 240 for Walter Payton, 20 for Lee Summit. Anything?
Oh,
You
we're-
got
Buzzer shot.
Something was
halftime
wrong.
meeting?
Oh, yeah, I'm being buzzer
Take
shot
a
too.
break.
I can't believe I pulled that off.
The more points per game we get, the better our seeding for the Saturday afternoon games. So it's still a learning curve to get all the points every single year. Because then we'll have slightly easier games in the afternoon. So just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Congratulate me on my 3 powers.
All right, so both teams ready to continue? All good?
For that.
Right. We will resume with toss-up 11. Good luck to everyone. After this figure banishes the moon to practice witchcraft, Selene laughs at this figure for being distressed at preventing the deity's coupling with Endymion. A shell worn by this figure holds the sap of a crocus-like flower that sprung from Prometheus's ichor and grants invulnerability to bronze and fire. This figure throws chopped-up remains into a boiling pot to de-age a ram. This figure summons the Kyries to bewitch the bronze guardian of Crete. King Aegeus offers refuge to this figure in exchange for an infertility cure. Burning poison is slathered onto robes this figure gifts to her.
Heracles.
Nope.
Oh, the.
The guy who gave the gift.
Yeah.
Different murder robes.
Oh.
This figure gifts to her ex-husband's new bride, Glauce. For 10 points, name this princess of Colchis who uses magic to aid her husband, Jason.
Medea.
Medea, yes. Your bonus Lee Summit. Possessed individuals rub themselves with clare and rum mixed with hot peppers during a voodoo festival held in these places named Fete Gede. 10 points each, name these non-ofrenda places that people often visit during Dia de los Muertos to be with their ancestors.
Wait, what?
It's a place you visit during Dia de los Muertos.
Answer.
Graveyards.
Yeah. That's where your ancestors are. During Fete Gede, offerings are made to the first man buried in a cemetery, as well as the first woman in honor of this Iwa. Like Erzuli Dantor, this mother of the Gede has a heart veve and is a protector of women. Answer?
No.
Brigitte, Maman Brigitte. Similar to Dia de los Muertos, Fete Gede begins on a day named for these people. Matanza sacrifices, honor orishas in a Yoruba-derived religion named for these people.
It's like,
Answer? They're saints.
Yeah, I was right.
Their religion is Santeria.
All Saints Day.
You get 10 on the bonus. Here is toss-up number 12. One of this author's characters tries to start a relationship with his friend's sister, whose piano playing mesmerized him when she was 17. At the start of a novel by this author, adults fear a child is trying to trick them by claiming to remember the time of his birth. The title concept of a novel by this author collapses due to a man with a peony tattoo on his chest. Guido Reni's painting Saint Sebastian exemplifies one of this author's narrator's obsession with dying young men. At the end of a novel by this author, Mizoguchi decides to live...
Mishima.
10 points.
Yukio
Yukio Mishima.
Yukio Mishima.
And your bonus, a use case for this method is to fit a mixture of Gaussians to data when the Gaussians to which observations belong are unobservable. 10 points each, name this class of iterative optimization algorithms that alternate between two namesake steps by first probabilistically defining a latent variable and then performing MLE to update parameter values.
So like incursion, recursion. Yeah.
Answer?
Incursion, recursion.
These are EM algorithms, expectation maximization. The E step uses this statement to get posterior probabilities for the latent variable from prior probabilities. This statement names a statistical approach contrasted with frequentism.
Determinism.
Yeah.
Determinism.
Bayes' theorem.
Oh.
Bayesianism is the other approach.
What?
E stands for expectation, which is a name for this quantity that equals the sum of n values divided by n.
Average. Mean.
Yeah, I
Let's go
think
mean.
it's just immune.
Either one is fine.
Yeah.
You get 10 points.
Because we're talking calculus, so it's got to be mean.
13. An ear made from this material by the Bolognese sculptor Anna Morandi wowed Catherine the Great. Dr. Philippe Curtius moved from making anatomical models from this material to exhibiting sculptures made from it in Paris. John Flaxman created models and designs with this material, which were then turned into pottery by Josiah Wedgwood. A sculptor in this material opened a gallery known for its Chamber of Horrors, which featured masks of people guillotined during the French Revolution. A molten form of this material is poured in following the mold-making step in a process for bronze casting called the lost this material method. For 10 points, name this material used to make the bodies of these sculptures displayed at Madame Tussauds.
Wax.
Wax.
I just got a neg with plaster, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was.
Your bonus, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who wrote that this little island would astonish Europe, was later invited to contribute to this island's law code. And points each named this Mediterranean island. In 1755, Pasquale Paoli founded an early Enlightenment republic on this island.
Malta or Sicily?
I think it's maybe Malta.
Let's try Malta.
Malta?
Corsica.
Oh.
Paoli was popularized internationally by this author's An Account of Corsica. The Whig historian Thomas Macaulay claimed that this man, who chronicled the author of Rasselas, lived without delicacy, without shame.
I don't know, James Boswell.
It might be. I don't know.
Boswell?
Yes, Leo Damrosch wrote that Corsica did end up astonishing Europe, but only because it produced this future French emperor who invaded Russia in 1812.
Napoleon.
Napoleon.
Yes. Well, 20 points.
The one and only.
So 14. Base emitter and collector base forms of this quantity appear in ratios of this quantity that are exponentiated and then decremented in the Ebers-Moll model. A form of this quantity that equals 4RKT delta F is caused by thermal agitation in Johnson-Nyquist noise. This quantity is the left-hand side of an elementary equation whose microscopic form states E equals J over sigma. A spike in current through a diode arises upon surpassing the threshold value for this quantity. Values for this quantity around a closed loop sum to 0 and
Voltage.
10 points.
Yeah. Cold loop.
bonus, 10 each. Identify the following about ethics dumping, a practice in which scientists go abroad to conduct unethical research. A 2015 trial for a vaccine for this virus in Africa violated the Declaration of Helsinki. This virus has an innocuous resistant strain and a deadlier one that killed 10,000 West Africans in the 2010s.
No, that's a bacteria.
I mean, it's quite a lot.
Answer?
Malaria.
Ebola.
Ebola virus.
An Indian control group was offered no screening for this type of cancer. Gardasil protects against the virus that causes most instances of this fourth most common cancer in women.
Wait, what? Okay, go ahead.
Colon cancer.
Cervical cancer. Cancer of the cervix. Liliane Bettencourt once controlled this French company, which has outsourced its animal testing to Africa. This company bought Aesop in 2023.
Wait, what? Actually, medical.
Answer? It's L'Oreal. Do a lot of makeup testing.
L'Oreal like that.
Yeah.
Fourth on the bonus here is toss-up number 15. Griselda Blanco used affectionate nicknames to refer to this man in letters suggesting a secret romance. This man instructed Alberto Prieto, nicknamed the Swiss, to activate a voice recorder that turned out to be a bomb. Virginia Vallejo claimed that an organization led by this man funded the M19's siege of the Palace of Justice. This man used a phrase meaning lead or silver when carrying out bribes. This man's Hacienda Nápoles housed many exotic animals, including 4 hippos, that would create an ongoing
Pablo Escobar.
10 points.
Yeah. That was El Chapo, but close enough, I guess.
Your bonus. A stranger named for this city appears in Plato's dialogue, The Statesman. And what's each named this city? In a namesake Platonic dialogue, the founder of a philosophical school named for this city attacks the theory of forms with the third man, infinite regress.
The city. What's the city in Greece, guys? Ancient
Athens.
Greece. Athens.
Thessaloniki.
Athens.
Elia.
Oh.
Eleatic school.
Right, Zeno.
These rhetoricians, whom Socrates often criticizes for fallacious arguments, title the first Platonic dialogue to feature the Eleatic stranger. Their name comes from the Greek for wisdom.
Wisdom is self something.
Philosophers.
Answer?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
They are sophists. Most dialogue in The Sophist occurs between the Eleatic stranger and Theaetetus, the namesake of a Platonic dialogue that argues that this 3-word phrase is equivalent to knowledge.
I know nothing.
Yeah.
I know nothing.
It's justified true belief.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, what?
Cool.
Different
Oh,
thing.
okay.
Yours is better.
Yeah.
10 on the bonus?
10 on the bonus, yes.
Philosopher.
Then toss up 16. A
that's
folk
okay.
song from this ethnic group uses a compound triple meter called semachi and inspired a set of variations for band by John Barnes Chance. A conductor of this ethnicity will succeed Ricardo Chailly as La Scala's music director. A composer of this ethnicity wrote the opera Alice in Wonderland, and a cello concerto whose first movement, Aniri, imitates pansori music. The lyrics to a folk song from this ethnicity begin with the title nonsense word and the word arario. Nationalists of this ethnicity often use its folk song Arirang to promote unity between...
Korean?
10 points.
Good.
Your bonus. Answer the following about 20th century French novels with musical motifs for 10 points each. Charles Swann comes to associate a sonata by Von Toy with Odette in the first volume of this author's very long novel, In Search of Lost Time.
Proust.
In this novel by Jean-Paul Sartre, Some of These Days is the favorite song of the existentially obsessed writer Antoine Roquentin.
Nausea.
A musical direction from a Diabelli sonatina, which the protagonist's son is learning, titles this author's novel Moderato Cantabile. This author's other works adapted to film include The Lover and the screenplay Hiroshima Mon Amour.
Oh, Marguerite Duras.
Sure.
Duras.
Very good. 30 points.
Yay.
17. Maurice Strong was the first CEO of a crown corporation primarily in this industry, which PM Joe Clark attempted to dismantle. By the 1970s, half of this industry in Canada was controlled by the multinational Seven Sisters. Price swings in this industry caused problems in equalization under Pierre Trudeau, whose NEP targeting this industry exacerbated Western alienation. Canadian centres for this industry have included Leduc No. 1 and Fort McMurray. Prices in this industry have an outsized effect on the budget of Alberta. Canada's alliances in the Yom Kippur War made it an initial target in a 1970s crisis in this industry.
Oil?
The oil industry,
It was
yes.
oil the whole time.
Yeah.
They should Canada.
Your bonus, Richard Fenno names a paradox questioning why these people are so popular given the unpopularity of the body they belong to. 10 points each. Name these people, whom Fenno theorizes having a hill style and a home style. These people possess the franking privileges.
I don't know. Kings of
Privilege,
England.
rather.
What
Just
the-
one.
Rulers of England.
These are members of Congress.
Oh.
Oh, well, close enough.
Description acceptable. The home style seeks to explain the advantage named for candidates of this type. Candidates of this type win roughly 90% of House elections.
Yeah, I think incumbent.
Edmund Burke argued that good representatives act as these people, often contrasted with delegates. These people use their wisdom and judgment to legislate in the best interest of the whole.
What is it?
Trustee.
True. Yeah.
Trustee.
Very good.
Nice.
20 points.
If you go.
18. In this book, God praises the son of Eleazar, a priest named Phinehas, for turning people away from idolatry. A king tries to get a prophet to curse Israel from a mountain peak named Peor in this book. A group in this book describe themselves as grasshoppers in comparison to the
Numbers?
You get 20 points. Good work.
Nice.
Yeah, that's about to run the genocide or something.
Bible.
It's power. And your bonus, you are the loader in an M1 Abrams tank. Answer the following about the science of your ammunition for 10 points each. The depleted form of this element comprises the dense dart-like penetrator in your armor-piercing shell. As it only contains a small amount of this element's 235 isotope, you shouldn't worry about radioactivity.
Uranium.
You are also equipped with a shell that creates a smoke screen by exposing this allotrope of phosphorus to air. This flammable allotrope owes its volatility to its strained tetrahedral structure. Answer?
No.
It's white phosphorus, or yellow, or P4. Both depleted uranium and white phosphorus spontaneously ignite upon contact with air, a property known by this term.
Wait. Is it combustion? What? Combustion?
I can prompt.
Spontaneous combustion?
Now they're pyrophoric. It's called. Air specifically turns them. 10 on the bonus. Here's toss-up number 19. This poet asks who dares to buy him a Coca-Cola or a beer in a poem using I think it must be lonely to be God. This poet wrote a mock epic about a girl whom the higher gods forgot, whom the lower gods berate. This poet of my dreams, my works must wait till after hell wrote the loveliest Lynchie was our Lord. This poet of the Aeneid wrote that...
Yeah, it was Gwendolyn Brooks.
Sure was. You get 20 points.
You have 5 powers.
And a bonus. For over 30 years until her death, Marion Stokes recorded American TV channels 24/7, amassing over 70,000 tapes. 10 points each. Stokes began her 24/7 recording of TV with news footage of what 444-day event, which was nearly stopped by Operation Eagle Claw.
Iran hostage crisis. Iran hostage crisis.
Yeah.
4 shipping containers sent Stokes' collection to this non-profit organization. In 2001, this organization publicly released a search tool named for a fictional device used by Mr. Peabody and Sherman.
Is the Library of Congress?
It could be.
National
National
Archives,
Archives.
maybe?
Try
Yeah,
National
maybe
Archives.
National Archives.
It's the Internet Archive,
Oh.
the Wayback Machine. Upon her death on December 14th, 2012, Stokes' last tape included news footage of this mass shooting at a Connecticut elementary school.
Sandy Hook.
20 points. And the last toss-up. This adjective names cells whose size is subject to Henneman's size principle. This adjective names 2 structures that provide much of the input to the CST and lie adjacent to the this adjective supplementary area. This adjective and upper name cells of the CST whose malfunction can cause Babinski's sign. This adjective and lower name cells of the anterior horn that are targeted by poliovirus. 2 cortices in the frontal lobe are named for this adjective preceded by pre and primary.
Frontal.
Nope. There. Efferent neurons, which are also known by this adjective, release acetylcholine and carry out signals from the CNS, unlike sensory neurons. For 10 points, give this adjective that describes neurons responsible for movement.
Motor.
That's the one. And your bonus, Lee's Summit. 2 answers required. Melody maker critic Richard Williams praised the subliminal uneven beat of the blank C and D sides to Wedding Album, a release by these 2 artists. 10 points each. Name these 2 artists who collaborated on 2 albums titled Unfinished Music. These artists also staged performance pieces such as the Bed In. What you got? It's John Lennon and Yoko Ono. 2 of these sounds are prominent on side 1 of Wedding Album. One of these sounds features on the intro and outro of Pink Floyd's album The Dark Side of the Moon. Answer?
Revolution.
They're heartbeats. Side 2 of Wedding Album features John Lennon singing part of the Beatles' Good Night in this musical style that imitates instruments using only the human voice.
Acapella.
10 on the bonus. And that is the game. Got a final score of 420 for Walter Payton A, 100 for Lee's Summit. Good game, both teams. Well played, everyone. And as usual, just need somebody to come up and sign from each team to confirm the score, and make sure not to forget your name tags as you leave.
Good game. Good game.
Good game.
I like your nails.
Good game.
I really love your shirt.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome back to the live commentary room here at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois. You just watched a game between Walter Payton A and Lee's Summit. The final score was Walter Payton 100. And we have a bunch to discuss after that very exciting game. First up, the main takeaway for me, I was so impressed by the two freshmen on Walter Payton A, Simrat and Grant. They're both freshmen, and they just performed phenomenally in that game.
Those kids are good. Honestly, like I was talking to Coach Taylor because Walter Payton played their first NSC in 2023, where they got 34th. Shout out to Sweetness. Last year they got 28th, and their A and almost their entire B team were graduating seniors. So they really had no idea what was coming in. And per Coach Mark Taylor, pretty much everyone on this team. We got two freshmen, a junior who just started picking up buzzer this year, and a sophomore who played a little last year. Before this year, they had a combined 1 year of experience, and they would really put on a show for us.
Pretty remarkable, some of those powers, especially that first clue buzz on the Seagull. That one's going to be sticking with me for a while.
Ah, for sure.
Yeah,
Stunning.
and we talked a little bit as well about the fact that, Walter Payton is from right here in Chicago. It's convenient for them to come out to Rosemont more so than to go to HSNCT down in Atlanta. But the fact that most of the tournaments they've been playing throughout the year used an NAQT distribution that leans more heavily towards some of the areas that, while they were still strong, seemed like maybe a little bit less of their sweet spot, history, science, and a little bit away from those things where they really shone, things like literature and humanities and philosophy, those more PACE categories, as we call them, maybe masked a little bit how strong they were going to be coming into this tournament. They're currently 3-1 this morning, which leaves them in a really good spot to remain in contention for the title.
And rounds 1 and 3, super duper close wins, both 270 to 260. That's crazy tight.
This bracket in general has had a lot of really tight games, so it's an exciting one to be covering and one to keep an eye on, even the games that aren't happening in our particular live stream room. Again, you can keep an eye on all of the live stats at pace-nsc.org/live. Lots of good information there to keep on top of the team stats. Individual stats are getting uploaded as well on hsquizbowl.org, just a little bit more slowly, so keep an eye there as well. The next thing I wanted to touch on is just the importance of team camaraderie and keeping each other grounded throughout a tournament. Of course, we do have some teams, even here at this tournament, that are just one player, incredibly impressive. But for most teams where you are working with others, especially on those toss-ups where maybe somebody buzzes on something that you knew and they give the wrong answer, it can be really easy to let that spiral into a dark place quickly. And I want to give a shout out to both of these teams here for not letting that happen. Even when they were frustrated that maybe they didn't get the toss-up that they wanted to get, they stuck with it. And particularly Lee's Summit, even after it was clear that it was going to be pretty hefty challenge for them to mount a comeback, they stayed with it all the way to the end, continued getting their good solid buzzes and racking up points on bonuses, averaging 10 on most of the bonuses they got. I think they didn't let hardly any go to 0, and that's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, they showed why they made the quarterfinals of Misha's 6A Scholar Bowl tournament. So
absolutely, yeah. All of the teams here have had phenomenal runs this season, and so none of these folks should go home with their heads hung low.
Yeah. And honestly, the camaraderie is a big thing because you gotta like your teammates, or you don't want to show up to play in the first place. And,
absolutely.
When everyone wants to see everyone else succeed, it helps outside of the game too, because it keeps these kids motivated. Those kids look hungry.
You gotta trust your teammates too, to be able to know where their knowledge falls in comparison to yours, so that when you're not communicating during those toss-ups, you have a good idea of when to buzz and when to step back and let somebody else on your team take that moment to shine.
And honestly, sometimes it's just kind of nice to turn your brain off when you hear it's a category you're not buzzing in.
It's true. Although you never know. We're not endorsing that strategy here. Let's see. I took notes on a few other things out the game.
Like I've played tournaments solo. It's hard. It's tough. You frankly have to be a sick psychopath to want to do it. you got to be one of those guys who just likes the game.
No. I've played solo as well. I have. I played pseudonymously solo a couple of times my senior year.
You can't let anyone know who that was.
I know. I won't. You'll have to do the math and figure out who it might have been over on the East Coast. We'll talk more about that off the air.
One day.
I also wanted to bring up that toss-up on wax. We were talking a little bit about that here in the room. That's the type of toss-up that you're really going to only get here at the NSC. It doesn't fall neatly into any particular category.
So-called miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous, yes.
Although I think that might have been more. That was a lot of art.
It was a
pretty
lot of
artsy.
art, but like archaeology, perspective on art. There was
Yeah.
history in there, Wedgwood, you know.
absolutely.
So it's those questions that pull from multiple different bases of knowledge, particularly in the humanities, that really distinguish NSC as a tournament. And that's an area where Walter Payton seemed to particularly shine.
Oh yeah, and those are toss-ups. Those aren't always really. Not everyone's the biggest fan of them because they're a little wacky. They're a little harder to study for. But at the same time, they're also pretty popular amongst sort of like the generalist type player who can buzz in a lot of categories. Because now you're rewarded for knowing all sorts of things and being. You have several angles where you can suddenly be rewarded for your knowledge of a topic, or you just put the pieces together a little faster. Maybe someone hears this question and goes, this is something that uses sculpture, and you can use it to make other sculptures out of it. What's going on here? Am I making a mold? And you can. This is the type of sort of thinking game that you also can only really get on kind of a lengthier question, where even if you don't know all the clues, you can make it sort of a puzzle for yourself. Not every question needs to be like this, but suddenly this helps you be ready for that buzz just a little bit faster than anyone else.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that brings up a really good question for us to think about, which is, especially since those Walter Payton kids are so new on the scene and don't have much playing experience, I was taking a look at some of their stats from earlier in this season, and even over the course of just this 1 year, incredible improvement from these players, incredible dedication. What goes into that? How do you go from a brand new player to somebody who's competing competitively at the national level in such a short period of time?
I think it's dedicated study, making sure everyone knows their role, and then figuring out how they want to approach it too. Figure out what you can study best and turn that into quiz bowl points the best. Look up what's coming up a lot. For example, the Seagull. I got to learn more about my authors. I got to learn what topics specific toss-ups and work can happen on specific works, right?
Yes, and especially because these players are younger, pace itself is a great opportunity for them to improve their game. We saw some players in that last game writing down answers that they might not have heard before, things that they wanted to look more into. Those answers, while they won't come up again at next year's NSC probably, are a great study guide outline to help them gain more knowledge, especially over the summer, coming back into next season even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to have a good finish, like they're on pace to do, I think that's only going to fuel the fire, right?
Yeah, so let's take a moment to look at the rest of the bracket this morning in Corsica. We're coming up on round 5 here, which is the last round of these morning rounds. After this round, the top 2 teams in each bracket remain in contention for the title, and everyone's going to be re-bracketed into groups of 7 for the afternoon based on their record this morning. So again, those top 2 teams are going to make it out of each preliminary bracket. Right now, after the first few rounds, we still have a team in this bracket that's undefeated. That's Hunter A, my alma mater. Go Hawks. And we have a few other teams who have mixed records. So this next round, round 5, is going to be really consequential.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's take a look here at what's going on in round 5 specifically.
Yeah.
So we're about to, on this feed, have Hunter A versus West Point. And then the other rounds happening during round 5 in this bracket, we're going to have Thomas Jefferson D versus Walter Payton, who we just saw. And it looks like we are also going to have Lee's Summit versus Walker. We haven't seen Walker yet this morning while you and I have been commentating. Do you want to talk a little bit about them and how they've been doing this morning in their preliminary bracket?
They've taken some really tough losses. Rounds 1 and rounds 3, they lost 260, 270, 260, 280. So they're really they're just getting really tough luck in some of these close matches. Honestly, I'm a little more excited by this current game because West Point is the only other team besides Walter Payton and Hunter that has a chance of staying in contention. So West Point is kind of trying to control their own destiny here. They win this, they can force tiebreakers to try to stay in the top bracket.
Yeah, it's a nail biter here this morning, and that's the way we want it, right? We want to have competitive games across the bracket, with all these folks being able to have a good opportunity to showcase their knowledge and all their hard work.
Oh, absolutely.
Great. Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about what happens if there is a tie in record at the end of this next round. Of course, we'll get there when we get there, but it does happen, especially when teams are this competitive and when questions are this hard. We see a lot of ties in record typically at the end of a preliminary bracket. And so those are going to get resolved through tiebreakers, right?
Yeah, so usually if it's just two teams that are tied for the last spot, they would play a single tiebreaker match. But in the case that West Point beats Hunter, you're actually going to get a little circle of death where you suddenly have three teams who are X and 1 trying to get in that spot. And so what's going to happen is there's going to be some statistical tiebreakers determined that will determine a little bracket, and each team is going to basically play their way into not getting knocked out of the top spot.
It's exciting. And it also is a circle of death not only because you're fighting for your spot to remain in contention, but also because your lunch break gets cut short.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough.
Yes, but those are some of the most exciting games we'll see throughout the tournament.
I've staffed some of the games. You are not operating on a lot of time, and oh gosh, you get grumpy after.
Yes. Speaking of time and gameplay, we were also talking a little bit earlier, just while we wait for the teams to get set up over there in Florence. We were talking about Rob Carson, the moderator of the games we've been watching this morning in Florence. I could recognize him just from his voice. Rob is a great moderator. So if any of you out there are considering becoming moderators for your local tournaments to support your team, often teams get discounts if they can provide moderators or buzzers for a given tournament.
We need moderators to run our events. This is a community game at the end of the day.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Rob is a great example to start with of a really good tone and pace for moderation. It is an element to the game that Quizbo goes pretty fast, and if it's your first time engaging with this game, it might feel a bit overwhelming, but that's part of the skill that these players are building up over the course of the year, taking in all that information quickly, synthesizing it, and thinking laterally.
But, you know, it's key to have a good moderator. A lot of people at their local leagues, it's just kind of parents and maybe some coaches, and they're not always the best at they're not the most practiced at reading. And so it's honestly, it's a really nice experience at Nationals, just having teams that, you know, they're used to mostly their local games, and they're always really thrilled at the quality of the moderation we have, because they're just like, we can barely scrounge up people for our league, and they're not even always, I don't want to say they're not necessarily the top cut, but, you know, they're usually parents and volunteers, and so it just really improves the experience, which means that if you're someone who has the ability to moderate games, you still want to stay involved in Quiz Bowl after you graduate, for example, staff some tournaments.
Absolutely. Parents, fans, anybody watching this feed, you can be the change. Yes, we always need more moderators. And it's just fun, too, to get to see these kids thinking about the questions, and you get to kind of play along a little bit while having the answer right in front of you and feeling smart about yourself.
Yeah, some people are a little too game show hosts for my taste, but, you know, that's part of the game, too. And, you know, like, if your teams, like, can clearly take it, like, some of them like a good ribbing, you know?
Oh, of course, of course.
They can take it, like...
This is all about having fun at the end of the day. It's a game. Yeah. And it's great to see teams that aren't taking it too seriously, even as this is gameplay at the highest level for these high school students. That's a good opportunity for me to talk just a little bit about Hunter, who we're going to see play in just a moment. Again, this is my alma mater, so take everything with a grain of salt. I'm not going to put my thumb on the scales too much here, but I do want to say, just as an alumna, it makes me so happy to see the way that this year's team has approached the game. Obviously, they're competing at a very high level too, but just the friendships that have developed on that team, the laughter that bubbles up mid-game, especially for a program that's been going on for quite a while and has a lot to live up to. It just makes me really happy to see them getting the most out of this once-in-a-lifetime experience.
For sure. I mean, I'm pretty fond of Hunter. I'm good friends with former 2012 NSC champion and Hunter alum Richard Yu, who's honestly, my conversations with him are usually half a sentence on average. Very quiet guy, but
yes, and
fascinating guy.
This year the Hunter team is captained by Evan Schleck. He's a senior. He's graduating this year. Maggie's son, also on the team, is also going to be graduating. And Evan notably missed a good chunk of HSNCT a few weeks ago for a very interesting reason.
What was the reason?
He was attending his grandmother's 80th birthday party, which I think is a pretty great reason to miss a Quiz Bowl tournament, and speaks a lot to how to balance this game with the rest of your life.
He's got his priorities straight. I would never be able to do that when I was a teenager. But my grandparents live in China.
Well, yeah, you probably wouldn't be able to make it
excuse.
back for the playoffs.
That's my excuse, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm really excited to see how they do over the course of this tournament. They're in a pretty good spot heading into this round 5 game. They are undefeated so far this morning as they go into their buzzer checks right now. But again, if West Point pulls out a win here, that could change everything and set us up for some really exciting tiebreakers.
West Point currently controls their destiny, but they got a tough calling card right here. I mean, Hunter is a great team. They have statistically highest in the bracket right now. They were top bracket last year and kept their lead scorer, former all-star Evan Schleck.
Our guy, Evan Schleck.
The monster of the game.
All right, great. We are about to sign off for this segment, and we're going to bring you that game between Hunter and West Point right now.
I get calluses every time I climb, and then it picks me
Sick.
up.
All right, well, welcome back to round 5 of the 2025 Pace NSC. My name, as always, is Rob Carson. I have West Point and Hunter. Are both teams ready to begin?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Great. Good luck, everyone. Start with toss-up number 1. A widely distributed example of these objects is decorated with gold leaf on indigo and right-angled designs. A new style for these objects includes ovals against vegetal backgrounds, like one commissioned by as
Presidential, portraits?
No. I see what you're doing though. Like in one commissioned by a Zirid nursemaid. Carpet-like designs on the front of these objects were replaced by sun medallions called shamsa. These objects traditionally have triangles of 5 gold circles to separate sections marked by red and blue signs. The size of the word aleph in these objects decides the size of Nashk creations. The technique of Moshk stretched letters in these objects to take up white space produced by Kufic script. For 10 points, name this book decorated with calligraphy of surahs about Allah.
The Quran.
That's the one. Your bonus West Point. Kappa are typically seen as reptilian kami who killed disrespectful humans in this manner. 10 points each, name this fate that befell all humans except Deucalion and Pyrrha in a Greek myth analogous to the biblical story of Noah.
Flood.
Yeah, or drown. In this country, a mythical swamp monster called the Berberoka sucks water out of ponds to drown humans who come to grab dead fish. This country's myths include shapeshifters like the Silagan and Mandurugo among its Aswang. Answer.
Nigeria.
Philippines. The tale of this ghost is widespread in Latin America, where it's said she can be heard mourning her drowned children near bodies of water, bringing death and misfortune to those who hear her.
La Llorona. Yeah. La Llorona.
Yes. La Llorona. 20 on the bonus. Toss up 2. A 1960s change to a law of this type led to a rash of Kennedy husbands and Kennedy fathers. The acronym OHIO was used to protest the 1940 law of this type, also called the Burke-Wadsworth Act. Destroying documents used to enforce these laws was ruled illegal in the case of U.S. v. O'Brien. On his first day in office, Jimmy Carter issued Proclamation 4483 that pardoned people who'd violated one of these.
Oh, like a draft.
Yeah, 20 points.
Yeah.
You get a bonus, Hunter. Susanna Clark has ascribed the statues in Piranesi to various sources, including one based on Mr. Tumnus, a faun from this location. 10 points each, name this world depicted in a set of chronicles, including The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Narnia!
Piranesi was also influenced by the ideas of Owen Barfield, a member of the informal literary group called the Inklings, which was founded by C.S. Lewis and this other author.
Tolkien.
The real-life 18th century artist Piranesi was referenced in this first novel by Susanna Clark, whose 2 title characters are magicians in Napoleonic-era England.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell.
Sure.
Huge about 20 years ago. 20 on the bonus, toss-up number 3. A variant of these proteins with 2 additional transmembrane alpha helices complexes with a dimer of 79A and 79B proteins. In Cut and Run, these proteins are captured by Staphylococcus aureus's protein A and protein G. Components of these proteins consist of 110 peptide repeats characterized by beta sandwiches. A secondary arrangement is needed to include diversity segments in these proteins. Genes for receptors and these proteins are diversified via VDJ.
Antibodies.
10 points. Your bonus West Point. This woman stopped making shirts for her husband when her replacement, Anne Boleyn, ordered that deliveries of linen to her castle be stopped. 10 points each, named the Spanish first wife of Henry VIII.
Catherine of Aragon. Catherine of Aragon.
She was the first one. Yeah, she was Catherine of Aragon.
Yes. A Venetian ambassador wrote about Henry's fair skin glowing through a shirt of the finest texture after watching this activity. Anne Boleyn was summoned from watching this activity and placed in the Tower of London.
Rowing, I don't know. Or,
And-
Jousting?
Yeah.
Jousting.
Tennis. Real tennis. The original tennis. Henry executed Anne Boleyn a year after he suffered a head injury in this activity that left him unconscious for 2 hours. Henry II of France was killed after an injury during this activity.
Jousting.
Now it's jousting. That's 20 points. Puzzle 4. Parts of this concept are famously analogized to an arrow shot by an archer and the arrows left in the quiver to be shot. In Shaivism, people are bound by Maya, Anyava, and this concept, which gave rishis their power along with tapasya. Depending on the quality of this concept, it can either yield papa or punya, analogized by fruits. This concept is usually divided into agami, kriyamana, prarabdha, and sanchita. According to Tulsidas, until that sanchita form of this concept is exhausted, moksha cannot be achieved.
Karma.
10 points.
Yeah. Okay.
Your bonus. The small features that cover the surface of the sun are named for their resemblance to these materials. 10 points each. Name these materials that form mounds that collapse when above the angle of repose, which equals the arctangent of the coefficient of friction.
Mounds, arctangent is the coefficient of friction.
Dunes. That actually makes sense.
Answer.
Dunes.
No, they're granular materials. What I need. A granular analog of this process causes large particles to rise in the Brazil knot effect. The main modes of heat transfer are conduction, radiation, and this process.
Convection.
With convection, this word describes moving bodies of fluids such as solar granules. Circulation in the Earth's atmosphere occurs within structures named for this word at Hadley, feral, or polar.
Cells.
Yes, 20 points. Toss of 5. This man asks a woman, "Shall I live in hope?" and is told, all men I hope live so." This man crows, "All the world to nothing, ha!" in a speech in which he muses, "I'll have her, but I will not keep her long." In contrast to a concept which capers nimbly to the lascivious pleasing of a lute, this man says he is rudely stamped and not shaped for sportive tricks. This man asks, "Was ever woman in this humor won?" after seducing a woman whose husband he killed. This man resolves, "Since I cannot prove a lover, I am determined to prove..."
Iago?
No.
No. Oh my god.
I am determined to prove a villain and yells, "My kingdom for a horse!" For 10 points, name this hunchbacked king who declares, "Now is the winter of our discontent," to open his namesake Shakespeare play.
Richard III.
That's the one. You get 10 points. You notice a rumba craze surrounding Cuban music in 1930s America began with a son pregón by Moisés Simons, named for a seller of this good. 10 points each. Name this good whose name is sung on alternating low and high Fs in a 1941 song, later used as its artist's presidential campaign slogan.
Oh.
Oh.
Sorry. Peanuts?
No.
Peanuts?
Yes, salt peanuts.
Nice.
Salt peanuts.
This jazz musician composed Salt Peanuts and pioneered Latin jazz in the U.S. with songs like Manteca. This pioneer of bebop played a bent trumpet.
Dizzy Gillespie.
That's the one. This Italian-American pianist wrote songs based on Peanuts characters like Christmas Time is Here and Linus and Lucy for a jazz album, which, after Kind of Blue, is the second best-selling ever.
What's his name? Vince Guaraldi.
30 points. Good work.
Nice.
My go-to every Christmas.
Toss up 6. Shimshon Vigodar organized an Israeli group of this name that staged a 1971 demonstration for better treatment of the Mizrahim. A protest outside the American embassy by a British group of this name resulted in the arrest of the Mangrove Nine. Seattleites rioted for 3 days in 1968 after Aaron Dixon, a leader of a group of this name, was arrested for stealing a typewriter. Another group with this name tortured one-time member Alex Rackley and staged a protest of the Mulford Act by open-carrying firearms into a state.
Black Panthers.
Yes. 10 points. Your bonus, this wavelength names the telescope array in Chile that initially reported phosphine in Venus's atmosphere. 10 points each. Name this wavelength that, when multiplied by 2.9 Kelvin, gives the constant in Wien's displacement law.
I don't know.
It's
What's
the Chile one.
What's radio? Very large radio telescope.
Yeah, sure.
Radio.
Millimeter, 1 millimeter.
Huh.
That's the wavelength.
Oh.
Millimeter astronomy with ALMA, or ALMA, detects this compound in the interstellar gas via its 2.6 millimeter line. This diatomic compound consists of the third and fourth most abundant elements in the Milky Way.
Third and fourth. Oh my gosh, I'm so awake. No. Helium is something.
No.
Answer?
Ozone?
It's carbon monoxide.
Oh. Okay.
ALMA's 66 dishes are combined by being treated as one of these devices by the ALMA correlator. The Michelson-Morley experiment was performed with one of these devices, which are the eye in LIGO.
Wait, who was Michelson? God.
Heard of this? I don't know.
Answer?
Microscopes.
It's an interferometer.
I
Okay.
just learned this in physics.
It's alright.
Fun on the bonus. Here's toss-up 7. This quantity is obtained by performing a Legendre transform in two variables on internal energy. The derivative of this quantity with respect to the extent of reaction equals 0 at equilibrium. This quantity equals the sum over all components of the chemical potential times particle number. For a half cell, the change in this quantity equals negative the number of electrons transferred times Faraday's constant times the potential difference. At constant temperature and pressure, this quantity is the maximum work extractable from a system. This quantity is defined as enthalpy minus the product of temperature and
Gibbs free energy.
10 points. Here's your bonus. This author wrote about students at a seminary in Kiev and a tale from the collection Myrgorod. 10 points each. Name this author born in modern-day Ukraine who wrote The Nose and The Overcoat, as well as the novel Dead Souls.
Gogol.
Yes, in this aforementioned story from Myrgorod, a student is forced to pray over the body of the witch he has killed. The witch then summons this story's title creature, who is the king of the gnomes.
Is it like the farm one? Or is it talking about ghosts still?
Just talking about Gogol.
Answer.
The Goblin.
It's called V-I-Y. In Myrgorod, the V is followed by a tale of a quarrel between two people with this first name. A 19th century author with this first name wrote Diary of a Superfluous Man and the collection A Sportsman's Sketches.
Ivan.
Yes, 20 points. Toss up 8. This country's Pentecostal prime minister is served by spiritual advisor Daniel Kibret and is building a $10 billion Chaka palace based on a 7th king prophecy. In 2024, this country announced it was leasing another country's land to build a naval base in Berbera. 200 people were killed in this country following the 2020 assassination of Hachalu Hundessa, who, like its prime minister, was a member of its plurality Oromo ethnic group. Brody.
What?
It's you.
Oh, Ethiopia.
Yes. You get 10 points. Your bonus, the Jackbox minigame Decisions features a variant of this game in which everyone survives if no one takes the money. 10 points each. Name this game whose Nash equilibrium is reached when both captives defect.
Prisoner's Dilemma.
Yes. The prisoner's dilemma arises because defection is a strategy described by this adjective. This adjective denotes strategies that improve a player's payoff regardless of other players' moves.
It's a zero sum. No.
Yeah.
No.
Answer?
Zero sum.
Dominant strategy. In another game, participants secretly choose how many tokens to donate to a shared pot. It models the market for these namesake products, which are non-excludable and non-rival.
Oh, the ones that don't have like alternatives, like.
Is it just alternatives?
No.
Is it
It's,
ones that
Answer.
don't have alternatives?
loan.
These are public goods.
Oh.
10 on the bonus.
Which Jackbox I got?
Toss up 9. A deviant form of this discipline developed by Jan Łukasiewicz was inspired by Aristotle's sea battle scenario. As a teenager, Saul Kripke introduced models for a form of this discipline concerning applicability in some versus all possible worlds. A many-valued form of this discipline is used to analyze vagueness. In this philosophical discipline, the symbols of a backwards E and an ups...
Logic.
10 points.
Nice.
Your bonus, Hunter. The execution of Antonio de Arriaga instigated a rebellion led by a man with this regnal name. 10 points each. Give this two-word name of an indigenous Peruvian rebel leader who claimed descent from the final Sapa Inca. That Neo-Incan ruler with this regnal name was executed by the Spanish in 1572.
Tupac Amaru, right?
Yeah.
Tupac Amaru.
Yes, the first Tupac Amaru claimed descent from Atahualpa, who was executed by this Spanish conquistador, despite offering to pay his ransom with a room of gold.
Pizarro.
Yes, Tupac Amaru II held this title given to the heads of Ailus, which is the Andean equivalent of a title whose name is the Taino word for chieftain. Name either title.
Huh. I don't know. Sapa.
That sounds.
Sapa Inca.
I said that already. It's Curacao or Cacique.
Cool.
20 on the bonus. Here is toss-up 10, after which we'll have a score check. A character of this ethnicity notes that a girl likes looking at the walls and linoleum roses on the floor. That character of this ethnicity claims, "I'll shake the sky like 100 violins," in a poem that leads her aunt to say, "You must keep writing." An angry dentist leads an author of this ethnicity to wonder how to tame a wild tongue in an essay from Borderlands. A character of this ethnicity lives in the title Sad Red Building that...
Mexican American.
10 points.
Oh, has Mango Street.
And your bonus, in major key pieces in this form, a first theme in the tonic key is contrasted with a second theme in the dominant key. 10 points each. Name this form used for the first movements of classical symphonies and concertos.
Form, like sonata.
Yeah.
Sonata, allegro.
What?
Sonata.
Yeah, or sonata allegro is fine,
Okay.
yes. Many of this composer's sonata form movements are monothematic, since the second theme is a transposed version of the first theme, like in his Symphony No. 104. This composer is considered the father of the symphony.
Haydn.
Yes. This concerto's introduction immediately subverts the conventions of sonata form by modulating from G major to the distant key of B major. This concerto premiered in 1808 alongside its composer's choral fantasy.
Choral fantasy. Schubert Piano Concerto.
It's Beethoven's Piano Concerto No. 4.
Gotcha.
20 points. At the half, I have a score of 150 for Hunter, 140 for West Point.
Gotcha.
Sound correct?
Yeah, I've got 140 for Hunter, 140 for West Point.
Yeah,
Let's see
on
here.
number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think you said they had 10 on a bonus and they bageled it.
Let me see here.
Number 6.
We did bagel one of the bonuses.
Yes, that is 0. So on their bonuses, I have 20, 30, 20, 20. Sorry, 20, 30, 0, 20, 20.
Yes.
I have 20, 20, 0.
I've got.
They have no 30. No, they do. They do.
We
20, 30, 0, 20, 20.
Okay. And let me do the score sheet again.
Maybe I added wrong.
Power on toss-up 2.
I don't have any powers.
What was toss-up 2?
Let me double check.
That was a draft.
Yeah, they powered number.
That
they
was
powered
draft.
it.
They did.
That was power.
That was-
That was
That was a power, yes.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry.
Just barely.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the.
I think we both missed the same thing.
So we're all good on 150, 140?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
We're playing really well. You can't allow the N6 stuff before we get it. Just wait for buzzer raises. Keep on doing it.
It's okay. We were losing at the half in like at least one game.
scary.
100 points. Yeah.
No, it was 2 different games then.
What?
We were losing at the half in 2 different games.
2 different games.
That would go with one.
Yeah.
That was scarier.
All right, both teams are ready to continue. West Point, you good? Hunter, good to go? Great. Good luck, both teams. Here's toss-up number 11. Angela Gheorghiu interrupted a tenor encore in a 2024 performance of this opera to say, "It's a performance, it's not a recital. Respect me." A spinto tenor remembers sweet kisses, languorous caresses, in an aria from Act 3 of this opera that begins with a wistful clarinet solo. In Act 1 of this opera, that tenor describes the contrasting beauties of his lover and of a blonde woman he painted as Mary.
Tosca.
10 points. Good work. Here's your bonus. A hypothesis assigns this namesake role to microbes that shoot the moon by becoming leaky helpers. 10 points each give the namesake role of a hypothesis that characterizes evolution as perpetual and cyclic in order to explain sexual reproduction as a response to parasitism.
I have no clue.
I don't even know what it's standing for.
Answer.
Predation.
Queen, the black queen and red queen hypotheses respectively. Non-black queens evolve this trait that is contrasted with prototrophy. The one gene, one enzyme hypothesis arose from the study of strains of mold with this trait, which survive on supplemented minimal medium.
Autotrophy.
Oxotrophy.
Oh.
Evolution of oxotrophy decreases the length of this construct, the C value. This construct is the collection of all genetic information in an organism.
Genome.
Yeah, genome.
Yes, 10 points on the bonus. Toss up 12. This word, mixing, is a process in which trajectories in nonlinear dynamical systems separate linearly rather than exponentially. This first word in the name of a two n-dimensional object central to Hamiltonian mechanics is synonymous with complex argument. In classical mechanics, graphs of momentum versus position that are spanned by the coordinates p, q depict this word, space. This word names the value that is multiplied by I in an exponential in solutions to physical systems. This word names a quantity that determines whether inference is destructive. For 10 points, give this word for an angle-like quantity denoted phi that describes an offset in the frequency of a wave.
Phase shifts.
That is not one of the things I have.
Okay.
Offset in the frequency of a wave.
Shift.
Phase is the one I need.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No worries.
No, shifts would have been the plus something. And,
Yeah.
Oh, and phase.
Phase diagrams, though.
Good with that result?
Yeah.
No protest?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We will then, oops, not correct. The opposite of that. No, we can continue. 13. One of these events is commemorated in a luminary each December with lights designed by Valerio Festi. That event of this type contributed to a stock market panic that bankrupted Barings Bank. These events were historically visualized in a genre of art named for a catfish deity.
Earthquakes.
Yeah, 20 points.
Nice.
That is what Namazu did.
Yeah.
Here's your bonus. Korean Hojakdo paintings depict magpies alongside goofy drawings of these other animals meant to satirize the ruling elite. 10 points each name these animals, one of which cowers in a bush from a lightning strike in an Henri Rousseau painting sometimes titled Surprised.
Oh, a tiger.
Yes. In the 1800s, a Korean still life craze centered on trompe-l'oeil still lives of teapots and clocks along with these objects. Thousands of meaningless glyphs appear in a Shu Bing installation titled for one of these things.
A book.
A 17th century Koreanization of this genre of painting away from Chinese subjects was led by Zhong Son. Ink Shan Shui paintings in this genre in China depicted natural sights like rivers and mountains.
Landscapes. Landscape. Like the
Yeah, sure. Landscapes.
30 points.
Nice.
Also 14, it's not anthropology, but the imaginary language bongo bongo is most often used to conceptualize this subfield that titles the magnum opus of Isidore of Seville. This subfield studies rebracketing, in which sets of morphemes are misdivided to yield erroneous results. Scholars within this subfield put asterisks at the beginning of certain words to indicate that they are reconstructions. This subfield partially names a phenomenon in which foreign or unfamiliar words are altered to fit more common linguistic rules. It's folk type.
Etymology.
10 points.
Nice. Nice.
Bonus, this phrase titles an anonymous 1693 novel about an Irish princess that interpolates tales of the Celtic princess Cluanisha and of the Inca woman Faniaca. For 10 points each, give this two-word subtitle of a novel in which the title teenage maid, Pamela, spurns her employer Mr. B's advances until he makes a proposal of marriage.
Oh, it's like something rewarded, right?
Virtue rewarded.
Virtue rewarded.
Yes.
This author's Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded, is one of the first English novels. He also wrote the epistolary novel Clarissa.
Richardson?
This contemporary of Richardson reimagined Pamela as a prostitute who schemes to entrap Squire Booby into marriage in the parody Shamala. This author wrote Joseph Andrews and Tom Jones.
Fielding.
Yes, you get 30 points, despite my stumbling. Also 15, in a novel by this author, two art specialists fall in love while planning a cemetery of reconciliation. A scuttling structure inspired the title of a novel by this author in which a torpedo hits an ocean liner just before the birth of Paul Pokrivka. This author's late novels include The Call of the Toad and Crab Walk.
Gross.
20 points.
20?
20, yes. And your bonus, answer the following about the feminist and labor activist Luisa Capetillo for 10 points each. In 1915, Capetillo became notorious across the Caribbean after being arrested for performing this action in Havana. William J. Sharkey, a convicted murderer, earned notoriety for performing this action and escaping prison.
Like building a
Suwanee?
raft, like building a raft and trying to get
Answer?
Building a raft.
Cross-dressing.
Ooh.
Capetillo organized strikes among workers producing this good in Puerto Rico and Cuba. Hawaii allowed the U.S. military to build a base at Pearl Harbor in exchange for lowering tariffs on this good.
Sugar, yeah, probably sugar.
At the 1908 AFL convention, Capetillo presented a motion advocating for this cause in Puerto Rico. In 1917, the Silent Sentinels picketed the White House to support this cause.
Suffrage. Science Sentinels for women's suffrage.
Need more?
Women's suffrage.
Yes. 20 on the bonus. I'll give a score check at the three-quarter mark. It's 240, 200.
Cool.
Okay.
Check out.
Yes.
Cool. Awesome. 16. A religious league in this region was tied together by a festival held at the Panionium Sanctuary. A naval fleet composed of manpower from Lesbos and this region was defeated at the Battle of Lade by opposing forces, possibly led by Datis. This region, which names the first school of pre-Socratic philosophy, houses...
Thrace?
Nope.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Houses a city home to Anaximander and Thales. An architectural practice named for this region is topped with a design containing two spiral elements above the shaft. Revolts in this region were the first major conflict of the Greco-Persian Wars. Along with Doric and Corinthian, this region names an order of classical columns. 10 points, what region shares its name with a sea to the west of the Greek mainland?
Ionia.
My bad.
I literally only know.
You get 10 points. And as bonus, some art described by this adjective escaped a bonfire in the hope to at least make some money from this crap. 10 points each. Identify this adjective, which names a mocking 1937 exhibition of works by George Gross and others staged by the Nazis.
Oh crap! What is it's? It's like
Answer?
bad.
Degenerate.
Degenerate.
A catalog of degenerate art was used to prove that Cornelius Gurlitt had a huge trove of stolen art. Gurlitt lived in this neutral European country whose secretive banking industry was used to launder Jewish gold.
Switzerland.
Some degenerate art is now on view at the city's Art of the Lost Generation Museum. An annual music festival in this city always performs Hugo von Hofmannsthal's play Everyman.
So
Are we still in Switzerland?
probably Australia because it said Lost Generation.
City? No.
I think that's
Oh, Buenos Aires. I don't know. Buenos Aires.
Salzburg. 10 on the bonus.
That makes sense.
Toss-up 17. This adjective describes spaces in which any closed subset C and any point not in C can be separated by neighborhoods. Kolmogorov spaces described by this adjective are Hausdorff because they obey the
Dimension?
No. They obey the separation axiom T3. N-dimensional objects described by this adjective are determined by length n-1 Schläfli symbols. Symmetries of objects described by this adjective compose dihedral groups. Uniform tilings consist of shapes described by this adjective. The golden ratio gives the diagonal to side length ratio of pentagons described by this adjective. For 10 points, give this adjective that describes the faces of Platonic solids, which are polygons whose angles and side lengths are all equal.
Regular.
They are extremely regular, yes. 10 points.
Just like me for
Here's your bonus. The Marmor-Doty formula enables back-of-the-envelope estimation of this quantity as 4gC plus 2AT. 10 points each. Name this temperature greater than the annealing temperature at which a dsDNA molecule denatures.
No.
Yes.
Oh.
No, it says.
Oh.
It
It said
mentioned
denatures.
Answer.
Denaturation temperature.
Melting temperature.
Okay.
A thermocycler decreases the temperature to below the melting temperature for the elongation stage of this technique for
PCR.
amplifying nucleic acids, which is used in many COVID tests.
PCR.
Yes. The melting temperature of qPCR's TACMAN probe is increased by the fusion of a minor groove binder to a peptide with this role at the probe's 3' end. Molecules with this role decrease fluorescence, like chloride ions for quinine.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Suppressor.
Right idea. It's quenching. Quenchers.
Never heard
10 on the bonus. Toss of 18. A flute solo near the start of this composer's 8th symphony imitates birdsong with the repeated motif D, short b, E, short b. A fanfare for 2 trumpets opens the last movement of this composer's G major 8th symphony. A symphony by this composer influenced the first symphonies of Florence Price and Amy Beach. The motif F, short A flat, long A flat from a slow symphonic movement by this composer was inspired by Harry Burleigh's singing.
Dvorak.
10 points.
Nice.
Here's your bonus. In Eastern Orthodoxy, the Kairos is said prior to this sacrament as part of the Divine Liturgy. 10 points each name this sacrament that Catholics hold as having real presence. Many high altars were destroyed when the Council of Trent ordered priests to perform this sacrament facing the entrance to the church.
Eucharist.
Yes. The Eucharist draws from this event in which Christ told his apostles that the bread and wine he was giving them were his body and blood and announced that he would be betrayed.
The Last Supper.
Yes, this numerically named text from the Book of Common Prayer affirms the doctrine of real presence in the Eucharist and denies transubstantiation.
Okay, well, this is like a Protestant thing, so, I don't know, the 95th thesis.
39 articles.
Okay.
Oops, did not get that one. 20 on the bonus. Toss up 19. A folk tale about a mouse who performs this activity after eating rice cakes inspired a Ghibli Museum exclusive film. The Nihon Shoki credits Nomi no Sukune with the first instance of this activity while acting under Emperor Sunin, though the Kojiki instead partially credits the Kami Takemikazuchi. The Tate Gyoji wield a large fan to judge this activity and are responsible for the Shinto.
Sumo.
20 points.
Oh, that was
Nice.
scene. That was good.
Your bonus, a poem titled For These People describes how autumn is desolation in the plot of 1,000 acres. 10 points each name these people whose headstones yield their names to the element, row by row, in an Alan Tate ode.
Soldiers.
I can prompt.
World War I soldiers.
No, they're Confederate dead.
Okay.
This poet responded to Ode to the Confederate Dead in a poem about a monument to Colonel Shaw and his black soldiers for the Union dead. This Boston confessional poet of Skunk Hour was mentored by Tate and lived on his lawn in a tent.
Lowell.
Yes. Ode to the Confederate Dead describes how these objects plunge and expire. An Oliver Wendell Holmes poem titled For One of These Objects describes the old three-cornered hat worn by Thomas Melville.
Tricorn.
No, wait, what are these objects? What if it's just like a ship, a ship?
It's a leaf.
Okay.
Holmes' poem is the last leaf. 10 of the bonus. And here is toss-up 20. A poem in this language states the sons of Adam are limbs of each other and is...
Farsi.
That's a good buzz.
What the hell? Have to be proud.
Inscribed in the UN building, apparently. You get 20 points and this bonus. In the 1850s, the chemist Henri-Étienne Saint-Clair de Ville made an extremely expensive breastplate from this material for Napoleon III. And puts each name this essential war material, the major profit center of Charles Martin Hall's Pittsburgh Reduction Company.
Yeah, steel.
Aluminum.
Oh.
What? It's Pittsburgh.
Alcoa lends its name to a city in this state's Blount County that's home to an aluminum smelting plant. The Clinton Engineer Works at a secret city in this state enriched uranium for the Manhattan Project.
No, enriched, isn't this Tennessee?
Sure.
Tennessee?
Sure is. Alcoa left a toxic legacy in Suriname, a country that was a longtime colony of this European country. This modern-day country's East India Company also colonized Indonesia.
Netherlands.
Yes, 20 on the bonus. That is the game. Got a final score of 360 Hunter, 220 West Point.
Wonderful.
Good game, both teams. All right, so this is going to be the bracket captain's room, so I'll need at least one of each of you teams to stay in here to confirm your records. And I need someone from each team to sign for your score.
And welcome back to the live commentary room here at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois. You've just watched round 5 of the preliminary rounds of the PACE NSC. Hunter A versus West Point. Hunter A won that game 360, West Point 220, which means that Hunter ends their morning rounds undefeated. But what an exciting game. Right up until the end, trading tosses back and forth, really tight scores, really great buzzes. And I really didn't know it was going to happen.
Oh yeah, it was really looking close there. And you know, what a statement buzz at the end by Evan. Just Just absolutely,
Absolutely.
nailing that last toss. I'm not even. I didn't even process that line. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, and I'll just add one more little piece of insight before we talk about what's going to happen next, which is we were talking during the game about how Hunter is, from New York City, and it's one of the only major magnet schools in New York that doesn't explicitly have a STEM focus. Historically, that's meant that if you want to make inroads against a strong Hunter team, the best way to do it is in science. And we could see that West Point had some really strong science buzzes there and some good pulls on bonuses as well. So I was on the edge of my seat right up until the end.
You heard it here first. What doesn't this Evan Schleck kid know? Science.
All right, so what's happening now, as the morning rounds have wrapped up, is we're going to make sure that records are confirmed. Do you want to talk a little bit about that process?
Yeah, so because we need to re-bracket, we have to make sure that every team agrees on what their record is. They got to submit it to the top of our bracket, and we make sure that everything's lined up. Once we know who has what record, we determine who needs to do the tiebreakers if they're in contention still. Those teams will have to come back and play tiebreaker matches to determine whether or not they stay in contention.
Yep, and then at pace-nsc.org/live, you'll be able to see the afternoon brackets, which teams have moved on to remain in contention and where everybody else has ended up. So when we do have those tiebreaker rounds ready to go, we will be back with you here to offer our analysis. But until then, we're going to take a short break for lunch and some reconfiguration, and we'll see you again soon. Thanks so much for being with us today.
Everyone's
don't
here
have
now.
one.
We don't have a coach.
Everyone's here.
We do have a coach, but like, you know.
We have a coach, but he spends his time on.
Commentary room here at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois. We're going to give you a very quick explanation of the exciting stuff that's going on in the Anatolia bracket, where there is, for the first time in anybody's memory, a 5-way tie. There's 5 teams in that bracket that have the record 3-2.
And are live for the top bracket still. This is may have led to a little bit of screaming. So this is a complicated tiebreak procedure because we need to basically secure all of these teams in the proper bracket. We have re-bracketing into an upper, middle, and lower bracket. We need to separate these guys into 2 in the top, 2 in the middle, and 1 at the bottom of those. So among these teams, we have University of Illinois Lab, University School of Nashville A, Yukon A, Adlai Stevenson B, and Centennial B. So this is a little complicated. We have a bit of a bracket we've created. This is going to be 3 rounds of half packets. How this works, we took our 5 teams and we seeded them from 1 to 5. The top teams 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 are basically playing each other in 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 are playing for the right to play for what we'll call a top bracket matchup. The winner of 1 and 2 plays the winner of 3 and 4. They then that game, the winner of that game is secured into the top bracket. The loser of that game still has the right to play a second game to make it into the top bracket. That is going to be a series of games based on who lost the first round, and also including the team that had the lowest PPG in the prelims. So whoever wins that complex bracket of people who had lost their first games is going to play the loser of the winner match against 1, 2, and 3, 4 for the right to make that very last spot.
If you're confused, you are not alone. There's a reason Andrew did that segment by himself.
I'm still trying to draw the thing.
Long story short, if you want to make it to the top bracket, keep winning. But if you lose once, your hopes can still be alive. And we'll be sure to keep you updated as we move through this process over the next hour or so about how each of these teams are doing and where they're going to end up this afternoon.
A thing of note, I believe I did mention this, but these will be played on half packets, not full packets, for time constraint reasons, question constraint reasons, and also the sanity of our moderators and staff, I think.
Goodness gracious. Yes, we need to make sure we're not still playing games at 11 p.m. tonight. So this first half packet that we're going to have coming to you in just a few minutes is going to be Stevenson B versus Yukon A. Now, Stevenson, longtime powerhouse from Illinois. Do you want to talk a little bit about them?
Yeah, this Stevenson B team has 2 seniors. The A team is actually all sophomores and 1 junior. Earlier in the year, this team was actually labeled the A team, but the current A team was so good that they actually got promoted. But these kids are no laughing matter. I mean, these kids are good. Hari and Kevin have been playing for quite a long time. I mean, they're solid. They've played several NSCs and good results. Yukon, on the other hand, they're a very strong team from Oklahoma, and I believe they actually drove all the way here.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh, I can't do it. So I guess they must like each other enough not to tear each other's heads off. So.
And they are 3-time state champions in Oklahoma, so we've got some serious chops over there in a state that just continues to develop its quiz bowl program more and more, especially on the NAQT side. But we're excited to see them tear it up here at NSC as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of our recent Cooper winners is Tracy from right?
Yes.
Yeah.
From Oklahoma.
And yeah, it's lovely to see his and the collective Oklahoma coaches and staff's work just making the state flourish.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we can tell you as well that the students involved in these complicated tiebreakers, rather than being confused or alarmed, they are simply delighted that they are part of this moment in PACE history, and we're delighted to have them.
They get to play more games.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say they probably are a little confused.
All right, great. We are going to take you to that tiebreaker right now. Here is Stevenson B versus Yukon A.
Pity.
No.
I just want food. Tournament directors don't pity anyone.
Hey! Just missed broadcasting that to the internet. All right, we are here. It is the first round of a very complicated 5-way tiebreaker that was just explained to the stream. So, Stevenson B and Yukon, are you all ready to go with this first half packet?
Yeah.
Yippee.
Great. Good luck, everyone. Here is toss-up number 1. A New York-based organization named after Orpheus is famous for not employing anyone in this profession. Neville Mariner joined this profession a decade after founding the Academy of St. Martin in the Fields. The third member of this profession to have an exclusive contract with Decca is Ricardo Muti's designated successor, Klaus Makela. Marin Alsop was the first woman to win...
Orchestra director.
Yeah. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
I only know this because
20 points.
That's
A
pretty nice.
little slower, yeah.
I only know this because my
Was
friend's
it about?
thirsting over class.
It was a power, yes.
Nice. Good job.
Your bonus. Muslims and Islamic scholars debate the contested historical accounts of these lines. 10 points each. Name these lines from the 53rd surah of the Quran. Their validity is challenged since they seem to permit the worship of the goddesses Allat, Al-Uzza, and Manat.
Satanic verses, maybe.
Sure.
Satanic verses.
Nice.
The satanic verses are said to be not from God by this archangel who revealed verses of the Quran in the cave of Hira.
Or Gabriel.
Gabriel.
Yes.
Okay.
Description acceptable. In editing one of these works, partly titled Rasul Allah al-Tabari decided to include the satanic verses omitted by Ibn Hisham. A subset of these sources, known as Maghazi, documented military campaigns.
Hadiths, maybe?
Sure.
Hadiths?
These are biographies of Muhammad.
Okay.
Get 20 on the bonus. Here's toss up 2. In one novel by an author born in this country, an anarchist becomes a Jesuit after the burning of an all-female hostel. A nun from this country authored the psychological treatise The Transfiguration of the Commonplace after ending an affair with a one-armed artist. This is the birth country of the novelist of the Girls of Slender Means, who created a set of schoolgirls dubbed the creme de la creme by the fascist-sympathizing teacher Miss Jean Brodie.
Scotland.
Yes,
No,
10
so
points.
Sorry.
Your bonus, Yukon. Julie Wheelwright claimed this woman's performances of supposed Javanese religious rituals led her to be viewed as a nude of art. 10 points each. Name this exotic dancer who, after being identified by French intelligence as H-21, was executed in 1917 for espionage.
What's her name? It's the Indonesian one.
Oh, I don't know.
She
Dang
was
it,
not
I'm
actually.
blanking so hard.
And
Sorry.
Mata Hari. Hari was executed for spying for this country, whose defeat in World War I led to the overthrow of Kaiser Wilhelm II.
Germany.
Yes. Allied propaganda contrasted Hari with Edith Cavell, a British woman with this profession executed by Germany in 1915 for helping soldiers escape occupied Belgium. This was the profession of the first black British woman to write an autobiography, Mary Seacole.
Nurse.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Nurse.
20 points.
Good job.
Toss up 3. Applying this technique to Cryptomeria japonica reveals at least 5 SEP events named for Fusa Miyake. This technique uses standards in the IntCal series and is complemented by a calculation involving the standard PDB ratio obtained from the PD belemnite. Measurements in this technique are depressed by the emissions-driven Seuss effect and are inflated by the marine reservoir effect. Willard Libby won a Nobel for this technique that accounts for a bomb pulse from when nuclear tests altered atmospheric concentrations. Calibration curves for this technique are produced by applying it to tree rings. For 10 points,
Like dating,
I need more.
carbon dating.
That's what I need.
Nice. Good save.
10 points. And your bonus, Sophie Zamchik played this person in Eve Sussman's short film 89 Seconds at Alcazar, which fictionalizes the moments before and after a 1656 painting. And points each. Name this person who, in a painting in the Prado, is seen from the point of view of her parents, who are themselves depicted in a mirror next to a lit doorway.
Who's the baby in Las Vegas? The Infanta Margarita. Infanta Margarita.
The Infanta Margarita and her court appear in this Diego Velázquez painting.
Las Meninas.
The composition of the Infanta Margarita and her servants in Las Meninas inspired John Singer Sargent's painting of this man's daughters, one of whom plays the doll, while 2 others in white dresses stand next to a large blue and white porcelain vase.
Like Boyd. Boyd.
30 points.
Nice.
Good work. It's Edward Darley Boyd. Toss up 4. Maureen Murdoch identified an identification with and shift towards the masculine in her adaptation of this concept for women. While the original name of this concept was taken from Finnegan's Wake, its popular name emerged in the 1980s from 2 documentaries, a biography of its creator, and an interview with Bill Moyers. This concept was divided into 17 states.
Wait, like globalization.
One more time?
Globalization.
No.
It's okay.
This concept was divided into 17 stages with names like Freedom to Live and Belly of the Whale. This concept was introduced in a book titled For a Figure with 1,000 Faces, where the first of this concept's 3 acts begins with the call to adventure. 10 points. Name this concept proposed by Joseph Campbell about a path shared by legendary
Hero's Journey.
That's the one.
It's okay. Don't worry.
You get a bonus, Yukon. In the Old East Slavic poem The Tale of Igor's Campaign, Vseslav of Polotsk turns into one of these creatures in order to travel long distances at night. And points each. Many Slavic tales describe people who share characteristics with what creatures, who are sometimes called lycanthropes. Yeah, or werewolves, fine. In response to claims that the Tale of Igor's Campaign was a forgery, this author of the 1820 poem Ruslan and Lyudmila said that no one was good enough to fake it.
Sure.
Pope.
Pushkin.
Oh.
Oh, I suck.
Vseslav of Polotsk is sometimes identified with Volk or Wolf Vseslavovich, one of these knights ubiquitous in Old East Slavic poems. A group of 3 of these warriors included Ilya Muromets.
I don't know, man.
I'm sorry.
Whoops.
They're called Bogatirs. 10 on the bonus. Toss up number 5. Flight attendant Gabriele von Lutzow is called the angel of this city for supporting hijacking victims. West German counterterrorism organizations rescued passengers in this city after the hijacking of Lufthansa Flight 181. During a 1990...
Entebbe.
Nope. Not that one. During a 1992 famine, UNITAF dropped leaflets over this city. Operation Gothic Serpent aimed to capture Mohammed Farah Aidid in this city. A Mark Bowden book describes a battle in this city during a civil war initiated by rebels against Siad Barre. 3 American Sikorskis were shot down during a battle in this city as detailed in Black Hawk Down. Though active in the Gulf of Aden, piracy spiked off the coast of this capital in the 1990s. For 10 points, name this capital of Somalia.
Mogadishu.
That's the one.
Thank you.
10 points. And your bonus, these orbitals and p orbitals have the smallest shifts from spin-orbit coupling because they have the least values of orbital angular momentum. 10 points each. Name these spherical atomic orbitals with angular momentum quantum number L equals 0.
S.
The Lamb shift in the energy gap between 2s and 2p orbitals is due to fluctuations in this thing. Pair production causes polarization of this thing.
Polarization. Light. I think, yeah.
Light.
That's the vacuum. In degenerate perturbation theory, this effect causes the separation of mixed states that are linear combinations of 2s and 2p orbitals. This effect is the splitting of spectral lines due to an external electric field.
Splitting a spectral.
Answer?
Polarization?
The Stark effect. It's 10 on the bonus at the halfway point of this half packet. We have a score of Stevenson B 100, Yukon A 50.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep this up.
We will continue with toss of 6. An anonymous 9th century Buddhist poet who left many of their poems in these places is referred to as the cold one of these places. In one novel, a Taoist monk at one of these places explains that a character's tragedy is returning to a normal life among normal people. This is the first title place in an ancient classic that describes 550 of these places alongside a list of mythological beasts. In a novel titled for one of these places, the narrator...
Mountains.
10 points.
Nice.
Your bonus populations from November 2024 BC and December 2024 Louisiana human HPAI cases featured the E186D mutation in this protein. 10 points each. Name this antigen that, alongside neuraminidase, is used to name IAV subtypes. An assay for antibodies against a given virus measures inhibition to this protein's binding to sialic acid.
Rhesus, maybe.
Okay.
Sure.
Rhesus?
That's hemagglutinin. For HA. The LA sample unexpectedly lacked the PB2M631L mutation, which occurs in most bird flu infections of this ruminant livestock species with scientific name Bos taurus.
That's not a ruminant, though. I think
Ruminants
it's
are cows. Cows?
That's the answer.
Nice.
Viral zoonosis also caused the evolution of HIV from SIV, which is named for this infraorder that contains the namesake species of SIV-CPZ and SIV-SMM.
Simians?
Sure.
Simians?
20 points.
Nice.
Good work. Awesome 7. Philippe Van Paris asked what, if anything, can justify capitalism in a 1995 book advocating this policy that theorized the concept of real freedom. Finland became the first country to implement this policy during a trial from 2017 to 2018. The results of this policy can be replicated by...
UBI.
20 points.
Nice.
Nice.
Go.
Language.
Bonus in the 1830s, Connecticut experienced a so-called mania for growing this crop. 10 points each. Name this fruit that names a row of slave quarters at Monticello. Bandit's Roost was a tenement alley off a New York street named for this fruit, which was photographed by Jacob Rees.
Apples.
Yeah, apples.
Mulberries. In a failed attempt to start a silk industry, hundreds of mulberry trees were planted in this city's trustees' garden. James Oglethorpe created 24 squares in this city, founded as the capital of a debtors' colony.
Providence.
Savannah, Georgia. As owner of Savannah's Mulberry Grove Plantation, Nathaniel Green's widow Catherine helped Eli Whitney design a gin for processing this other crop.
Cotton.
10 points.
Okay, one time.
Toss up 8. An effect named for this word increases the lability of certain ligands in square planar complexes, such as one that contains platinum. Upon absorbing a photon, the pigment retinal enters a state of being entirely described by this word. When the two groups with the highest priority, according to CIP rules, are described by this word, a double bond has an E configuration. Substituents added by an anti-addition are described by this word. Partial hydrogenation produces a type of unsaturated fat known by this word that is banned in many countries due to its health.
Trans.
Yes.
Nice.
10 points. Your bonus, Yuzhou Wang played this excerpt as an encore at her 2023 Rachmaninoff Marathon with the Philadelphia Orchestra. points each. Name this four-movement ballet sequence with a prominent flute solo from the Paris version of Christoph Gluck's opera Orfeo ed Eurydice. This excerpt plays after the Furies led Orpheus into Elysium.
Dance of the Blessed Spirits.
Very good.
Nice.
In the Paris version of Orfeo ed Eurydice, Orpheus is sung by a haute contre or French countertenor instead of this type of singer. These male singers could sing soprano parts.
But it's not like
Castrato.
Oh yeah,
Castrato.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
how they could sing soprano parts. Gluck originally wrote Dance of the Blessed Spirits for a ballet about this womanizer who's dragged to hell at the end of a Mozart opera.
Don Giovanni or Don Juan. Don Giovanni. Right?
Don Giovanni.
I know
Don
it's fine.
Giovanni. Okay.
You get 30 points. Here's toss-up 9. Edward R. Murrow visited this city's Japanese modern Sinatra house designed by black architect Paul R. Williams. One of the first steel frame houses in the world was built in this city in the late 1920s by a modernist architect Richard Neutra and is called the Lovell Health House. Floor-to-ceiling glass characterizes Pierre Koenig's Stahl house in this city. The Eames house is one of the case study houses in this.
Los Angeles.
You got it.
Nice.
What's it about?
10 points.
Okay.
10 points, and your bonus.
I just know
In this
Stahl.
story, a man who stands like Saint Sebastian fantasizes about only being able to find a black doctor for his mother and awkwardly asks a black man for matches, although he has no cigarettes. 10 points each in this story in which Julian's mother dies of a stroke after trying to give a penny to a black boy whose mother wears the
Everything
same
that
ugly
rises
hat as
must
her.
converge. Everything that rises must converge.
Yes, was written by this Southern Gothic author of stories like A Good Man Is Hard to Find.
O'Connor.
In this O'Connor short story, Mary Grace yells, "Go back to hell where you came from, you old warthog," and throws a book at Ruby Turpin in a waiting room after hearing her racist tirade.
Revelation.
30 points. All right. And the last toss-up. To obtain a navigational quadrant that had been stolen by this island's people, a man followed their custom of drawing a circle on the ground, sitting in it, and negotiating. The first king of this island's Pomare dynasty acquired firearms from a band of mutineers who were later captured by the HMS Pandora. An observatory was built on this island by James Cook to track the 1769 transit of Venus. Before settling Pitcairn Island, Fletcher Christian abducted women from this island where he'd earlier gathered breadfruit for the HMS Bounty.
Easter.
One more time?
Easter Island.
No.
That's fine.
The most famous resident of this island's town of Papeete was Paul Gauguin. For 10 points, name this island, which contains the capital of modern-day French Polynesia. That's the one.
It's fine.
You get a bonus. Work written during this event called for women to be able to identify their children's fathers. 10 points each. Name the 1789 uprising during which Olympe de Gouges wrote a feminist critique of the Declaration of Rights of Man and Citizen.
So this is like the like bread strike or something like bread march, the, like women's bread march.
That's the French Revolution.
Oh, we
That's all
just
I
went
want.
that. Okay,
Yep.
sorry. My fault.
Edmund Burke's reactionary reflections on the Revolution in France were critiqued in a Mary Wollstonecraft book titled For This Word, which also titles her book On the Rights of Woman.
Vindication. Vindication.
Joseph de Maistre argued that God punished Enlightenment philosophers for abandoning this view by causing the French Revolution. Plato's Euthyphro examines this ethical theory that claims that we should do what God wants.
What's that called? We read Euthyphro in philosophy. I forgot. Dang it.
Anything?
I don't know.
It's called divine command theory or
Yes.
theological voluntarism.
Yeah, that is.
So the final score for this game of Adlai Stevenson 240, Yukon 170. Or sorry, 70. 240 to 70. Back with more games very shortly.
Good game.
Yeah.
Good game. Good game.
Good game.
Hello and welcome back to the live commentary room. We've just seen our first tiebreaker in this very exciting five-way tie. It was Stevenson B versus Yukon A, and Stevenson B won 240. Yukon A ended the game with 70, so a pretty mismatched score there.
Toughie. We also heard that in the other part of this tiebreaker sequence, University of Illinois Lab School beat University School of Nashville. So now both Yukon and the University School of Nashville are currently out of contention for the top bracket. Now, we have a lot of things to kind of talk about next round. University of Illinois Lab School is going to be playing Stevenson B. The winner of that game is guaranteed a spot in the top flight. Now, the loser of that game is still not knocked out, but is going to be playing the winner of a sequence of games. A partial sequence of games that's also going to be going on. Now, University of School of Nashville A is going to be playing against the one team that hasn't played yet, which is Centennial B. The winner of that game plays the loser of this, we'll call sort of like semi-winners game, to get into the top tier. Everyone else is basically playing to not be in the bottom bracket and secure their place in the second bracket at that point.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding correctly, and I might not be,
It's hard!
University Lab and Stevenson B, and Centennial B. Of those 3 teams, 2 will advance to the top bracket to remain in contention. Is that correct?
That's a good question. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes.
Now, yes. So despite Centennial B has 1 shot to try to make it into that game, otherwise, University School of Nashville, University of Illinois Lab, Champaign-Urbana, go Illini, and Stevenson B both have 2 shots to win games that will secure them in the top bracket.
Great. Okay, we're getting a little bit closer to understanding every time. And next time this will go down a lot easier.
Oh, jeez.
But we did also take a look at that Anatolia bracket as that last game was going on and the games that have brought us to this point. And it's been a really close bracket all day. Even St. Joseph, the team that ended 0-5 this morning from that bracket, all of their games were quite close, some of them by less than a single cycle. So all of the teams in this bracket pretty evenly matched. The reason we don't see that very often is because when our tournament directors are planning the event, they look at how the teams have done up to this point, and they try to make sure that the brackets are pretty evenly balanced. So we have a good number of teams in each bracket who are in contention for that ultimate championship. But sometimes teams just surprise us, the best laid plans.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, like these teams aren't chumps. This is nationals. Every team's bringing their A game. Teams get better over the season, and some of that's unpredictable. And sometimes it's just a perfect storm where certain teams don't hit their packets, and then everyone just ends up in this very evenly matched playing field.
Absolutely.
And that's just the nature of nationals.
Yeah, and it really speaks to the talent of these players, that they can hold their own and keep this so incredibly historically tight throughout the morning. But as we see, especially on a half packet where you're only working with 10 toss-ups, sometimes it just doesn't swing your way. All of these teams are very strong.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to head to our next tiebreak in just a moment.
It's an in-state game. Unilab A?
Yes, it's Unilab
against Stevenson B.
Against Stevenson B, both Illinois teams, so teams Andrew knows well.
And they're teams with a lot of success. Illinois Lab, last year they were in the top bracket. They were kind of a dark horse. They kind of snuck in. I think they were even missing one of their top scorers, but that top scorer from last year, he graduated. This is the remains of that team, and they still know some stuff,
Absolutely. And so again, the winner of this game is guaranteed a spot in the top bracket. The loser still has one more chance, and we're going to bring you that game now.
Thank you. Excellent. Over here.
If you see me down in Quahog.
Perfect.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. I got it. Oops. Sorry.
Okay, perfect. All right. Welcome to the second leg of the prelim tiebreakers, the 2025 PACE NSC. I have Adlai Stevenson B and University of Illinois Lab. Are both teams ready to begin?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Good luck. Reminder, 10 toss-ups and bonuses. Here is the first of those toss-ups. Women performing this activity, like Texas Geenan and Gertrude Lithgow, benefited from laws limiting the activity of male police. For engaging in this activity in Cincinnati, George Remus was prosecuted by Mabel Walker Willebrandt. To do this activity, Bill McCoy made voyages from Bimini in the Bahamas. Long lines of ships near ports such as Galveston and off the coast of New Jersey.
Like circumventing prohibition?
I'll prompt you.
Like getting alcohol off ships off the coast of the U.S.?
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, nice. That was way too
That is a description of providing alcohol.
Oh, right. Was it powder?
You get 10 points.
Okay, nice.
I should have asked. That's wrong.
A complex answer line. Here's your bonus. George Henry Lewis claimed that one character's death in this manner was giving currency to a vulgar error, though a novel's preface argues that it had been observed beyond all rational doubt. For 10 points each, name this manner of death that Mr. Guppy and Mr. Jobling find has killed the alcoholic rag and bone man Crook in an 1853 novel.
He hangs himself? Sure. On accident? Like hangs himself?
He spontaneously combusts.
Oh my god.
After Crook spontaneously combusts in this novel, a will found among his papers complicates the Chancery Court case Jarndyce and Jarndyce. Esther Summerson narrates this novel.
Bleak House, right?
Sure.
Bleak House?
Yep, is the only novel with a female narrator by this author. This author depicted Miss Havisham dying from her burns after her dress catches fire in Great Expectations.
Dickens.
You get 20 points.
Oh my god.
Toss up 2. Substituting a methyl in this molecule with a bromine yields an analog that is tagged in to monitor the cell cycle. Beads coated in oligomers of this molecule are used to isolate mRNA. An azide containing mimic of this molecule was the earliest HIV drug. This common nucleobase is distinguished by 2 carbonyl groups and 1 methyl group. This is the first nucleobase in the name of a promoter motif that appears 30 bases upstream of the transcription.
Thymine?
Yes. 10 points. It is indeed. Your bonus for 10 points each. Name the following figures from Greek myth depicted by statues in London's Hyde Park. Jacob Epstein's The Rush of Green depicts this god next to a family playing with their dog. King Midas is given donkey ears after he chooses this god over Apollo in a musical contest.
Yeah.
That's right.
Nice.
Hyde Park is separated from Green Park by the Wellington Arch, which contains a bronze statue of this deity riding a quadriga chariot. Zealous, Bia, Kratos, and this deity are the children of Styx and Pallas.
And this
Is it Titan Hyperion?
Prometheus?
No.
Answer.
Oh my god, I can't.
Prometheus?
It's Nike.
Okay,
Another Hyde Park statue dedicated to Wellington depicts this Greek hero. Paris kills this hero of the Trojan War by shooting an arrow at his heel.
Achilles.
Yes, you get 20 points. Toss 3. This author is asked to please shut off the telephone and a reply crumpled on a desk. This man wrote, "I come, my sweet, to sing to you," in a poem to his wife that uses this author's triadic line style. This poet claimed that all women have Helen in their heart.
William Carlos Williams.
20 points.
Good buzz.
Good buzz. Your bonus. That's 20, yes. This instrument is traditionally created from eucalyptus trees that have been attacked by termites. For 10 points each, name this long wind instrument developed by Aboriginal Australians that produces a low drone.
Didgeridoo.
Sure is. Didgeridoo players like Mark Atkins can hold notes for extended periods of time by employing this technique. A performer uses this technique by inhaling through the nose while simultaneously exhaling into their instrument.
Circular breathing.
Didgeridoos are traditionally accompanied by percussion instruments that are named for this action. Indian classical music uses rhythmic patterns called talas, whose name derives from the word for this action.
Slap.
Clapping. That's my 20 on the bonus. Awesome. For Moses and the 70 elders of Israel see some of these objects made of sapphire under God's feet as they after they ascend Mount Sinai. Following the Ashkar Gilson manuscript, the song Mi Chamocha is written in a layout that represents these objects. Either the material used to make these objects or to bind them together is represented by a mixture of chopped fruits and nuts in which a Hillel sandwich is dipped, called charosed. After Moses and Aaron say, "Let my people go," Pharaoh retaliates by forcing the Israelites to make these objects.
Bread?
No. Without straw. Many visitors to the Kotel slip prayer notes into the spaces between these objects. For 10 points, name these often baked objects that include limestone ones used to build the Western Wall.
Bricks.
Yes. 10 for David, and a bonus for the lab. Drawing on darks, the version control system Jujutsu treats these issues as first-class objects. 10 points each. Name these issues that result from ambiguous requests to merge diverged branches. Index files surround the text that causes these issues with repeated inequality symbols.
This is like it's not just like
Answer.
mergers.
They're called merge conflicts.
Merge conflicts. Okay.
Linus Torvalds developed this predominant version control system, which has a 3-letter name. This system hub is a code-sharing website represented by OctoCat.
Git.
Yes. Resolving merge conflicts can involve this command, which typically follows git add and precedes git push. Like git branch, this command uses the -m flag to supplement a message.
It's like pull. No. You don't pull before you push. It's like you like stage it, but I.
Answer.
Should we example? Pull.
You commit.
Commit. Oh my god. Bro.
10 on the bonus. Here's toss-up 5.
Yikes.
This modern-day country is home to millennia-old stone shelters called bunya. The sport of pitsigin originated at the beaches of a city in this country that used to be called Spalato. A military unit composed of the majority ethnic group of this country helped popularize the necktie. The only Roman amphitheater...
Colombian?
No. The only Roman amphitheater that still has its 4 side towers fully preserved is in this country's city of Pula. Kanin was the capital of this modern country's breakaway Serbian state of Krajina. The former Venetian colony of Rovinja is the highlight of this country's Istrian region. This country's coastal city of Split is the largest city in its region of Dalmatia on the Adriatic. For 10 points, name this country whose capital is Zagreb.
Croatia.
Yes.
Nice.
Krvat is named for the Croatian users of it. That's where the tie came from. Here's your bonus. Zhuge Liang anecdotally left his fort unguarded to feign an ambush, causing an army of this state led by Sima Yi to retreat. The points each named this state founded by Cao Pi, the son of Cao Cao, with its capital at Xuchang before being moved to Luoyang.
Chu?
Wei. Wen Ping, a general for the Wei, also used the empty fort strategy to defeat the troops of this state. This state warred with the Wei and the Shu during the Three Kingdoms period.
If there's 3 and it's not 1 or 2, well,
Go with
Wu.
Oh,
The founder of this dynasty, Li Yuan, later Emperor Gaozu, employed a similar strategy against the Guk Turks. The Anlushan rebellion caused the decline of this dynasty, which preceded this song.
Tong.
Yes.
We're not.
To the bonus. At the halfway point of this half packet, it is 90 for Stevenson, 50 for Unilab.
What's up?
Everybody ready to continue?
Yes.
Yep.
Toss-up 6. This family's member Susan wrote an essay in opposition to women's suffrage and impressed Charles Darwin with her nature diary, Rural Hours. Samuel Morse helped decorate Otsego Hall for this family's patriarch, William. A member of this family wrote a descriptive tale of his hometown featuring Oliver Effingham and Judge Marmaduke Temple called The Payton.
Cooper?
Yeah, 10 points.
Nice. Thank you.
That's 10, and your bonus. This author wrote, "Do not remember me as disaster, nor as the keeper of secrets," in the poem Movement Song. And points each named this author of Sister Outsider, who advocated for intersectional feminism that centers black women's concerns in The Master's Tools Will Never Dismantle the Master's House.
Wait. Oh, shit.
Answer.
Rich.
Audre Lorde. Lorde depicted the intersection between blackness and lesbianism in this biomythography titled for a Karyaku name for women who work together as friends and lovers.
Roommates.
It's called Zami. This earlier author included black feminist themes in works such as Sweat. This author wrote about Janie Crawford in the novel Their Eyes Were Watching God.
Kirsten.
Yes, you get 10 points.
Sorry.
Toss-up 7. In a novel by this author, a woman lifts her head to see a great map on a street sign, which she follows back to a supermarket where she'd earlier looked for food. In another novel by this author, cross-border travel arranged by the Mafia, spelled with a...
Saramago.
20 points.
Let's go.
Why'd you get that on the Mafia part?
No, I
spelled with a
I knew the
PH.
first.
Your Honor, a 2021 book by Catherine Page Harden on why this field matters for social equality makes heavy use of GWAS studies. 10 points each identify this field that has spawned direct-to-consumer businesses such as 23andMe, which offers saliva-based testing and mapping.
Genealogy. Genealogy.
Not one of the answers I have. Genetics, genomics, gene testing, biology, and I can prompt on some other stuff.
That's fine.
So, no. This oncologist explored efforts such as the Human Genome Project in his book The Gene, a follow-up to his best-selling The Emperor of All Maladies, a biography of cancer.
Dawkins, maybe?
Okay. Dawkins.
Siddhartha Mukherjee. Several critics have compared Harden's book to this pseudo-scientific 1994 book by Richard J. Herrnstein and Charles Murray with a mathematical title. This book argues that much of human intelligence is inherited.
You want to say like the 20% or something?
Okay. The 20%.
It's called The Bell Curve.
Oh.
Nothing on the bonus. Toss up 8. Straight trajectories within these devices were first demonstrated via Maltese cross-shaped shadows. Ferdinand Brown pioneered these devices by using a cold component to supplement thermionic emission. In these devices, 2 pairs of deflection coils determined position on a phosphor screen. Evacuation of these devices was improved by William Crookes, who demonstrated deflection by
vacuum tubes.
Yes.
10
points.
I was going to say CRT.
Or CRTs.
Oh.
Yep. Also correct. Yeah.
Okay.
The photo.
Yeah.
Phosphorus.
Here's your bonus. Many animals move their bodies repetitively in response to this stimulus in the process of entrainment. 10 points each named this stimulus. Although it's a myth that exposing children to this stimulus increases their IQ, it does increase the likelihood that they develop perfect pitch.
Music.
Yeah.
Music.
Douglas Hofstadter explored self-reference and repetition in math, art, and music in this book titled after a mathematician, an artist, and composer.
Mathematician, artist, composer.
There it goes. Vinci.
Let's do like
Answer.
Einstein, Da Vinci, Mozart.
That's the right idea. It's Gödel, Escher, Bach. Robert Gerdingen applied the theory of these concepts to repetitive musical forms from the 18th century in his book Music in the Gallant Style. In genetic epistemology, these patterns of thought organize information into categories.
Like schemas, right?
Yes, sure. Yeah.
Schema.
Yeah.
Nice.
20 on the bonus.
You just need one?
2009. This artistic style was criticized as decorative by Amédée Ozenfant, who founded the Purist movement in response to this style. Statues of harlequins with instruments in this style were created by Jacques Lipchitz. To understand Cézanne is to foresee this style.
Rococo.
No.
It's okay.
Not bad. It's fine. Try to power.
According to a treatise co-written by the artist of the painting Tea Time, Jean Metzinger was primarily associated with this style, whose name was derived from a critique of houses at Lestock by Louis Vaucel. Juan Gris coined the terms analytic and synthetic for this style's periods, the former of which includes Georges Braque. For 10 points, named the style which deconstructs subjects into geometric shapes like in paintings by Pablo Picasso.
Cubism.
That's the one.
Nice.
Your bonus, identify the following about Leon Trotsky's career in exile for 10 points each. Trotsky wrote articles for Der Vorwärts while briefly living in this American borough. Unscrupulous landlords hired arsonists to burn apartments for insurance money during a period of the 1970s when this borough was burning.
The Bronx. The Bronx.
Despite opposition from Vidkun Quisling in 1935, Trotsky secured a Norwegian entry visa from this justice minister. This Norwegian served as the first General Secretary of the United Nations.
Oh, Hammarskjöld.
Gold, yeah.
Is he the one that died, though?
Oh, it's Swedish though.
Oh.
And
Let's go with this.
Hammarskjöld.
yeah, before him, Trygve Lie. Trotsky was ultimately assassinated by Ramon Mercader while living in this country where he had an affair with Frida Kahlo.
Mexico.
20 on the bonus. And the last toss-up. These objects replace the mention of the British in the chorus of Portugal's national anthem written during the Pink Map Ultimatum. Exhibitions of these objects at Alfred Krupp's estate inspired his nickname. A rule named the...
Like guns?
I can prompt.
Machine guns?
No.
It's okay. It's like this.
A rule named for these objects historically defined a country's international waters. Apocryphally, the first Victoria crosses were made from these objects. Alfred Dreyfus was accused of selling secrets about these weapons, handheld types of which were first used during the Hussite Wars. In 1866, Queen Victoria was gifted one of these weapons modeled after the Ottoman basilisk, which the Hungarian engineer Orban designed to break Constantinople's walls in 1453. For 10 points, name these heavy artillery weapons.
Cannons.
That's what I need, yep.
That's about it.
Your bonus. Since they have near zero enthalpy of mixing, heptane and hexane are a commonly cited example that this law applies to. 10 points each, name this higher concentration analog of Henry's law. Positive and negative azeotropes deviate from this law in opposing directions.
What? Raoult's law?
Yes. Zero enthalpy of mixing characterizes the ideal type of these systems in which Raoult's law applies to. The concentration of these mixtures can be given as molarity or molality.
These mixtures? Yeah, solution.
Yes. The effective interactions on enthalpy of mixing is reflected by the parameter chi in this theory of polymer solutions. Chi appears in an equation for Gibbs free energy in this doubly eponymous theory.
I got it.
Classic.
No answer.
Called Flory-Huggins theory. 20 on the bonus. Final score 160 for Stevenson, 110 for Unilab. We got one more round of tiebreakers after
Wait,
this.
are we done?
We're done, right?
I believe that you are. Let me double check.
When do you guys acknowledge the cubism one? Like, what part of the question?
Cezanne.
Oh, you do this as awkward?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well.
Hello, and welcome back to the live commentary room here at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois. We've just seen the second tiebreaker in this exciting five-way tie in the Anatolia bracket, and it was Stevenson B versus Unilab. Stevenson B won that game 160 to 110, which means they are guaranteed a place in the top brackets, remaining in contention for the whole thing.
That's crazy. Stevenson A already had a 5-0 start, so Stevenson, they have a chance to really run the tables on everything. Now, University of Illinois Lab is not out of it still. They still have an opportunity to play a game to get that last top bracket spot. They are playing against the winner of the Centennial University School of Nashville game, which was University School of Nashville, who they previously knocked down. So
it's a rematch
grudge
of
match.
the first half packet that we saw just a few rounds ago. Meanwhile, the other game's still happening in this bracket. We've got Yukon, we've got Centennial B, thank you. And you want to explain what's going on with those teams?
They are playing for the second spot in the Tier 2 bracket. So whoever loses between Unilab and University School of Nashville, the loser will have that first spot in the second bracket. The winner of this other game that will be going on, Centennial B and Yukon, they'll have that last spot in the second bracket. The last will be in the bottom bracket. So it's real messy out here.
And either way, 10 toss-ups from now, this will all be over, and we'll know where everyone's ending up for the afternoon. Just a quick update for all of you watching along at home. Because there were a number of tiebreakers, including this complicated, unusual situation in the Anatolia bracket, the beginning of the afternoon rounds has been pushed back, so your first afternoon regular round is going to be starting now at 2 p.m. Central Time, so be sure to join us then.
Wow.
Great. All right. So again, that last tiebreaker we're about to see is University School of Nashville A versus Unilab from Illinois. The winner of that game is going to remain in contention for the national title, and we're going to bring you that game now.
Ooh, they're hard to keep track of.
Thank you very much. Alright, I got clover. I have
I've
a feeling.
been watching. Tell me which one's faster.
Sorry.
From what?
Which one's faster? You pressing it or sound?
Penelope, Daniel, Ophelia, Clover.
Oh. Sorry.
Sophia, do you have your name tag?
Huh.
See, that's my favorite type of fest.
Do you
With
like
all
that?
those slugs.
Lighter sound.
Oh, okay.
I just haven't eaten anything all day. I need to.
Oh.
My brain isn't working.
Sound for sure. Sound for sure.
Before we start, can I get both teams to check your buzzer? Start over here with Nashville. And over here.
Oh, my bad.
Great.
Sorry. I don't know if you, yeah, if you hold it down, it keeps the buzzing.
Hold it down.
Slam the microphone into my mouth.
Hold it down and accuse you. They're like nice
Okay.
and low.
Say hi to Chikorita.
No,
Chikorita, everybody.
Hi, Chikorita.
I'm gonna live stream. Actually,
You got
leave that part
dirty
out.
with your
Redact that
stats.
part.
Poor Chikorita. All right. Welcome to the third leg of prelim tiebreakers at the 2025 PACE NSC. I have University School of Nashville A and University of Illinois Laboratory School. Are both teams ready to begin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's get
Good
to
luck.
lunch. Good luck, both teams. Here is toss-up number 1. In a lab demo, the Wilberforce pendulum alternates between translational motion and this process. Pablo Jarillo Herrero's group discovered magic values for this process that names a class of superconductive graphene-based materials. A measure of this process denoted phi is multiplied by radius over length to yield the shear strain. This process composes the 5 fundamental loading conditions alongside compression, tension, shear, and bending. This type of deformation is the typical result of a force with non-zero lever arm.
Torsion.
Yes. 10 points. Your bonus, in a painting by Abul Hassan, Jahangir and Shah Abbas I hug while standing atop a lion and sheep who themselves stand on one of these objects. And points each name these objects commonly placed below emperors in Mughal paintings.
Wait, just like rugs. Persian rugs.
And
Rugs.
the globe. You're bestriding the world. J.M. Rogers declared Jahangir a visual glutton because he forced painters to take meticulous details of a dying man for one of these illustrations. Common in Ottoman and Mughal illuminated manuscripts.
Miniatures, right? Yeah. Miniatures.
In a Mughal portrait, Jahangir's friend with this profession, Khan Alam, holds a falcon on his arm. An anamorphic skull stretches on the floor of a Hans Holbein the Younger painting depicting 2 people with this profession.
Ambassadors.
You get 20 points.
Okay.
Here's toss-up 2. One leader claimed divine control of this system is impinged upon by Istisan. The Abangan use traditional systems like Adat as opposed to this system employed by Santri people who are educated at boarding schools called Pesantren. This system stipulates a difference between blood money and equal retaliation. Malaysian bodies operating under this system that identify infractions like tazir and hudud often order caning as punishment.
Sharia.
10 points.
Great job. You killed it.
Your bonus, in a 1981 book, William Riggin defined 4 types of this figure as picaros, madmen, naifs, and clowns. And points each give this 2-word term coined by Wayne C. Booth in his book The Rhetoric of Fiction, which describes characters who cannot be trusted by their readers.
Unreliable narrator.
Riggin cited the title protagonist of this anonymously published novel as an example of a picaro unreliable narrator. This 16th century Spanish novel is often cited as establishing the picaresque genre.
It's Lazarillo de Tormes.
Say it.
Lazarillo de Tormes.
Okay, Penelope.
This character is cited by Riggin as exemplifying the naif unreliable narrator. This phony-hating teenager is the protagonist of The Catcher in the Rye.
Holden Caulfield.
30 well-earned points. Here's toss-up 3. A John Fugy book titled for this author's Life and Lies alleges that many of his plays were written by his female companions. In a play mainly written by this author, a water seller describes the arrival of 3 gods who give $1,000 silver to a sex worker, which she uses to start a tobacco business.
Brecht.
20 points.
Nice.
Good work.
Excellent.
Very good, Buzz. Your bonus, this scientist's lab at DuPont developed neoprene and another material via the cold drawing of a combination of adipic acid and hexamethylene diamine from a molecular still. 10 points each. Identify this scientist who names an equation whose simplest form gives that the degree of polymerization equals the reciprocal of 1 minus the extent of reaction, P.
I don't know this.
I don't know either.
Fisher.
Wallace Carruthers.
Okay, that's fine.
Adipic acid and hexamethylene diamine form the 6,6 type of this material, which is extruded almost indefinitely in a rope trick lab demonstration.
Yeah,
Nylon.
Yeah.
Nylon 6,6 is formed via the poly form of this reaction that shares its name with the process by which water vapor cools to a liquid.
Wait.
Just condensation.
Yeah.
Indeed, 20 points.
So that's, yeah. What's up?
Toss-up 4. This event's leader was convinced to allow women to participate by a poet known as her country's Nightingale. At the end of this event, its leader declared himself to be shaking the foundations of a regime. Over 60,000 people were jailed after this event, including leaders who subsequently boycotted the first roundtable conference conducted by Lord Irwin. Westerners were inspired by the ideology of holding on by truth, best exemplified by this event, after which Lord Irwin agreed to lift the 1882 tax that this event protested. This event, which ended in Dundee, was the most publicized example of satyagraha, a form...
Salt March?
10 points.
That makes sense. I should have done it.
And your bonus, JTBD theory explains the motivations of these people, whose lifetime value firms may seek to maximize. 10 points each name these people who contribute word-of-mouth advertising to businesses. These people's satisfaction is often measured in post-purchase surveys.
Customer.
The STP strategy involves identifying these market subgroups, then targeting and positioning. These groups of customers with shared characteristics are the subject of third-degree price discrimination.
Like
like
customers with like a demographic?
Demographic.
Demographic?
The S stands for segments. They're market segments.
What?
Customer service innovations like an in-store restaurant, female sales clerks, and liberal return policies helped this historic Chicago department store attract and retain customers.
Sears?
Sears? Is it? Yeah, Sears?
Marshall Field.
What?
Fields. Down the bonus. Here is toss-up 5. A 3-movement symphony titled for this character starts with low strings holding an A flat, then arpeggiating 4 augmented triads in an early use of a tone row. This is the first title character of a cantata that won a 19-year-old Lily Boulanger the Prix de Rome. An 1846 Légende dramatique titled for this character features a traditional Hungarian march. A setting of Veni Creator Spiritus and a depiction of this man
Faust.
20 points.
Yeah,
Nice.
sure.
Okay, it's okay.
Good.
Good buzz. And your bonus, in 1699, sailors struck with an illness in Haverford West led to the last trial for this crime in Wales. 10 points each named this crime targeted by Matthew Hopkins during the English Civil War. The swimming test proved guilt for this crime, believed to have been done with the aid of demons.
Witchcraft.
Yes. This ruler influenced British witch hunts with his Demonology, written after witches were convicted of conjuring storms during his return with Queen Anne of Denmark.
Is this England?
Demonology, yeah.
Answer?
That's not Charles I again. James I. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
During a 1612 witch trial in this English county's Pendle Hill, 9-year-old Janet Device gave evidence leading to the execution of her entire family, including her grandmother, Demdike?
Wait, what's that again?
Which?
This county.
Tituba.
Lancashire. Or,
This guy.
20 on the bonus. Here's toss-up 6. We'll have a score check first. Yeah. 110 for Unilab, 60 for Nashville.
Yep.
USA.
We got this.
Okay. Come on.
You'd think I'd be used to
Keep
calling
going, keep
halftime
going.
with 5 toss-ups by now.
I don't know. Crazy town.
All right. Both teams ready to continue?
Yep.
Yep.
Great. Good luck. Here is toss-up 6. The de facto leader of a population displaced by this conflict was known as the Bachaga. An offshoot of the SDECE called the Red Hand carried out assassinations during this conflict. PAMs captured during this conflict might be electrocuted with the Jejen torture device.
Algerian Civil War.
No,
Algerian War.
no, sorry.
You had it. It's
It's fine.
Refugees from this conflict were often placed in remote detainee camps and were stigmatized as Harkis. During this conflict, Raoul Salan co-founded the terrorist group the OAS. European refugees from this conflict were known as Pieds Noirs. This conflict was ended by the Avion Accords, which legitimized control by the FLN. For 10 points, name this prolonged French colonial conflict in North Africa.
French-Algerian War.
Yeah.
We're looking for like
The Algerian War, Algerian Revolution, Algerian War of Independence. All good. Your bonus. The Japan Business Federation supports changing a law that restricts the use of these things by Japanese women. And with each identify these things subject of restrictive policies in Iceland. Until 2017, California did not permit accents in these things to be used on state-issued IDs.
Wait,
Names?
names,
Yeah.
right?
Names.
Names.
This once trendy American name is now heavily stigmatized in France. An American actor who popularized this first name in Europe directed one of the biggest flops of 2024, Horizon: An American Saga Chapter 1.
What?
I want to say Maryland, just because like Marilyn Monroe, maybe like.
Probably a dude, but
Answer.
yeah, sure.
Maryland.
Yeah, it's Kevin.
Oh,
Kevin
okay.
Costner. Kevin.
Oh.
This country's oppression of its Shia minority includes banning names such as Malak and evicting many Shia families to build its megacity of Niam.
Oh, there's a Saudi Arabia.
Sure.
Saudi Arabia.
Sure is. 20 points.
I want to protest the acceptance of French-Algerian War because there was one in 1830 as well, and that should have been prompted.
That's very reasonable to do. I will submit that right now.
Wait, so.
So
how
what
does
is that a
work?
30-point swing?
Yes.
Okay.
Get me out of here, bro.
I'm sorry.
But I feel like on the
I've,
prompt.
I know the difference. I shouldn't have made that mistake.
Yeah, 30 points. Right.
It's fine.
Hey,
Alright,
shake
we
it
got
off.
it by more than
Maybe
three.
later.
There it is.
I know.
Actually,
I knew it was the independence. I just
Do that right now.
If
so
we
we
win by more
wait.
than 30, it doesn't matter though.
That's why it
I'm just
says
trying to-
reject
Yeah.
Algerian Civil War in every
In
answer.
every answer line.
Yes. But
It's still a 30-point
It's a
swing.
30-point swing.
Dude,
so
David's
if,
popping off.
Well, yeah, I know.
Good.
That's it.
Buzz on torsion.
yeah. Well, I just looked at the 5 forces and I was like, the only one missing is torsion.
I was gonna
Oh.
neg on precision for the first clue.
Right.
I'm really glad he didn't.
Okay, that's to be filled out at the end. So yeah,
No.
we'll watch that and fill it out at the end.
Dude,
Yep.
everyone's at lunch.
What
No
cycle
one's
round?
watching this.
What's that?
What
They're all
cycle
at
round?
lunch.
Maybe
30
7.
minutes delayed.
140 to 60, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they
Yeah, everyone's at lunch. No one's
protest.
laughing.
Okay.
They're busy eating food.
Toss up 7.
Activation.
Thank you. Good luck with you. In a scene by this director, Christmas lights flash more erratically as 3 detectives drunkenly argue, but calm when one of them vomits. At the end of a film by this director about his country's first serial killer, a man stares into the camera in front of a golden field. Another film by this director ends as a man.
Bong.
Nice.
You get 20 points.
Great job, Penelope.
Right?
Yeah.
Crazy.
That is power, and your bonus. This process is quantified by a coefficient that multiplies heritability squared to yield response in the Breeder's equation and equals the complement of relative fitness. And once each name this process, whose balancing form maintains trans-specific polymorphisms and whose purifying form reduces diversity.
Oh, like selection.
Selection.
Oh, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Selection.
Nice.
Okay.
Unlike purifying selection, balancing selection cannot be inferred from dn/ds, a ratio whose denominator is the number of these events. These evolutionary events are made possible by codon degeneracy.
Maybe like extinction or no.
Death.
No, it's like mutation. It's like
Mutation.
speciation.
No,
Mutation.
mutation.
Second prompt.
Speciation, right?
Speciation.
Because S, right?
Speciation.
They're synonymous or silent mutations.
What the?
Fluctuating balancing selection is often driven by this global annual pattern that causes animals to estivate or hibernate.
Like
winter.
Seasons.
Definitely seasons.
Seasons.
20 on the bonus. Toss of 8. A man in this novel says, "Each time you happen to me all over again," after explaining he nearly crossed a woman on a train to Washington. This novel's protagonist recalls a scene in which a man secretly kisses the end of a woman's long velvet ribbon from the play The Shoggun.
The Age of Innocence.
That's a good buzz. You get
Nice.
20 points.
Cameron
Is correct. You get a bonus. Lyndon B. Johnson urged Hubert Humphrey to choose this man as his running mate, saying he answers your problems with Nixon. 10 points each. Named the senator who succeeded Orrin E. Long in 1962. This politician called the government shadowy and free from all checks and balances.
Is it Goldwater?
Goldwater.
Daniel Inouye.
Oh wait, no, Goldwater ran.
Inouye was the longest-serving senator from this state and was one of its first representatives after its statehood in 1959, when it was the last to join the Union.
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Inouye voted against a resolution leading to this war, which cited a country's brutal repression of its civilian population. A vial of anthrax was presented before the UN to get support for this war.
Korean War.
Sure. Sure.
Korean War?
Oh, you kids, it's the Iraq War.
Oh, we stink. We stink.
Down to the bonus. Toss up 9. Description acceptable. Adam Green co-founded an online review named for this status. An event named for this status was popularized in the early 2000s by Wallace McLean and Lawrence Lessig. This status is usually granted after a high value of years PMA as per the Berne Convention. A 1998 law that delayed many things from automatically gaining this status was sponsored by California Congressman Sonny Bono. A mark denoting this status...
Copyright.
No.
It's alright.
Consists of a slash going through a C. A CC0 license announces to the world that a work has this status. On an informal January 1st holiday, works that newly have this property can legally be added to Project Gutenberg. For 10 points, name this property that artistic works gain when their copyrights expire.
Public domain.
That's what I want to hear.
Nice.
You're good. You're good. It's fine. Understandably.
Your bonus. In a preface, this author states that boys are permitted the use of their father's libraries at a much earlier age than girls. 10 points each. Name this author of The Sailor Uncle and The Changeling in Mrs. Lester's School. This woman is called Cousin Bridget in Essays of Elia, a collection by her brother Charles.
Do you have no
Virginia
idea?
Woolf, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, Virginia Woolf.
Mary Lamb.
Who is that?
Mary Lamb collaborated with her brother on a collection of tales from this author, adapting works like Pericles and Timon of Athens into prose for children.
Oh, Shakespeare.
Oh yeah, Shakespeare.
Yep.
Oh.
Charles and Mary Lamb corresponded with a pair of siblings with this last name. One of these siblings kept the Grasmere Journal and may be the basis for the Lucy poems.
Maybe it's like,
These siblings. Who are they? Didn't they do like the first folio?
yeah, Grim.
Or okay, Grimm.
Wordsworth.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
Dorothy is the basis for
Worth it.
William
Worth
poems.
it.
10 on the bonus. And the last toss-up.
Daniel at school.
In a given dimension, every point group is a subgroup of the group named for this property. Fourier decomposition uses the fact that sines and cosines mutually have this property, which arises because integrals of their products are proportional to the Kronecker delta. Kappa times a vector named for this property equals the derivative of the tangent vector with respect to arc length. This property is achieved via projection and normalization in the Graham-Schmidt process. A value
Like linear independence?
No.
It's fine. I think we're out of power market.
A value with this property relative to the two inputs is output by the cross product. Two vectors have this relative property if their dot product is 0. For 10 points, name this property possessed by two lines that form a right angle.
Normal.
Yes, or orthogonal or perpendicular. Here's your bonus.
Shit, bro.
A now defunct festival featuring performances of A Midsummer Night's Dream and Waiting for Godot celebrated this legendary event, which embodies the concept of every when. 10 points each, name this mythological period of creation in which songlines and Uluru were formed.
Songlines? Everyone.
Say it.
Excuse me.
This is the dream time, or the dreaming. The creation of songlines and Uluru during the dream time appears in the stories of these native Australian peoples.
Just aboriginals. Aboriginals?
The creation of Uluru during the dream time occurred when this woman who carried eggs around her neck battled the poisonous snake Liru. This woman is often depicted as a Woma python.
Oh, wait, rainbow serpent.
It's a good guess. It's Kunia, is right.
I'm going to protest for linearly independent as prompted because
All right.
Graham-Schmidt orthogonalization gives you linearly independent vectors. That's like what it's used for.
No, all
And
right.
all orthogonal vectors are linearly independent.
That's
Very well.
We were talking about that because we were like, we
That's
learned
out of
this in
power.
Dr. Fitz's class.
But it's a...
Also,
it would be
Graham
a-
Schmidt is
Also,
like.
they said Graham-Schmidt. Just say the word after Graham-Schmidt. Why are you making me work for this?
I thought the
Okay, so-
word after.
What's the word after
It's Graham-Schmidt orthogonalization. That's what it's called.
Oh, I thought it was Graham. I didn't. No, I thought it was
That's a
Graham
higher
Schmidt
swing.
linear
I
independence.
know something that just making
Okay, so that's a 60-point swing and a 30-point swing. So yeah, okay. I'll split both
What
these
is the
protests.
current score?
No, wait.
Current score is 190, 120.
Okay.
Total in...
No, but 60 points is not enough.
Yeah.
But there's also the
There's also
Algeria
another
one.
one.
Yeah, there's two protests, which total...
Oh.
Oh
yeah,
my
which,
god.
this one is a 60-point swing. The other one is a potential 30-point swing.
That's a
So what's this one?
This one is, yes.
It's gonna be
If you got 10 and 10, they would get 10 and up to 30.
The other one is because they nagged.
Film guy, Bong.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, whatever.
Because it takes away the points from me.
Yeah, that guy.
Yes.
I didn't remember the rest.
But when I,
The dude that does
and that's because of the,
Dude, I saw
that's
an
because
analysis
we're
on it,
arguing
but
if
I've
it's
seen it,
a
they just
protest or not.
They're saying they should have been prompted.
Why is mine on Algerian?
Oh, that one they said should have been prompted rather than
No,
given
all
to you,
my
so I...
Instagram reels are so stupid. They're not
Why
gonna.
is
what
that
the resolution would be.
Why is that 30 and then 160?
So
Because
that-
we already know.
Because they'd already negged, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Oh wait.
Are
we allowed to-
Hang on. All right.
Do we leave or stay?
Stay here. I'll tell you what to do once I've submitted these, and they tell me what to tell you to do.
This guy asked,
Okay.
what's the cutest thing you've ever seen?
Are we still live? Sick! All right. Okay.
Hello and welcome back. We've got some updates for you, and we've also got an investigation going on to get you even more information.
Currently, the University School of Nashville is listed at 120. Uni Lab is at 180. However, there are some questions that are in contention. Some protests have been filed. These will take some time to resolve because our protest committee is hard at work researching to make sure whether these protests are valid and follow the rules. So there may be some scores overturned. There may be some replacement gameplay necessary. On the other hand, what we do know is that Centennial B has secured that other slot. Well, now it's the first slot in the middle bracket, and Yukon has unfortunately made it to the bottom bracket. Very good team, but this is just really tough competition at nationals.
Absolutely, absolutely. And members of our team are checking in with other staff around the tournament now to try to get you some more information about the nature of those protests so we can give you a little bit more insight into what's going on over in that game room. But for now, we can say that this game, regardless of the outcome, has been incredibly hard fought, and just another testament to the fact that this bracket was incredibly evenly matched. Really one for the history books.
Really, really good buzzes all around.
Absolutely. Yeah. The protests are being filed now, so we should have some more information soon.
Right now, the procedure is coaches or players who want to file the protest are making sure that they have the exact details down so these can be fairly adjudicated. Coaches and players are basically confirming with the moderator and the rest of the room where the question was buzzed on, or if it was a toss-up, what the facts of the answer are and why they think the answer line should be overturned or the answer should be accepted outright.
Yeah, there are a number of different ways to protest a question. So you can suggest that the answer you gave should have been accepted or prompted. You can suggest that the answer another team gave should not have been accepted. You can suggest that
the whole hater protest.
The hater protest, absolutely. Or that there was incorrect information in the toss-up or non-uniquely identifying information, which made it impossible for your team to give a correct answer despite knowing enough information to otherwise be able to understand the question.
The procedure for this can be seen in great detail in our rules and correctness guidelines. But please don't take this as an encouragement to file as many frivolous protests as you want. This just makes people angry.
Yeah, and our protest committee, is working very hard.
We're barely feeding them as is.
And they want to make sure, that they have the time they need to devote to each of these individual protests, make sure that they're giving teams their fair shot at a good result and really a fair expression of the knowledge that they came to the table with.
But, this was still a crazy tiebreaker sequence. We had to break into our emergency packet. We sometimes I don't want to call it disaster, but sometimes something unexpected happens, and you have to pull out that extra question packet that you'd rather have. And I guess it came out. And funny story. Someone I know was trying to sponsor the emergency packet and was told that he couldn't do it. And
missed opportunity.
Yeah, he could have been the namesake of disaster itself. But if you would like to sponsor a future round of the NSC's packets, not this NSC, but 26, etc. Is this 2025? I sure hope it is. You can donate to PACE. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, so you can write that off in your taxes and really stick it to Uncle Sam.
And as many of you will know, PACE does a lot more than just the NSC. We work year-round, most of us on a volunteer basis, in order to ensure that players and coaches around the country, including those who aren't yet competitive, have the resources that they need to succeed in Quiz Bowl, to build strong programs in their own communities, and to spread love and knowledge across the country and around the world. So if that mission means something to you, then yeah, please consider sponsoring a future packet. We would love to have your support.
Around the world? I thought we're just American, though.
No, we have people come from elsewhere. I don't know. Do we have any international teams this year? I'm not sure.
I don't know this year, but in the past, teams have come to various Quiz Bowl Nationals from American schools in Seoul, out of I think
Singapore.
Singapore, yeah, that's right. And actually, not at this year's tournament, but at this year's HSNCT, we had a kid come and playing from an American school in Guatemala.
No kidding.
Yeah, that Daniel Merida kid, 5'5", solo. He's good.
Wow, pretty impressive.
And he played the IPNCT, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, yes, Quiz Bowl is a worldwide phenomenon, and we're glad that you're a part of it. So, I think maybe we're going to go off the air for just a few minutes while we wait for some details on that protest, and we'll be back with more information soon.
As soon as it comes back from Secaucus, New Jersey, you'll hear from us.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the live commentary room here at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois. We are in playoffs for the PACE NSC National Scholastic Championship, and we've got some of our top bracket teams for you this afternoon, ready for some fast-paced, fabulous games.
As a reminder for everyone, after prelims, we re-bracketed. The top remaining contenders are 28 teams that have been re-bracketed into pools of 7, a total numbering 4. Top 2 finishers of each one of these playoff brackets will remain in contention for the top 8 bracket tomorrow.
Yes, and we've got 7 teams in this bracket that we're going to be following. It's the chance bracket if you're following along. Those teams are Alabama Cyber Tech from Alabama, Hunter A from New York, Lindbergh from Missouri, Lambert A from, where are they from?
They're in Georgia.
Georgia, great. Richard Montgomery from Maryland, University Lab from Illinois, and Wayzata.
They sent a pronunciation guide, actually.
From Minnesota.
Minnesota. Sorry, I'm just pushing it now.
The first game we're going to be bringing to you this afternoon is Richard Montgomery versus Alabama Cyber Tech, and that's going to be starting in just a few minutes. Anything in particular we should look out for in this game, do you think?
I mean, Richard Montgomery is a really strong team. They finished second at the NSC last year. 3 of their players were seniors, but they do return 1 player. And the lead scorer of their B team, who last year they did play on their A team at HSNCT.
Mm-hmm.
He's a sophomore now, so I think they've got to have some good weapons back there.
Alrighty, we are ready to bring you that game now. Here you are.
Yeah. All right. We're good whenever we're live. Oh, perfect. Well, we can even get the live stream buzzer check. So before we start, I'll have both teams check your buzzers, starting over here with Alabama Cyber Tech. Go ahead and say your name for the live stream cameras.
Leo.
Tate.
Brooks. Anthony.
Nom.
Andrew.
Jonathan.
Perfect. That's for Montgomery. My name is Rob Carson. I will be your reader for this round. My scorekeeper.
Hi.
Or
I'm
second
David
official.
Bass. I edited all non-chemistry science for this set, and I'm a PhD student at Johns Hopkins.
All right. Are both teams ready to begin? Great. Good luck, everyone. Start with toss-up number 1. Activist Margaret Gordon is at the center of Alexis Madrigal's 2025 book about how containerization changed this port city. After the city's Hmong American mayor Sheng Thao was recalled, 78-year-old Barbara Lee was elected mayor in a 2025 special election.
Los Angeles?
Nope. Let's see there. In 2020, the city settled a lawsuit from victims of the Ghost Ship warehouse fire in its Fruitvale neighborhood. A stadium in the city home to the view-ruining Mount Davis was home to a team owned by John Fisher that now plays in Sutter Health Park. In 2025, that sports team based in the city temporarily moved to the state capital after failing to secure a replacement for its Coliseum. For 10 points, name this California city once home to the Athletics.
San Diego?
That's Oakland.
Oh, it's fine.
Nothing there. Toss-up 2. Exclusion zones inside of this structure are maintained by the mammalian protein TPR. Transport of molecules greater than 60 kilodaltons into this structure relies on liquid-liquid phase separation, facilitated by intrinsically disordered FG NUPs.
Nucleus?
Yes. You get 20 points.
Howard.
Your bonus description acceptable. To dispel rumors that he was Calvinist, Christophe Plantin produced a Bible with this unique property. 10 points each. Name this property first possessed by the Complutensian Bible, drawing from the Vulgate and the Septuagint.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
Answer.
Translated.
Now it's polyglot, or it's in multiple languages.
Okay. Oh.
Plantin produced his polyglot Bible to prove his loyalty to this king, who sent the Spanish Armada.
Philip II.
Yes. Plantin's Bible is alternatively named for this city, which was sacked in 1576 by soldiers who weren't paid by Philip II. The Spanish later besieged this city in 1585 during the 80 Years' War.
Is it Amsterdam?
Yeah, trench coat that.
Answer.
Rotterdam.
Antwerp.
Oh, okay.
Down in the bonus. Toss-up 3. 6 months after the end of the Civil War, a member of this organization named R.N. Painter received James Waddell's surrender of the final Confederate combatants. Members of this organization hosted a dinner where the release of Dr. William Beans was negotiated. In an 1807 affair, this organization seized 4 of its ex-members from James Barron as part of a practice that Jay's Treaty had failed to end. A cartoon turtle named Oh Grab Me...
Coast Guard?
Nope. mocked an act that was passed to counter this organization's use of impressment. This force's bombardment of Fort McHenry inspired Francis...
British Navy?
Yes. 10 points. And your bonus. A manifesto titled for this practice created the pun, "2p or not 2p, that is the question." 10 points each. Name this practice. The title is that Oswald de Giandraghi manifesto. A satire suggests this practice as a way of lessening the number of papists and making certain people beneficial to the public.
Eating infants.
Yeah, it's fine. Just cannibalism in general. Augusto de Campos was inspired by the Cannibalist Manifesto and founded a branch of a poetry movement named for this substance. That poetry movement most notably creates shaped poems.
I have no idea. I don't know. Substance. Fire, maybe? Oh, fire.
Concrete. Concrete poetry. Both Oswald Giandraghi and Augusto de Campos are from this South American country where authors wrote in Portuguese.
Brazil.
Yes, 20 points.
Good stuff.
Okay, good stuff.
Toss-up 4. In a novel by this author, a girl promises to carry a woman off to the moon on a winged horse. That girl chooses Melody Gloucester Pegasus as magic words and is followed with the chant, "Would you like a cup of tea?" in a novel by this author. Uncle Julian dies when villagers burn the home of Constance and Merrycat Blackwood years after Merrycat poisoned their parents in a novel by this author. This author wrote a story in which Old Man Warner disparages a pet.
Jackson.
10 points.
Nice.
Good check.
And your bonus, Richard Montgomery. In the Voluspa, a vulva states that these three figures engraved their names on a wooden tablet. 10 points each. Name this group made up of Urther, Verdandi, and Skuld, three goddesses who weave the threads of fate.
The Fates.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
The Fates, right?
I don't know. Sure.
Answer.
What's it?
The Norns?
Yes.
Nice.
The Norns also ensure the health of this object. To gain knowledge of the runes, Odin hung himself from this world tree for 9 days and 9 nights.
Yeah.
Yggdrasil.
Nice. The third of the Norns, Skuld, is described as holding one of these objects that represents another role. Two members of a group, sometimes named in English for these objects, Gondel and Skogul, are sent to choose who should join Odin as Einherjar in the Hakonarmal.
A crow?
They're shields. Shield maidens.
Oh, wait.
Nice.
20 on the bonus, toss up 5. A purported dialogue between a king of this ethnicity and the monk Nagasena that analogizes the 5 parts of the self to a chariot is collected in the Theravada Buddhist Questions of Milinda. 8% of the inscriptions in Buddhist caves in India represent donors of this ethnicity, called Yavanas. A historical text describes how a king of this ethnicity was outwitted by 10 Indian ascetics called naked wise men, or gymnosophists. Thomas McEvely argued that Buddhism influenced Piro, a thinker of this ethnicity, to found his namesake school of skepticism.
Greek.
10 points.
Nice.
And your bonus, answer the following about art in the films of the late David Lynch, for 10 points each. On Twin Peaks, the hallway of the Red Room contains this ancient Greek sculpture of a love goddess lacking both her arms.
Oh.
Aphrodite.
Yeah, Aphrodite, right? That's love goddess.
Yeah.
Aphrodite.
It's the Venus de Milo, or Aphrodite of Melos. The whole thing. Also on Twin Peaks, the imagery of Laura Palmer's body may have been inspired by this artist's early work, Wrapped Woman. This artist hung orange nylon from hundreds of gates in Central Park with his partner Jean-Claude.
I forget. Giro?
Christo.
Oh, Christo.
Several Lynch sets were inspired by abandoned textile factories in this country, the implied setting of Inland Empire. A sculptor from this country used burlap to create headless sculptures recreated in the installation Agora.
Nigeria.
Poland.
Okay.
Poland. Nothing on those.
Yeah, sorry.
Toss up 6. Jena's monopoly on manufacturing the precision form of this good caused a so-called famine in Britain during World War I that ended with a deal for rubber. Pliny the Elder related how Phoenician sailors accidentally discovered how to make this good when cooking on blocks of natron. George Ravenscroft developed a method to turn coal into the flint version of this good. A museum about the history of this good is located in the company town of Corning, New York. People...
Glass.
10 points.
Nice.
Your bonus, the D0 and CDF experiments analyze data from a device named for this unit. 10 points each. Name this unit, 13.6 of which can be reached by collision energies in the LHC. This unit is the approximate rest mass energy of 8 Higgs bosons, or 6 top quarks. Excuse me.
Unit of energy.
Anything.
Giga electron volt.
It's a tera electron volt. Despite the 9 TeV energy of the sphaleron, the LHC cannot sufficiently concentrate energy to observe sphalerons, converting these particles into antileptons. These hadrons consist of odd numbers of quarks.
Just baryons.
Nice.
Sphalerons require such high energy concentration because their length scale is 1% of these baryons' length scale. These particles contribute positive charge to atomic nuclei.
Just like quarks. Or, wait. Oh, no. Right. Protons, yes.
Yes. 20 on the bonus. 1007. A woman in this book is reminded of a confirmation ceremony when a blind woman recognizes her chickens by touch. While delivering beehives, a man in this novel says that humans live on a blighted star after a mail cart gores the horse Prince. The narrator concludes it was to be after asking whether God was distracted or asleep at the end of this novel's first part. A vicar in this novel relents to allow the baby Sorrow to be buried in a...
Test of the Derbyshire.
10 points.
Nice.
Your bonus, Michael Spence's cost-minimizing model concludes that this activity contributes to economies of scale. 10 points each. Name this economic activity that may promote welfare by reducing search costs. This activity, a component of marketing, is done to increase the demand for a product and may use commercials.
Advertising.
Yes. In saturated markets, advertising may operate as this type of cost unrelated to the level of output. These costs often form a barrier to entry.
Menu? No.
Switching costs?
Sure.
Switch or barrier costs. I don't know. Switching costs.
They're fixed costs.
Oh, fixed, of course.
Advertising may mitigate or exacerbate this economic situation whose extreme form is a monopoly of knowledge. George Akerlof discussed how this situation leads to adverse selection.
Is it Tragedy of the Commons?
Sure. Yeah, I think so.
I don't know that.
I don't know.
Tragedy of the Commons.
Information asymmetry, or asymmetric information.
Yeah.
10 on the bonus, toss-up number 8. The number of fixed points under this operation co-determines a corresponding recontra number. This operation is described in the subscript of the Levi-Civita symbol. This operation's order equals the least common multiple of the lengths of its cycles. This operation has a sign of 1 if it's equivalent to an even number of transpositions. This operation is an automorphism because it involves bijecting a set onto itself.
Permutation?
Yes, 10 points. Your bonus, historian John Livengood argued against the prevailing wisdom that Richard Willstätter prevented the widespread adoption of this technique until the 1930s. 10 points each. Name this technique invented by Mikhail Tsvet, in which the mobile phase separates into components as it passes through a stationary phase.
Chromatography.
Livengood cites a debate between Tsvet and Leon Marchlewski to argue that chromatography was initially unpopular because it didn't employ this then ubiquitous process, whose products are separated from the mother liquor.
Ubiquitous.
Bootlegging alcohol.
And
bootlegging.
Crystallization.
Okay.
Tsvet developed chromatography to extract this biomolecule, whose porphyrin ring contains a central magnesium atom.
Chlorophyll.
20 points.
Nice.
2009. Brian Van Norden questions the authenticity of a part of this book that claims loyalty and reciprocity are all that matter. This book condemns licentious musicians and declares that both music and reverence stem from goodness. In this book, the small man is contrasted with the humane gentleman. This book originated the argument that a disorder arises when things are not given appropriate names. This book prescribes a less demanding analog of the golden rule, often called the
NLX.
Yes. 10 points. And a bonus. A 1959 book by Philippe Halsman is titled for this action, which he encouraged people like Grace Kelly to do in portrait photos so that the real person appeared. 10 points each. Name this physical action performed by a man near an overturned ladder in a puddle in an Henri Cartier-Bresson photo.
Person. Action. It's on the street. Slipping, swimming.
Answer?
Smiling.
Jumping.
Jumping.
The Jump book features a snapshot of this curator of the Family of Man photo exhibition. A 1904 picture by this artist depicts moonlight faintly glowing through a line of trees and onto a body of water.
Like Paul Strand. I don't know. Someone took the photo. Of what? Like this or not?
Answer?
Paul Strand.
It's Edward Steichen.
Steichen.
A more pensive series by Halsman depicts this scientist in his library. Arthur Sass captured this scientist with wild hair sticking his tongue out at a camera.
Einstein.
Yes, 10 points. 10. A solo for this instrument beginning long B flat, D flat, C flat, E flat, B flat, opens a ballet suite slow movement which precedes a B major finale in 7/4 time. The melody long C, grace notes B C, B, G, E, up to B, long A, begins a solo for this instrument based on a Lithuanian folk song which is notated in tenor clef. This
bassoon.
20 points.
What a buzz. That's
Oh, great.
Yes. Your bonus. The Valencian language book Tirant Le Blanche belongs to this genre's chivalric subtype. And points each. What genre of historical fiction has a name now used in English for a type of genre fiction? This genre's name is cognate to the French and German for novel.
No answer.
Romance. Roman. Tirant Le Blanche is saved from being burned in this Miguel de Cervantes novel, whose protagonist reads so many romances that he acts like a knight.
Don Quixote.
The title character of Tirant Le Blanche fights for this state, whose own romance genre inspired Cervantes' last novel. This historical state's literature included acritic songs and a history that a princess wrote about her father. Answer?
No answer.
It's the Byzantine Empire. Alexia added that last part. 10 on the bonus. At the half, I have a score of 180 for Richard Montgomery, 50 for Alabama Cybertech.
Okay.
Sounds correct.
Do you want to switch in? I don't care. Do you want to switch in? There's like only one classical. Yeah, let's switch in then.
I feel like it never comes up. That's why I didn't want to say.
I don't know. Do you want to go in or not?
I'm in the middle of a game.
Okay,
Oh,
just stay.
Got your priorities lined up perfectly. Alright, are both teams ready to continue then? I'm good to go. Alright, good luck everyone. We'll resume with toss-up 11. This figure names a cycle described by Alhena Gadotti that begins with the text often abbreviated GEN. Samuel Kramer translated a text title for this figure's death that repeatedly calls him the Lord of Kulab. While in a bar, this figure is told how to cross the sea by Siduri. This figure names a text whose incipit either claims he saw the deep or surpasses all other kings. An axe falls from the sky in one of this figure's dream.
Gilgamesh?
10 points.
Oh, okay. That's myth.
Uranus. The British defeated the forces of a sultanate on this archipelago in the shortest recorded war. 10 points each. Name this archipelago in which the Sultan of Oman seized in 1698. This archipelago later merged with Tanganyika.
Zanzibar.
Under the Omani Sultan Said bin Sultan, Zanzibar increased production of this spice, giving the archipelago its nickname, the Spice Islands.
Cinnamon, pepper. Just say pepper.
And
Cinnamon.
cloves. The Anglo-Zanzibar War was partly incited by British orders to end this practice in Zanzibar. Tipu Tip built an empire based on this practice, whose chattel form was later abolished.
Slavery.
Yeah, 20 points. Also 12. The number of distinct values of this quantity appears in the superscript of term symbols. This quantity changes in phosphorescence, but not fluorescence, in an example of intersystem crossing. Antisymmetric wave functions are often written as Slater determinants of constructs named for this quantity.
Like spin, angular momentum.
You get 20 points.
Holy crap.
Good buzz. 20. And your bonus, the Sunshine Protection Act passed the Senate in 2022 to make this system permanent. 10 points each. Name this system of setting the clocks forward 1 hour so that the sun is out longer in the evening.
Daylight savings.
Congress overrode this man's veto and abolished daylight saving time a year after it was first instituted. This president passed the Underwood-Simmons Act to lower tariffs and was supported by his wife Edith.
Underwood Simmons.
Wilson.
Wilson.
Answer.
Wilson.
Oh,
Wilson.
yeah.
Yes. After permanent DST was passed into law again in 1973, this state's governor, Reuben Askew, asked for its repeal. 2 congressmen from this state sponsored iterations of the Sunshine Protection Act.
SQ. Does this sound familiar?
Arizona, maybe.
Sure.
Arizona.
Florida.
Okay.
Let's try.
20 on the bonus. Here's toss of 13. A pioneer of this profession used his mom's iron to fashion the first slip mat, a felt object that helps in the technique of matching. The high torque of the Technics SL1200 helps people with this job avoid overshooting. At a back-to-school party in a rec room in the Bronx in 1973, one man in this profession pioneered the technique of preparing another break on a second LP. These people use tools with long switches for crossfading and cueing.
It's like producers.
I can prompt.
Music producers.
I can prompt.
Musicians.
I can prompt.
Samplers.
No. Not one of the things I can prompt on. Members of this profession may prepare for a transition by listening to headphones with one ear while hearing speakers with the other. For 10 points, name this profession of Grandmaster Flash who might scratch a turntable.
DJ.
That's right.
My thought was
That is what I need. Here's your bonus. According to some stories, this site was discovered in 1940 by a dog named Robot pursuing a rabbit down a hole. And each identify the site near Montignac, home to the Hall of the Bulls. It was closed to the public in 1963 by André Malraux because tourists were causing it to deteriorate.
Moscow.
Possibly a dog named Robo, now that I think about it. André Malraux was culture minister to this French president who once asked, how can you govern a country which has 246 varieties of cheese? He led the Free French during World War II.
Oh, De Gaulle.
Another set of French cave paintings at Chauvet are the subject of this filmmaker's Cave of Forgotten Dreams. This man also directed Fitzcarraldo.
Jean-Luc Godard.
Godard.
Werner Herzog. 20 on the bonus. Here is toss-up 14. This organization sent 2 letter bombs 20 years apart to Alois Brunner, but failed to kill him both times. This organization targeted scientists working at Factory 333 and Operation Damocles. While working for this organization, Peter Malkin was taught to say the words "Un momentito, senor," for a mission that staked out a house on Garibaldi Street, occupied by the
Mossad.
20.
I just read about that last night.
Your bonus, in a Carol Churchill play, one of these events is attended by historical women such as Isabella Bird, Lady Nijo, and Dul Gret. And what's each name this type of event at the center of Top Girls. Mrs. Dalloway buys flowers herself while preparing to host an event of this type.
Just a party.
Yeah,
Party.
Party.
In a play by this author, a woman throws some slippers and asks, "What's to become of me?" after she wins a bet by impressing the Hungarian translator Nepomuk at a dinner party.
Maybe Bulgakov?
Shaw. It's Pygmalion.
Oh, okay.
At the dinner party in Top Girls, a woman of this name recounts being stoned to death after giving birth while dressed as a man. A Shaw play about a woman of this name ends with her talking to a man from the 1920s while awaiting a death sentence.
Sure.
Barbara?
Joan.
Oh, crap.
Pope Joan and Joan of Arc. Down to the bonus. Toss of 15. Anthony Hecht translated a poem in which this author asks, "Would you thus limit God?" and addresses woeful mankind born to a woeful earth. 73 anti-religious articles in alphabetical order form the portable first edition of this author's philosophical dictionary. After an attack on a castle in a novella by this author, a Bulgarian captain captures a woman whom he later sells to Don Issachar.
Voltaire.
Yes.
Nice.
10 points. Oh.
So crazy ass. What is it?
Answer the following about your knee surgery tomorrow for 10 points each. Surgeons use this type of minimally invasive procedure to investigate a joint via a fiber optic camera prior to surgery. This procedure is used for routine colon cancer screenings.
Colonoscopy, right? Yeah, colonoscopy.
What is the more general term?
Um,
Don't need a colonoscopy for your knee surgery.
Scopy.
That's not it. Endoscopy or arthroscopy.
Okay.
Oh.
To make space for arthroscopic surgery, surgeons can use the normal type of this crystalloid fluid as an irrigation fluid. This solution of NaCl is provided intravenously to prevent dehydration.
Nice.
This condition can result from extravasation of the irrigation fluid into soft tissue around a joint. This condition is swelling in response to the buildup of fluid in a tissue.
Adema.
20 points.
Nice.
Toss up 16. Two sets of artworks in this medium on the lives of Abraham and Cyrus the Great are found in a namesake room of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. An AE monogram appears in several artworks in this medium at the Met Cloisters, one of which depicts a love chain attached to a pomegranate tree.
Tapestry?
20 points.
Nice.
Good.
Nice.
Your bonus, the desperate lives and troubled times that led to this work's creation are studied in a 2024 book by Charles King, which calls it the greatest piece of participatory art ever created. And what each name this choral work with a libretto by Charles Jennens, whose opening French overture in E minor is labeled a sinfonie. This work depicts shepherds in its pifa.
Yeah, it's Messiah.
King's book has this two-word title. After the accompanied recitative, "Comfort ye my people," the first aria in Messiah claims this phrase shall be exalted.
It's a phrase. All glory.
Answer.
Our glory.
Every valley.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The most famous excerpt of Handel's Messiah is the final scene of Part 2, which is a chorus titled for this word.
Hallelujah.
20 points.
All right, let's go.
17. One of these works that was written after the death of the author's daughter describes a dewdrop world. A phrase declaring how spring is passing in one of these works is used by the author alongside an analogy of the birds and the fishes to describe the sadness of eternal parting with friends. One type of these works found in the collection The Spring of My Life uses a class of words associated with seasons. One travel...
Haiku.
10.
Nice.
Your bonus, intrinsic alignment refers to correlation patterns that are used to determine the presence of this phenomenon. For 10 points each, name this phenomenon whose weak form is observed from shared properties of adjacent bodies, and whose micro form is observed as a brightening.
It's puzzling with stars.
Answer.
Correlation.
Lensing, gravitational lensing. The cosmic shear from weak gravitational lensing is computed by measuring the extent to which faraway galaxies deviate from this shape. Most large galaxies are either spirals or have this shape.
Elliptical. Elliptical.
Yeah, that one's fine. Weak gravitational lensing converts this field's E-mode polarization into B-mode polarization. The Planck satellite observed this 2.7 Kelvin blackbody.
I don't know.
CMBR.
20 points.
Good stuff.
Nice.
18. An approach first developed to treat this disorder uses collaborative empiricism. Maria Kovacs developed an assessment for this disorder in children, which is also measured by the PHQ-9. An inventory first proposed for diagnosing this disorder assesses beliefs about the world, the future, and the self, and was developed by Aaron T. Beck. Sexual dysfunction and emotional blunting are side effects associated with a class of drugs that treat this disorder by limiting the reuptake of a certain neurotransmitter.
Buzz.
Oh. Yeah, that was not cleared. Were you also trying to buzz this? Yeah, okay. We can throw that one out and replace that. Sorry about that.
Wait. Okay.
That is on us.
I was thinking that.
It just didn't clear, yeah. Or I didn't clear it. One of the two. I'm going to blame the buzzer.
Do we get to know the answer?
It's
Yes, it's depression.
Yeah, because it was therapy and that was...
I will throw out toss-up. I bet the stream chat will be mad that I didn't clear it. Okay, new toss-up. Sorry about that. This leader sought to unify his country's churches by espousing a non-denominational movement called Positive Christianity. This leader, whose policies were condemned in the Christmas address, is likely the mad prophet described in a work written with burning anxiety. At Barmen, a declaration...
Adolf Hitler?
20 points.
It's fine.
Bonus. Answer the following about the history of in vitro fertilization for 10 points each. The government of this country suppressed news about the birth of the second ever test tube baby in 1978. This country's IIT system produced many scientists.
India. India?
The first I stands for India. This man expressed fear about women becoming baby factories when interviewed about test tube baby Louise Brown. This man died just 33 days after being elected the successor of Paul VI in 1978.
No, it was the one.
John Paul the First.
Answer.
John Paul the First.
Yes. International surrogacy, made possible by IVF, has largely replaced international adoption from countries such as this one, whose orphanages overflowed during the reign of communist dictator Nicolae Ceausescu.
Yeah, Romania.
30 points.
It's fine.
Okay, toss-up 19. Plasma beta is a ratio of two analogs of this quantity, one of which equals b squared over 2 mu naught. This quantity is recorded in the lower three diagonal elements of the stress energy tensor. This quantity ceases to decrease when a system reaches choked flow, which is a breakdown of its decrease with cross-sectional area in the Venturi effect. A transducer measures the difference of two forms of this quantity to calculate flow speed in a pitot tube.
Pressure?
Yes, 10 points. And your bonus. Giovanni Di Paolo violated a papal edict by depicting this woman receiving the stigmata. 10 points each. Named this Sienese patron saint of Italy, who was canonized by Pope Pius II. She vigorously petitioned Pope Gregory XI to return the papacy to Rome from Avignon.
Margaret.
St. Catherine of Siena. Catherine underwent a mystical one of these rituals with Jesus. Anglican priests performing this ritual often use phrases like in sickness and health.
Like marriage?
Yes. John Paul II made Catherine a patron saint of Europe, a distinction shared by this Swedish mystic, who names a religious order established in Vadstena in 1369. This woman is credited with authoring prayers, sometimes called the 15 O's.
No answer.
St. Bridget or Birgitta.
Can we get a score check?
Yes. Going to the last toss-up, it's 310 for Richard Montgomery, 220 for Alabama Cybertech.
Wait, 20? Toss-up 20. Okay.
But we get one more extra.
Wait, no.
Because remember they throw away that one.
This is the last toss-up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dirty red replacement.
Yep. Toss-up 20. In 2019, the scaly-foot Chrysomalon squamiferum became the first species from one of these habitats to be added to the IUCN Red List. In 1996, the 60-meter-tall Godzilla structure at one of these habitats near Oregon collapsed. One species that congregates in these habitats has hair-like extensions of their shells where colonies of chemosynthetic bacteria live, and is commonly described by the adjective yeti. The Nor discovered the first of these habitats in 1977, about 250 miles northeast of the Galapagos. In 1979...
Like trench?
No, not a thing I have. In 1979, researchers from Scripps found the first of these habitats powered by a black smoker while using Alvin. For 10 points, name these deep water habitats that can get as hot.
Deep sea vent.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hydrothermal vents, geothermal vents. So 10 for Jonathan. And your bonus, activists who oppose this region's merger with two others in 2016 often fly the red and white flag. 10 points each. Name this French region in the Grand Est that is home to a flatbread called tarte flambée. This region's largest city is Strasbourg, and 90% of it was ceded to Germany in 1871.
Is it Alsace or Lorraine? Or is it the both?
It was both, right?
Alsace or Lorraine?
I can prompt.
Alsace?
Yes. You've chosen wisely. These mountains, whose highest point is Grand Ballon, sheltered the vineyards of Alsace. Garibaldi led an army named for these mountains during the Franco-Prussian War.
Oh, I forget.
Yeah.
Bro,
Answer?
Grenadier.
Vosges or Vosges Mountains.
Okay.
Or Vogesen. An Alsatian mountain range that separates part of France from Switzerland lends its name to this geological period. The Stegosaurus lived during this period that followed the Triassic.
Jurassic.
Yes, 20 on the bonus, and that is the game. The final score of 340 for Richard Montgomery, 220 for Alabama Cybertech. Good game, both teams.
Thank you.
You are very welcome.
So
Thanks for reading.
next.
I just need someone from each team to come up and sign for the scores here.
Good game. Okay. There's no classical.
We're done.
Alrighty, welcome back to the live commentary room here at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare. We've just seen our first game of playoffs in the chance bracket, and in that game, the final score was Richard Montgomery 340 to Alabama Cybertech 220. Now, lots to discuss in this game, a very fast-paced game. Let's start with Alabama Cybertech. We were talking a little bit. Oh, goodness gracious. That's me.
Oh, God, what have we done?
I assure you I didn't hit anything on my computer,
Wasn't
at
ready
least.
for that one.
It's a ghost in the machine. Anyway, let's start with Alabama Cybertech and talk just a little bit about their strategy going into this game. Now, it's worth saying that this morning, Richard Montgomery and Cybertech had very similar stat lines. Both teams went 4-1. Richard Montgomery had an average points per 20 of 330 compared to 318 for Cybertech, and both of them had points per bonus between 15 and 16, so very similar stats going in.
Absolutely. I think I like that Tate Osborne just is willing to go for it. Sometimes this leads to some really exciting, he plays a lot of quiz bowl, we'll call it, sometimes he's buzzing on a lot of toss-ups. He's not always going to be right, but he realizes that sometimes against a team that's really balanced, you just kind of have to go for it sometimes, because they're going to have people who are going to know more than you in their categories. And so when you bear the load of scoring for a team like that, and obviously it's not like he doesn't have teammates who know things too, but someone's got to kind of at some point decide that this toss-up is getting to the point where someone's going to be buzzing soon, and I have an idea. I need to just kind of go for it. Unfortunately for Tate, he has some very close misses, but that's how you kind of will yourself to a win over some other teams. And sometimes that the stat line will not really quite demonstrate the value you have,
Absolutely, yeah, and that gets back into some of the strategy that we were talking about earlier, where, I think there's a common misconception among people who are sort of adjacent to the quiz bowl world that you just go in, you answer the question when you know it, and that's the end of it. No. It's really important to have a good understanding both of your own team and also of the team you're playing against, especially at this national level, in order to be able to calibrate your gameplay. As you were talking about, these are two very strong teams with similar stat lines, but very different types of teams, where one is very balanced, solid across all the categories, and one is a little bit more sporadic with some really excellent buzzes that you might not always expect.
So it's also just hard to judge what your opponents know, because like that bonus on information asymmetry tells us, you just often people know very different things. Like I don't know, like, does this team know science? Like I don't know that. Like, if I'm playing Hunter, I don't know that all the, like, STEM kids in New York are just going into some other, like, science test.
Well played, sir. Well played. Good callback. And we were talking earlier as well about how Alabama Cybertech is relatively new on the scene, not only in Quiz Bowl, but also as a school. They were only founded in 2018, right?
Yeah, that's right. They're, like, I guess some sort of, like, public... I don't even
Tuition-free residential school, as best we can tell. If you're from Alabama Cybertech out there on the stream, please tell us more about your school.
But they're just built in Huntsville. It's a great location for people who want to do things involving like engineering and tech, because that's just kind of like a location in Alabama for it.
Absolutely, and it's been great to see Alabama sending more teams to nationals over the past few years.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tate's been playing SSNCT ever since he was a freshman. He was a beast as a freshman, even.
Yes, and now Tate's sibling is on the team too, right?
Right, Leo, that kid's pretty good too. What was I trying to say? I mean, he's definitely a contributor. He's a sophomore, so he's going to be shadowed by his brother, but he seems like he knows stuff too.
Absolutely, and it can be great if you have a good sibling dynamic on your team. There's a long history of that.
We saw Tate. He went for it early, bit him a couple times. Richard Montgomery really had a strong advantage at the half, and honestly, this is a pretty respectable end result, all things considered.
Absolutely, yeah. I think considering where we were at the beginning of the game, where Richard Montgomery built up that lead early, if we look at only the back half, Cybertech kept it really close.
Oh yeah.
So, and that's really important too, because again, as we've looked at with the whole complicated tiebreaker we went through this morning, sometimes your final placement is going to depend on your stat lines and not just that record when we're dealing with complicated tiebreaker situations.
And again, like one or two toss-ups, that's a lot of points, like, or potential points, and so even just those minor misses are sometimes going to swing the game, and it's so hard to really tell, like, whether or not you just need to go for it. The voice in the back of your head telling you that you know it is not It's not always as reliable as you think it should be.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, let's talk a little bit about the physical aspect of the game as well. This is one of the first games today where I saw that come into play, with Nam Dong from Richard Montgomery being really fast on that buzzer. Let's talk a little bit about that and how that plays into the final results.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think I saw this kid get all 4 lid toss-ups. I think I basically heard a clue where I'm like, oh, yeah, I think a kid should be buzzing there. And while I'm still trying to think that, he's already buzzed. Gives himself a second to put together where that clue is from and says the answer. And that's always a little hard, too, because, I mean, if you're not on top of your reviews, sometimes you just go, yeah, I used to know that I'm supposed to say that something here. Whether or not you say the right thing is another story. But he was, just calm, thinks for 2 or 3 seconds, and gave a nice, straightforward, and correct answer. And I think he was primed in a way to make himself also just ready to get that buzz.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as a player yourself, how are you on your buzzer speed? Mine was always terrible.
I feel like I used to be quite good at it in the sense that I think I was pretty good at priming and kind of sitting there and being like, I sort of think this is what's going on, but I want to wait a little longer. And then the moment you hear a syllable or word that sounds right, you just snap that buzzer, and it makes it look, sometimes it makes these buzzer races look more like buzzer races, but little do they know, it's like, when you do that, you were always ahead, because you were thinking it longer. You had to hear way less to confirm.
Yeah.
Those syllables, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a lockout system. One person gets to buzz in first.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's both physiological and also psychological, right? As you're talking about, how far are you thinking ahead? How ready are you for that one particular word that you're waiting for, or the clue that you wonder if it's coming? But also, for me, as a player, my reflexes were just terrible. And we did practices sometimes where we would read through a whole page of a book or something, and I'd say to my players when I was captain, trying to get them to be better than I was, listen for the word purple or whatever it is, and whenever that word comes up, whoever buzzes first, you get it. Obviously Quiz Bowl is by and large a mental activity, but that physical edge is not to be discounted.
Yeah, that being said, I think a lot of people are always looking for some cheap tips or tricks to try to improve their speed on the buzzer, and at the end of the day, I don't think that there's anything that can replace just learning more things, because like I said earlier, if you have an idea of what's going on, you've narrowed down the potential answer lines, you're waiting for 1 or 2 confirmatory words or even syllables, that gets you the edge on your opponent. You just need, but at the end of the day, it's a lot more productive to just try to learn more clues, facts, whatever you want to call it.
Couldn't agree more. Yep, so it looks like we've got 2 more teams setting up in our game room. Would you mind taking a look at who those teams are going to be for us? I'm afraid to open my computer again.
Oh, yeah, who are they? You don't want to hear your own voice?
I know. You all have to deal with it all day.
I can load it, otherwise I'm going to just embarrass myself, look like a dinosaur.
Well, we can always just wait to see who it is. I did put you on the spot.
What do we got here? Tell me better. So we are in Florence, round 7. We are going to have Lambert against Lindbergh.
Great. Yes, we were just talking about both those teams.
Oh, yeah.
Lindbergh from Missouri, a state you know well.
Do I? I wouldn't say that. But this is I'm not super familiar with this team, but I think I'm very pleasantly surprised that they're doing this well. It looks like they're statistically on par with everyone else.
Absolutely, yeah. This morning we can tell you that both Lindbergh and Lambert went 4-1 in their preliminary rounds. Lambert with a little bit of an edge on that points per bonus. Their points per bonus was 19.09 this morning, which was the second highest in this bracket. So I'll be excited to see that.
I will see. I think I've seen this Lambert team play. They actually flew out to play a tournament at Illinois. They played Rhinestein's varsity tournament on a collegiate set. Very tough stuff. They were very impressive all around when I saw them. And Lambert is a team that actually, a couple of years ago, won the NSC.
Absolutely. Yeah, so great to see that they've continued to be playing at such a high level, and also that they've got a B team here, too, to keep that legacy going.
Oh, yeah.
Do we want to take this moment, since you just brought it up, to talk about David Rhinestein?
Oh, David Rhinestein. I'd like to congratulate the former president of PACE and also my former math teacher and coach, David R. Rhinestein, for retiring from his work as a teacher.
Yes. Thank you.
If you're watching this, Rhino, this one's for you.
Thank you so much for all you've done to support the Quiz Bowl community over the years. We're grateful for your leadership.
Honestly, he's probably still around.
Oh, of course.
But not teaching.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would hope this isn't the last we're going to see of
I
him.
think he actually writes the IESA state series right now, or no, maybe not. He writes a lot of questions for like the grade school or elementary, like middle school level stuff. But they still use kind of like a funky old format they're trying to change, and that turns out it's a little. That's its own animal.
That's a story for another day.
I used to play that stuff. It was interesting. All right.
Alrighty. Well, it looks like we have got our two teams setting up over there in Florence. Again, that's Lindbergh and Lambert A. So we are going to cut to that room and bring you that game now.
All right, let's all get seated so we can get started, please.
Yeah, that's not how you.
Like, I'm a Raptors fan. I know.
All right.
The team is good here.
Yeah.
But
Siakam, you got Siakam.
But I want the Thunder to win because SGA is Canadian.
Well, you got Siakam though.
Yeah, but still Canadian.
Hello. Welcome to round 7 of the 2025 NSC. Do we have a sponsor message? I don't think we do. Hello, I will be reading this game. I am David Bass. I'm a PhD student at Hopkins. I edited all non-chemistry science for this set. And with me is...
Yeah, you do.
All right. Sorry?
What are you studying for your PhD?
I do genetics research.
Okay,
that's me.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
That's really cool.
It's sometimes fun. Do we care to do a buzzer check?
Sure.
Ooh.
It's loud. So weird. Open the door. Oh, this only buzzes once. Okay.
All right. Toss up one. Since the 1920s, Pakistanis in this job have often paid artists to create distinctive jingle designs. Double stuffs in this profession own their own equipment and must abide by the 14-hour rule enforced by e-logs. The 1980 MCA deregulated this job, hurting a union now led by Sean O'Brien. A 1970s novelty song by C.W. McCall romanticizing this job led to a surge in CB radio sales. Since
Trucking.
That's for 10.
Yes.
United 10 points for Sophia.
Yay.
Truckers. All right. Your bonus. Answer the following about periodic table trends for 10 points each. This dimensionless quantity tends to increase from left to right across the table. Fluorine has a value of 3.98 for this quantity on the Pauling scale.
Electronegativity.
You got it. This quantity, which also increases left to right, equals the energy released in the formation of a given element's -1 anion.
This is
Mulliken electronegativity equals the average of this quantity and ionization energy.
Electron affinity.
Yes. This quantity, which tends to decrease down a group, equals approximately half the difference between ionization energy and electron affinity. Ralph Pearson developed a theory where small, highly charged species have high values of this quantity.
What do you think? Could it be acidity? Wait.
Answer, please.
Acidity?
This is chemical hardness. I just
it
need
is
hard.
hardness.
That is 20 on the bonus.
Hey.
I am using the hotkeys that Mike Bentley just generously shared. Wow, life-changing. And we are on to toss-up 2. Clearing. These events increase, but do not accelerate the increase in an intermediate E state in a compartmental model named for 4 states. Kermick and McKendrick introduced an ODE model in which the rate of these events equals a difference involving the coefficients beta over population size and gamma. These events act on susceptible individuals who can later become removed or recovered. The expected number of these events following a single one of them is the basic reproductive number, R0. These events increase the number of individuals in the I state of the SIR model, and they occur over large ranges in a pandemic. For 10.
Infections?
Yes, that's for 10.
What?
10 points for Pranav.
I thought it was death. Infection.
Your bonus, in a play, The Bolome, promises to make this character and his brothers rich if they complete his challenges for 10 points each. Name this character created by Derek Walcott, whose brothers are eaten after being provoked by the planter. Unlike his brothers, the frog helps this character because he doesn't insult him.
Pistachios, isn't it?
Wait, is it actually? I thought it was T something.
And you can guess whatever you want.
Answer, please.
T?
No, it's Tijon.
Tijon, sorry.
In Tijon and his brothers, the old man and the planter are actually this figure in disguise. This figure partly titles a Washington Irving story about the greedy Tom Walker.
The devil.
No. What?
Devil and Tom Walker?
Yeah, yeah.
The devil?
Yes, that is the devil. In another Walcott play, Macaque has one of these titular experiences after being thrown in a jail cell by Corporal Lestrade. In a play by a different author, Nick Bottom has one of these titular experiences that punningly has no bottom.
A dream?
Yes, that is a dream. That is 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 3. Thanks, Rob. The poor performance of the Krag Jorgensen at this battle led to its replacement by a rifle modeled on the losing side's rapid-firing Mausers. Gatling Gun Parker earned his nickname for supporting the Buffalo Soldiers and Woods Wary Walkers at this battle, where they captured a feature named for its many sugar pots. Santiago was besieged following this battle and the surrender of El Caney. A former assistant secretary of the Navy was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor for his leadership at this 1898 battle.
San Juan Hill.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
That is 10 points for Pranav. Battle of San Juan Hill. Your bonus. American soccer moms are not the only symbolically important demographic in world politics for 10 points each. This country's tiger economy of the 2000s was exemplified by Breakfast Roll Man. In the 2010s, taxes on royalty payments from multinationals like ASI greatly inflated this country's GDP.
Probably Ireland, is it?
No, it says tiger. It might just be Taiwan, maybe. Okay, Taiwan.
This is Ireland.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This politician insulted Southern Europeans by comparing them with the idealized Schwäbische Hausfrau. In 2021, Olaf Scholz succeeded this long-serving German chancellor.
Merkel.
Yes, that's Angela Merkel. This politician frequently contrasts Henk and Ingrid with their immigrant counterparts, Mohammed and Fatima. This man leads the Netherlands Party for Freedom.
Wilders.
Yes, that is Geert Wilders. That is 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 4. One of these events inspired a story ending with the line, "Not it," in which Mrs. Hale and Mrs. Peters find a bird in a sewing basket. In Emma Klein's The Girls, Evie narrowly avoids taking part in one of these events. Joan Didion recounted buying a dress for a participant in that event in the White Album. A quote from Elise Pachin's poem, We Gia, titles a 2017 David Grand book about these events. A nonfiction novel about one of these events and its aftermath centers on Dick Hickok and Perry Smith.
A trial?
Prompt by asking you, what event caused that trial?
A murder?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is 10 points for Manu on the murder toss-up.
Honda murdered.
All right, on to your bonus. The no-trade theorem strengthens the assumptions of this hypothesis for 10 points each. Name this hypothesis with weak, strong, and semi-strong forms described by Eugene Fama. This hypothesis predicts that it's impossible to reliably beat the market and that asset prices follow a random walk.
Is this like, I don't know,
I don't know, the S&P is always to the best or something? I don't know.
Just say something, bro. The calculating problem?
This is efficient markets hypothesis.
Okay.
Alongside Amos Tversky, this behavioral economist developed prospect theory, which challenges the EMH. This author of Thinking Fast and Slow emphasized loss aversion and other economic biases.
Kahneman.
Yep, that's Daniel Kahneman. The EMH is most often applied to the market for these instruments, which represent equity in a company. Bonds and these securities comprise the bulk of most mutual funds.
It is stocks or stocks.
Yep, that's just stocks for 20 on the bonus. And we are on to toss-up 5. Giovanni Benedetti showed that Josefo Zarlino's method for performing this task was susceptible to pumping. A beta object is produced by Wendy Carlos's method for performing this task, which is very similar to 19 tet. Commas that arise when performing this task often lead to an undesirable wolf effect. The term scordatura refers to...
Like tuning?
That's for power.
Nice.
That is 20 points for Manu on tuning. Your bonus. To flaunt a Prussian ban on this flag, farmers bred a so-called protest pig whose coloration was meant to resemble it for 10 points each. Name this national flag. After a prayer by Archbishop Anders Sunesen, this flag supposedly fell from the sky during the 1219 Battle of Lindenissa.
Is it the Danish flag or?
I think it might be
Norwegian. No, it's Danish. Danish flag.
Please. You got it. That's
Yeah.
the Danish flag. Lindenissa evolved into Tallinn, where the Danish-built Tumpea Castle houses the parliament of this country.
Estonia, right? Yeah, try Estonia.
Yep, that's Estonia.
Okay.
The second Danish king of this name won the Battle of Landanissa. The fourth king of this name sold Estonia to the Teutonic Order and signed the Treaty of Stralsund after losing a war to the Hanseatic League.
Christian. Yeah, Christian.
No, this is Valdemar.
Oh,
That is
no,
20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 6. A poem by this author abruptly ends with the word celestial after the title character stares into Mnemosyne's eyes. A poem asks where Urania was when this poet died and commands this poet's mourners to go to Rome. The speaker of a poem by this author is not charioted by Bacchus and his parts, but...
Keats?
That's for power.
Nice.
That is 20 points on John Keats for Sanjay.
That's what I thought it was.
I was thinking Keats.
First thing. I feel like I've heard that.
Fukugawa, Sano, and Kanda Matsuri are the three central festivals of this religion for 10 points each. Name this kami-venerating religion from Japan whose shrines are marked by red torii gates.
Shintoism?
Yes, the Shintoism. This festival, one of the 5 seasonal Matsuri known as Goseku, is held on March 3rd and involves creating tiered platforms covered with red carpet on which namesake ornamental dolls are displayed.
No, that's not what it is. I don't know.
Answer,
I
please.
say what you said.
No, it's
Timing out. This is Hina Matsuri, or
Okay.
Girls' Day.
I was just meaning mental things.
Doburoku Matsuri involves offering this substance to the gods. When it is sanctified, Doburoku becomes a more honored type of this drink called omiki that is only fit for religious offerings and rituals.
There's tea?
It is. I think it's just tea.
No, this is sake.
Yeah, wait, it was just sake. Yeah,
It's alright. It's alright.
That's on me.
Then you need for sure.
No, we just took ourselves
Ceremonial
over that. It's
sake,
okay.
but no, that is
I was
10 on
thinking
the
sake.
bonus,
I think
and we are on to toss-up 7.
That's what I like.
Actually, had sake for the first time quite recently. It was not fun, and yeah.
I'll have it very soon too.
Toss-up 7. Water and this molecule are the typical components of structures indicated by bottom simulating reflectors at the base of a stability zone. Organisms that consume this molecule via AOM may reside in a transition zone of sulfate in this compound. Microbial production of this molecule may have promoted the PT extinction event. A Gunn hypothesis describes this molecule's release from underwater clathrates.
Oxygen?
That is not correct. 0 for Pranav, the answer of oxygen. This is the most impactful molecule released from the active layer in a seasonal positive feedback loop that accelerates its release from melting permafrost. This common greenhouse gas is 30 times more potent than CO2. For 10 points, name this primary component of natural gas, a hydrocarbon, with formula CH4.
Methane.
That's it. Is 10 points for Vidor on methane.
No, I should know.
Your bonus. The speaker of one poem imagines that someday, emerging at last from the terrifying vision, I may burst into jubilant praise to these figures for 10 points each. In another poem published in 1923, the speaker asks, where are the days of Tobias, following an opening line about what figures?
Women.
Angels.
Answer, please.
Angels?
Yeah. Both of those poems are from this 10-poem collection, whose second poem opens, "Every Angel is Terrible," in Stephen Spender and J.B. Leishman's translation from German.
All right.
The Duino Elegies, right?
Yeah.
Guys?
Go for
the
it.
Duino Elegies.
You got it, that's the Duino Elegies. This Austrian poet of the Duino Elegies had earlier written of a creature moving in circles in his poem,
Yeah.
The Panther.
Rilke.
That is Rainier Maria Rilke, U30 the bonus, and we are on to Toss Up 8. The Kangxi Emperor sponsored a 10-year project to create these objects, sometimes named for the Jesuits. In the 16th century, Diego Ribero contributed to a secret Spanish collection of these objects called the Padrón Real. High-quality British examples of these objects...
Oh, like porcelain?
Nope. Sorry. All right, that is a 0 for Pranav with the answer of porcelain. The Board of Ordnance. The historically suspect Soderini letter inspired a maker of one of these objects, named Martin Waldseemüller, to name a part of one for a Florentine navigator. Muhammad al-Idrisi created one of these objects for Roger II of Sicily that was more accurate than one described in the magnum opus of Ptolemy. For 10 points, name these objects, often made using a projection, developed by Gerardus Mercator.
Maps?
Yes, these are maps. That is 10 points for Vidur.
I wasn't certain.
Bonus. The common statement of this equation omits gamma, so it only
MC
applies
squared.
to non-relativistic objects. For 10
Yeah.
points each.
Yep.
Give this simple equation that summarizes Einstein's statement of mass energy equivalence.
E equals MC squared.
Yes. Gamma is this quantity
Lorentz
that
factor.
serves as a coefficient describing how relativistic effects scale physical quantities. This quantity equals 1 minus v squared over c squared, all to the negative 1/2 power.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Lorentz factor.
Yes, that's the Lorentz factor. At low speeds, the Lorentz factor can be binomially expanded into a Maclaurin series that starts with 1 plus this term, which is the classical kinetic energy term.
mv squared.
Give your answer in terms of beta, which equals v over c. You have 10 seconds.
What?
You know what they're plugging in?
Beta? Hold on.
NV squared. What do you think?
Okay. C squared beta.
No, this is 1/2 beta squared.
Okay. Never
So
mind.
that is 20 on the bonus. And we are on to toss up 9. This artist depicted 2 women sitting side by side and a man sitting a few feet away watching the moon rise in a painting paired with the lonely tree. A painting by this artist inspired a scene of crashed Luftwaffe planes by Paul Nash. This artist depicted his wife Caroline staring out a window at a ship's mast on the Elbe River. This artist, whose lifelong trauma over his brother's drowning inspired an Arctic landscape, included a monk staring at the ocean.
Friedrich?
Yes, that is Caspar David Friedrich.
that's right.
That is 10 points for Manu. Your bonus. Despite the decline of Sansukumi Ken games following World War II, this game lived on in the West. For 10 points each, name this game where 2 players would choose a hand gesture while saying John, Ken, Pon, corresponding to the names of 3 items that name its English iteration.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yep, this is rock, paper, scissors. The earliest Ken games are named for this city, where they were brought from China. During the Tokugawa shogunate, Dutch books were traded in this city and nearby Dejima.
Nagasaki?
Yep, that's Nagasaki. Tora Ken is a Ken game that uses the names of a tiger, this person, and his mom. This Japanese-born Ming Dynasty general, who titles a 1715 play, defeated Dutch outposts to take control of Taiwan.
Is it Koxinga? Koxinga?
Kochinga.
Yep, that's 30 on the bonus. That is Koxinga.
I don't know how to say it, bro.
So on to
Yeah.
toss up 10, after which we will have a short break and a score check. For throwing a rock at one of these animals, Oiones was killed by Hippocoon's sons. In a Senecan tragedy, Juno complains that the protagonist parades one of these animals, which can hear ghosts, through Argive cities. A person who was turned into one of these animals had a son, Troilus, with Apollo. After stabbing the eyes of the murderer of her son Polydorus, that woman, Hecuba, became one of these animals. After Amphitryon pitted one of these animals, destined never to miss his prey against the...
Dog.
Yes, this is dogs. That is 10 points for Sanjay.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to.
Your bonus, because this architect couldn't get a visa due to his communist leanings, Yale hired Louis Kahn instead for 10 points each. Name this architect who included both a chapel and a heliport in his building for a head of state, the Palacio de Alvarado, in a modernist city whose grid resembles an airplane.
Niemeyer?
Yes, this is Oscar Niemeyer. Niemeyer designed a hyperboloid cathedral in this planned Latin American capital.
Brasilia.
Yep, that's Brasilia. Meanwhile, Kahn improved on the low lighting of his Richards medical labs with the floor-to-ceiling glass walls of a research institute designed and named after this man, with a prominent paved plaza in La Jolla, California.
Research Institute.
What? Oh, this is a
Answer,
poke,
please.
Poke.
This is Jonas Salk,
Salk.
as in the Salk Institute.
Yeah.
All right, that is yeah. Unfortunately a 20 on the bonus. That's a great score, of course. And at the half, I have Lindbergh with 100 and Lambert A with 230. Are there any disagreements from players or the audience?
Could be worse.
Great. We can take up to approximately a minute to stretch our legs or chat.
I don't think.
I think we're showing.
I think we need.
Because I thought it was after
Yes,
I think we need to what?
Wait, let me just put my phone.
Yeah, that's it.
I was unfortunate on
just
the
a weird
same
packet.
one.
Bro, they didn't mention any
There's
Casper
barely
David.
been any lit, I feel like. It's a weird packet.
Wait, I'm surprised TJ didn't get that. Assistant Secretary of the...
No,
I'm in the right space.
They didn't mention any of like Casper David Friedrich's actual art. Because I told you just mentioned his like life.
I think I'm showing right now. I just don't know the step. New start, okay?
Yeah.
We're doing good.
120 is doable.
All right, are we all good to resume the toss-up 11?
Yes.
We are doing fine.
All right, let's kick it off. This theory inspired a book that coined the phrase cake of custom by Walter Bagehot. An interpretation of this theory was refuted in a book about a factor in its central process by the author of The Conquest of Bread, Peter Kropotkin. Henri Bergson modified this theory, positing an...
Labor theory of value?
That is incorrect. That is 0 for Tejas. Positing an élan vital. This theory inspired the first description of correlation and regression to the mean by the founder of psychometrics, Francis Galton. This theory was combined with genetics in the modern synthesis. This theory influenced the book Social Statics by Herbert Spencer, who coined the phrase survival of the fittest. For 10 points, what theory was applied to politics by eugenicists and social Darwinists?
Evolution?
Yes, this is Darwinian evolution. That is 10 points for Fedor.
You've taken like natural selection?
Yes. Okay. Your bonus. Warriors in this modern-day country once constructed a fake whale from dog skin to gain access to the hard-to-penetrate hill forts that decorated this country's landscape in the 19th century. For 10 points each, name this country where the first fish or the first person to be killed in a battle would have their hearts cut out and offered to the gods.
Jeez.
It's like Egypt. I don't know.
Answer, please.
Norway.
Egypt.
Right, time you. This is not Egypt. It is New Zealand.
Oh.
The Pa Hill forts were constructed by these native people of New Zealand.
The Maori people. Maori people.
Yep, these are the Maori. The Roha, the traditional boundaries of the Maori, were thrown into chaos during these conflicts in the early 19th century, named for a newly introduced type of weapon.
Musket Wars.
Yep.
Let's go.
The Musket Wars. That is 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss up 12. An ionized state of this molecule is the only confirmed carrier of diffuse interstellar bands. In 1999, Marcus Arndt et al. Showed that this molecule exhibits wave-particle duality. This molecule's
Buckminster Fullerene.
Power.
Nice.
That is 20 points for Vidor with that wave particle duality of Buckminster Fullerene knowledge. Your bonus. Ira Aldridge was the first black actor to depict this character on a London stage for 10 points each. Name this Moor of Venice, who titles a tragedy by William Shakespeare.
Othello.
Yep, this is Othello. Aldridge was nicknamed the African Roscius, a Roman actor who names a history of restoration comedy commissioned by a holder of this title. Richard Burbage, who premiered as Othello, was part of an acting troupe named for this title and later at the Globe Theatre.
Title.
King of Rome. Dictator of Rome. Emperor of Rome.
Go for
I
it.
don't know.
Please.
Emperor of Rome.
This is Lord Chamberlain.
Okay.
Aldridge smoked a pipe during his death scene while starring as Orunoko in a Thomas Southern play adapted from a novel by this author. This restoration playwright wrote The Rover.
Is this Asimov? No, it's not. No.
Restoration playwright. I don't know, Mamet.
Go for it.
Mamet.
You're a few centuries too late. This is Afra Ben. That is 10 on the bonus.
You know, maybe he was a time traveler.
And we are on to toss-up 13. The years-long closure of one of these systems, named for Elijah V. White, has hurt the economy of Poolesville, Maryland. A hand-cranked chain device is still used in one of these systems that serves Mount Baldhead Park in Saugatuck, Michigan. One of these systems, called the AMHS, that serves the Inside Passage town of Hoonah, extends as far south as Bellingham, Washington. Another of these systems connects Woods Hole to the vacation town of Vineyard Haven. One of these systems that is serviced by Whitehall Terminal near the Battery is how Cornelius Vanderbilt earned the nickname Commodore and offers a low cost.
Ferrying?
Yes, these are water
Nice.
that is 10 points for Thomas.
Jeez.
I wrote my streak of not talking, guys.
Contemporaries gave this epithet to a 9th century philosopher who signed his translations of Pseudo-Dionysus as Ariagena, or Irish-born, and had the first name John for 10 points each. Name this epithet, also given to the later philosopher John Duns as a reference to his nationality.
What?
Irishman.
Answer, please.
The German?
This is SCOTUS, as in Scottish,
SCOTUS.
not a reference to the Supreme Court of the United States. In De Divisione Naturae, John Scotus Eriugena argued that God can only be described as more than good or more than eternal, exemplifying this approach to theology practiced by Maimonides.
Is this like?
It's not deism.
Is this ontology? Maybe?
Answer, please.
Ontology?
This is apophatic theology.
Okay.
What's that?
Saint Augustine influenced John Scotus Eriugena's argument that this faculty exists in spite of predestination.
Yeah.
Hard
Yeah.
determinists deny
Yep.
this faculty's existence.
Free will.
Free will.
Yes, that is free will, and that is 10 on the bonus, and we are on to toss up 14. A woman from this family insists that her son stays in most evenings, variously looking at train timetables or using his fret saw when confronted by his employer. One member of this family eats a hardened white sauce with cheese and partly rotted vegetables. At the end of the work in which they appear, 3 members of this family consider moving into a smaller apartment as they ride in a tram. After his...
Like, Samsa.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the Samsa family.
Yeah.
From the Metamorphosis, that is 10 points for Manu.
That was pretty hard. Yeah, it is. No, the fret's all easy.
Bonus, after a disastrous marriage to his ex-student Antonina Milyukova, Tchaikovsky took an extended vacation to this country, inspiring an orchestral caprice titled for it for 10 points each. Name this home country of a violinist who also wrote 24 caprices, Niccolo Paganini.
Italy.
Yes, this is Italy. While in Italy, Tchaikovsky wrote a piece in this genre that opens with a Mozartian pezzo in forma di sonatina. Mozart's Eine kleine Nachtmusik is in this genre.
Nocturne. Or Serenade. Serenade.
Yeah, this is Serenade for strings.
Never mind.
A trip Tchaikovsky took a decade later inspired a piece for this ensemble nicknamed Souvenir de Florence.
String
A
sextet.
D minor piece for this ensemble was inspired by a poem about a woman confessing to adultery at night.
String sextet.
Yeah, that's a string sextet, as in Schoenberg's Transfigured Night. That is 30 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 15. Thank you. A 2006 historical novel recounts Inez Suarez defending this modern-day country's capital. After the disaster of Curalaba, colonizers of this country gradually abandoned settlements in the destruction of the 7 cities. Natives raised this country's...
Mexico?
That is not Mexico. That is a 0 for Thomas. Modern capital to the ground to resist the wars of Pedro de Valdivia. Colonial rule of this country was resisted at the Battle of Maipu and Battle of Chacabuco and fought by Bernardo O'Higgins. As a colony, this country was Spain's leading supplier of saltpeter.
Chile?
Yes, this is Chile. That is
It's
10
all
points
good.
for Crown.
7 cities, bro.
I
know that.
Your bonus. This mathematician, but not the 2008 Maxis game, inspired Neverman et al.'s Spore Life for 10 points each. I forgot about this one. It's funny. Name this English mathematician whose namesake grid-based game of life was popularized by Martin Gardner.
Conway?
Yes, this is John Horton Conway. Spore life can feature the stochastic death of dormant cells, thus removing this algorithmic property of Conway's game of life. The N in P equals NP stands for non-this property.
Wait, I'm stupid. P.
Answer, please.
Probabilistic.
This is deterministic. Spore life's alpha parameter is the probability of this property for a dormant spore between generations. A field of statistics named for the analysis of this property uses the Kaplan-Meier estimator to predict the namesake complement of the CDF.
Like normal? What's asking for?
Property.
Like being normal?
This is survival, as in survival analysis.
Quick question.
I'm not sure if I remember to send that to playtesters. Yeah,
was
what's up?
SAMHSA power or 10? It was 10, right? Okay.
Yes. All right.
Yeah. No, it was
We are on to toss-up 16. The brief marriage between this novel's author and an architecture school classmate may have inspired its description of a character's failed marriage to Larry McCaslin. In this novel, the observation, "it is best to be prepared," is one of 2 thoughts, sealed in a jam container. A metaphor used by the Rhodes scholar Chaco in this novel leads its narrator to refer to an abandoned hut as the history house. During
God of small things.
Yes, this is the god of small things. That's like 3 words out of power, so 10 points for Manu.
I was about to say the Adventures of
Your bonus. This series was inspired by a 17th century series of acid-etched prints by Jacques Caillot, accompanied by 6-line verse captions by Michel de Marolles for 10 points each. Name this series whose entries brief titles include The Same, I Saw, and This Is Worse. This series was created after its artists' caprichos.
Disasters of War.
You got it. This is the Disasters of War. Caillot's Great Miseries of War series inspired this Spanish artist's Disasters of War series. The Peninsular War inspired this artist's painting, the 3rd of May, 1808.
Goya.
Yep, that's Francisco Goya. An entry from The Great Miseries of War is parodied by this English artist's emblematic print on the South Sea Scheme, which is sometimes considered the first political cartoon. He also created A Rake's Progress.
Hogarth.
Yeah, that's William Hogarth. That's 30 on the bonus, and we are on to toss up 17. Ken Burns Jazz promoted this musician's dubious claim to have met Bix Biederbecke on a steamboat. Oka Records published a recording on which this musician legendarily dropped his lyric sheet. Gunter Schuller.
Louis Armstrong.
That's for power.
Yo, nice.
Louis Armstrong, 20 points for Sophia. Your bonus, answer the following about the Public Universal Friend, a colonial-era genderless evangelicist for 10 points each. The Friend's teachings derived from this non-violent Protestant denomination, whose member William Penn founded Pennsylvania as a holy experiment.
Quakers.
Yes, these are Quakers. The Friend was expelled by the Quakers after attending Baptist revivals in this modern-day state. A religious reformer was expelled to this state for advocating free grace in the antinomian controversy.
Yes, Rhode Island.
Yes, this is Rhode Island. This is Anne Hutchinson. The Friend established a town with this religious name in New York. During a rebellion, Nat Turner led a march on a town of this name in Virginia, where he was later tried and executed.
What was the name of the town?
Nat Turner's Rebellion.
Think of a religious thing. I don't.
Stono?
Answer,
It's
please.
Stonetown.
Stonetown?
This is Jerusalem. That is 20 on the
What was
bonus.
the Stonetown thing? Wait.
Stoner
I
Rebellion?
don't know.
There's no Stonetown Rebellion.
No, there's
No,
a Stonetown
Stono
thing,
Rebellion.
though.
There's a Stono.
Yeah.
I think there's something called Stono's Rebellion.
I swear there's some rebellion that has something to do with somewhere called Stonetown.
All right, well,
I
that
don't
is
know.
not what's being asked
Yeah.
in this question, unfortunately, and we are on to toss-up 18. Scriptures like Revelation chapter 22, verse 2, are used to associate this substance with the tree of life by the Church of the Universe. Members of an international church of this substance founded in Denver call themselves elevationists and emphasize living by the golden rule. One religion's Nyabingi sessions and reasoning sessions involve practitioners.
Like weed?
Yes. This is cannabis, marijuana, weed. That is 20 points for Sanjay on the religious usage of marijuana toss-up. Your bonus. Signal sensing domains that alter the rate of this process are found in some of its namesake factors that bind DNA. For 10 points each, name this process in which DNA is used as a template to produce RNA.
I was asking for transcription.
Transcription. Answer, please. Yeah, this is transcription. Transcription factors like STAT are activated when a tyrosine residue in their signal sensing domain undergoes this chemical modification due to the action of a Janus kinase.
Just like I don't know, bro.
Answer, please.
Denaturing?
This is phosphorylation. Kinases are the proteins that perform phosphorylation. The ability of transcription factors to bind to DNA can be sterically blocked by histone acetylation, an example of this process that controls chromatin accessibility. The ATP-dependent form of this process translocates nucleosomes.
Low-key mutation, bro?
Just say diffusion, I don't know.
Diffusion.
This is chromatin remodeling. I just need remodeling. That is 10 on the bonus. And we are on to toss-up 19, the penultimate. A scientist who banned these objects from his classes described them as like the silicon chips, bringing computation to the masses. Freeman Dyson helped popularize these objects, which are equivalent to his namesake perturbative series. Infrared or ultraviolet divergences arise when these objects are one loop. Namesake rules are used to translate these objects into transition amplitudes. Virtual photons are wavy lines in these objects whose...
Feynman diagrams.
Yeah, these are Feynman diagrams. That is 10 points for Vidor.
Makes sense. I already read them from your classroom.
Your bonus. Name some authors who were roommates in the February House for 10 points each. While living in the February House, this author collaborated with Benjamin Britten on an operetta about Paul Bunyan. This poet also wrote Funeral Blues and September 1st, 1939.
Auden.
Yep, that's W.H. Auden. The February House was also home to a married couple with this last name, one member of whom wrote Two Serious Ladies and the other The Sheltering Sky. Christopher Isherwood created a singer with this last name in Goodbye to Berlin.
What did I want to say? Bradstreet. That's the only.
I don't know.
Smith?
Answer, please.
Bradstreet.
All right, timing up. Not Bradstreet. This is Bowles. This author based characters in her novella, The Ballad of the Sad Cafe, on people she met in the February House's local bar. In a novel by this author, the deaf man John Singer misses his institutionalized friend Spiros Antonopoulos.
Oh God.
Answer, please.
Oh no. Virginia.
Time. This is Carson McCullers, as in The Heart is a Lonely Hunter. That
Yep.
is 10 on the bonus, and we are on to toss up the last. Volcacius Gulicanus wrote a biography of a ruler of this region to whom Herodes Atticus sent a one-word letter translating to "You are insane" after a rebellion. That rebellion was started in this region by Avidius Cassius, who thought Marcus Aurelius had died. During a battle against a monarch from this region, the winning side, aided by Lucius Arruntius, used its Liburnian ships to out...
Britannia?
No, it is not Britannia.
I was gonna make that. I was gonna say
that is a 0 for Pranav.
Not a big deal.
Outmaneuver the losers Quinqueremes. Octavian ordered the death of a ruler of this region named Caesarion, whose name appeared in a donation. The last of three triumphs in 29 BC celebrated the conquest of this region by Augustus after the Battle of Actium. For 10 points, Mark Antony died in what region where Cleopatra ruled?
Egypt.
Yep, that is Egypt. That is 10 points for Sophia, and we are on to your bonus.
Unlike more ritualized Star Wars, Mayan War is named for these objects focused on destruction and conquest for 10 points each. Name this type of object which emits smoke like a cigar or torch while stuck in Kawheel's forehead. In a fearsome critter tale, a hound shaped like this object consumes unprotected tools.
Well, stuck in someone's freak, like a pipe or something? I don't know.
Terrible. Answer, please.
A pipe.
This is an axe. This Mayan god struck the clouds with his lightning axe to summon storms. This counterpart of Tlaloc was appeased by human sacrifices thrown into cenotes.
Quetzalcoatl, Hootsley, Pootsly, what are you thinking? Oh, right, you're right.
Answer, please.
Tikal.
This is chalk. The Popol Vuh features a set of heroes with this relationship to each other who clear their grandmother's garden with a single axe swing and defeat 7 macaw.
They are twins, yeah.
Twins?
Yeah, these are twins. This is hero 10
I totally
twins.
knew that was
That is
Aztec.
10 on the bonus. I have a final score of Lindbergh with 260 to Lambert A with 360.
That was definitely good game. Good game.
That was a good fight.
We pulled through in the second half, low key.
That was the idea. I was going to buzz in.
Yeah, oh yeah.
She feels in before I had a chance to. Because I was thinking about it.
I think we pulled in the second half.
Well played.
Good game. That was fun.
Well played. No, I didn't want to be buzzing early. Like early before the end of the
We pulled in the second half. That was fun.
Dude, the evolution thing, bro, they just included so weird. It's actually so weird.
I was not thinking infection. Wait, really? Yes, I think
Wait.
wait. Then I realized I was wrong because obviously that's sort of the honest, right?
It's really loud. Excited to see what Payton's doing tonight.
Yeah, they're winning.
You're doing a PhD in genetics at Johns Hopkins?
Yeah. That's what it's Thunder and Six. This is what my goal. It's like that never lies, man. You're doing good wrong about every series, bro.
Our next game is going to be Alabama.
Alrighty, welcome back to the live commentary room here at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois for the Pace NSC. You just saw round 7, a game between Lindbergh and Lambert A. The final score of that game, Lambert A 360 and Lindbergh 260. So while it wasn't as much of a back and forth as we've seen in some of our other close games, Lindbergh did manage to keep it really close throughout, and they kept sticking to those questions and getting some good buzzes.
They had
right
really
up
good
to the end.
attitude too. Really
Absolutely.
good enthusiasm over there. Good.
Absolutely. Both
Although
teams
I'd
seem
like
to be having a great time.
I think they left a name tag though. Clean up, kids.
We wanted
It doesn't help too that Lindbergh had a bye round one, and honestly, like sometimes it takes a little bit to get back into it if you're just off for a bit, especially like with like final sequences that sometimes happens where one team has a little more momentum. Lambert won they got to play in round 6. They actually had a 10-point win against Wyzetta, so they had kind of I think a little more momentum building. They had a really close win.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we're going to have another game lined up for you in just a second here. Looks like this one is going to be Alabama Cyber Tech versus Hunter A. But before we get there, we just wanted to shout out a pretty cool statistic from this morning. It looks like Evan Ting, would you mind looking up who that person is on? Okay. So Evan Ting had a 138 points per game this morning, which is the highest ever in a Pace NSC for a 9th grader. Incredibly impressive. The previous record was held by Eshan Vakil of Ed W. Clark in 2017, a tournament in which notably Eshan Vakil, a 9th grader at the time, destroyed my team that had just won HSNCT in a landslide
And he was
as
a
a
solo
player.
It was
Yeah.
crazy. The control rooms were just going, what the heck? Every staff was going, what the heck?
Mm-hmm. But Evan has shattered that record, so personal vengeance for me. Just kidding. I like a shit. We went to the same college. But Evan is from Park Tudor in Indianapolis, and so congratulations to Evan for that really remarkable achievement.
And Evan has good teammates too. I'm not quite sure why they're here. It seems like he's here alone. But last year he was on a team that was runner-up at the MSNCT.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this kid's good. This kid likes the game. He wears a little suit and he carries his Indiana flag around as a cape.
Oh, how lovely!
Oh yeah.
I love the Clipboard fashion.
He's got pride for Indiana. I wouldn't, but but I don't have. But I don't think I had. I'm missing what it takes to have Indiana pride.
There's Parks and Rec is set in Indiana. There's lots of good stuff in Bloomington.
Look, it's America's crossroads for a reason. It's because you're going through it.
And on that note, we'll take you back to the game room for for Alabama Cyber Tech versus Hunter A in round 8.
Like the little drum roll.
Good to go? All right. Welcome to round, what is this? 8 of the 2025 base NSC.
Oh my god, it's 8.
Yeah, right. Hunter A and Alabama Cyber Tech, are you all ready to begin?
Oh, yeah.
I believe so.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. Here is, might as well introduce myself before I start. I'm Rob Carson, I'll be your reader. I do Quiz Bowl.
Hi, I'm David Bass. I edited all non-chemistry science sets. I am a PhD student at Williams.
Go Blue Jays.
Excellent. All right, now for real. Let's start with toss-up 1. Good luck, both teams. In a play from this country, a doctor tests the hypothesis that monkeys randomly typing will eventually write Hamlet with chimps named Kafka, Milton, and Swift. That
Wait, United States?
Yes. 20 points.
Okay.
You're in it right now. Your bonus: in this artwork, a polyhedron sits next to a building decorated with a magic square, which includes this artwork's creation date of 1514. For 10 points each, name this engraving, whose central angel rests her head in her hand while surrounded by woodcutting tools.
Melancholia 1.
A painting by Jacopo de Barbary may have inspired the polyhedron in this German artist's Melancholia 1, one of his master prints, whose others include Night, Death, and the Devil.
Dürer.
Yes, this other artist created a tile mosaic of a stellated dodecahedron for the Basilica of St. Mark. This artist depicted dogs disappearing into a dark background in his massive The Hunt in the Forest.
Ooh. No. I don't know. I think that's a good guess.
No,
Escher?
You're on the right track with ooh, it's Paolo Uccello. Get 20 on the bonus. Also 2, when these processes occur in axially symmetric systems, they are assumed to occur in a set of infinitely thin plugs. A surrounding jacket maintains the temperature of systems that undergo these processes in batches. These processes name devices that deviate from ideality if the residence time is less than a fifth of the mixing time. That device is a CSTR.
Adiabatic?
No. No. The rate of these processes is decreased by poisoning. Car exhaust undergoes one of these processes in devices that are often stolen because they contain precious metals. Magnetic stir bars increase the rates of these processes, during which transition states can temporarily form. For 10 points, name these processes that may involve the rearrangement of bonds.
Like conversion, catalytic conversion?
No, just need chemical reactions.
Oh, what? Okay. Catalytic converters?
I could prompt on catalysis.
No. Okay.
Because it is a catalytic converter. All right, toss-up 3. Religious women of this ethnicity braided their hair into over 100 braids and owned a type of coral called zi beads. Each night in these people's capital, a giant cauldron of tea was brewed with hundreds of kilos of butter. A British expedition to these people was led by Francis Younghusband. A period called Duloc followed the 1951 17-point agreement forced on these people.
Like Tibetans?
20 points. For Tibetans. Your bonus, Alabama Cyber Tech. Identify the following about Lost World fiction for 10 points each. Perhaps the seminal work in the genre is The Lost World, a book by this author in which Professor Challenger and the reporter Edward Malone visit a land of dinosaurs in South America.
Doyle?
Alan Quatermain finds treasure inside a mountain in this author's novel, King Solomon's Mines. This author's enormously popular Lost World boys' novels include She.
Smith.
H. Rider Haggard. The crew of the U-33 encountered dinosaurs on Caprona in The Land That Time Forgot, a novel by Edgar Rice Burroughs, who's probably best known for creating this character. This character falls in love with Jane Porter and
Tarzan?
Yes. You get 20 points. Toss-up 4. All right, I will. A costly one of these buildings in Copenhagen, designed by Jean Nouvel with a cobalt blue exterior, drew inspiration from a vineyard design for the interior of these buildings, pioneered in Berlin by Hans Scharoun. The interior of a building of this type was designed to be a living room for the city that contrasts with the cozier interior of the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. William Tuthill designed a neo-Renaissance example of these buildings, which hosted a 1938 event.
Palace?
No. Not that one. That climaxed with Sing Sing Sing. One of these buildings has created 140-degree Fahrenheit sidewalks due to its curved silver panels reflecting light onto Los Angeles. For 10 points, name these venues, including one designed by Frank Gehry and named for Walt Disney.
A theater? Like a concert hall?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to prompt you on theater. So that is correct. You get a bonus. Mencken et al. 2017 describes a curious case of simultaneously increasing dryness and this property. 10 points each. Name this property of vegetation. This color is generically used to describe climate-friendly efforts.
Green.
Mencken et al. Measures dryness with PDSI, which they criticize as overly reliant on measurements of PET, or the potential this process. This process is the combination of all processes by which water enters the atmosphere.
Like evaporation, transpiration. I don't know.
Yeah,
Evaporation, transpiration.
It's called evapotranspiration.
Okay.
Yeah. Greening may increase dryness by preventing this process, which is a primary driver of eutrophication. This major source of soil erosion occurs when the soil is saturated with water.
What's that called? Liquefaction.
Sure.
Liquefaction.
Runoff.
Oh.
You have water running off the surface because the soil's all saturated.
Okay.
10 on the bonus, toss up 5. In Acts 2, chapter 2, Peter calls this man a prophet who foresaw and wrote about the resurrection of Jesus. Jesus stumps the Pharisees by asking how this man could describe Christ as his Lord in his writings. In Matthew chapter 20, 2 blind men ask Jesus, "Son of this man, have mercy on us." In Luke chapter 2, an angel calls Bethlehem the city of this man.
David.
10 points. Your bonus, this is the first of 3 nouns, the title of David Anthony book, whose first chapter discusses a mother language. 10 points each. Name these work animals. Anthony credits these animals with forming a step bridge, allowing herders to travel great distances across Europe and Asia.
Horses. Right? Horses?
Yes. Anthony's work revised this hypothesis associated with Maria Gimbutas. This hypothesis, named for burial mounds, holds that Proto-Indo-Europeans originated in the Pontic steppe.
Burial mounds. Huh.
Which is called the step hypothesis.
Huh.
And
step hypothesis.
Kurgan hypothesis.
Cool.
A less popular hypothesis developed by Colin Renfrew claims that Proto-Indo-Europeans came from this region. The archaeological site Göbekli Tepe is located in this region.
Like, okay, this is like somewhere in Turkey, right? So like,
Yeah.
Anatolia? Anatolia?
Yes.
Nice.
Also would have accepted Turkey.
Okay.
We didn't hear it.
Propped on Asia, indeed. 20 on the bonus, toss up 6. Adjacent sequences that encode these molecules can be separated by internal transcribed spacers. Many copies of a gene encoding 3 of these molecules appear in the P12 regions of humans' acrocentric chromosomes. Identification of prokaryotes via barcoding can utilize the 9 hypervariable regions of one of these molecules, which contains the anti-Shine-Dalgarno sequence. These molecules are named for their sedimentation coefficients in Svedbergs, like there's 18S 5.
What, ribosomes?
I can prompt.
Ribosomal RNA.
Yes. You get 10 points. And also a bonus. Identify the following about African conflicts in Britain's Edwardian age for 10 points each. The British punished the Nandi by handing over 10,000 of their cattle to these people. These traditionally pastoral people of Kenya and Tanzania presumably subsisted almost entirely on the blood, meat, and milk of their cows.
Kikuyu?
It's the Maasai.
Oh.
Ekumeku guerrillas clashed with British forces in the forests of this modern-day country. The British policy of indirect rule in this modern-day country delegated some power to Yoruba Obas.
Nigeria?
Yes. A leader of these people named Muhammad Abdullah Hassan earned the nickname the Mad Mullah for his wars against the British. These people belonged to kinship groups called Rear.
Maybe it is. I thought it was like Somalians. Somalians?
I can prompt on Somalians.
Somali pirates?
Somalis, well, not pirates, but Somali is what I need.
Oh. Okay.
So I'm going to say 10 on that one. It means the Somali ethnic group specifically, not just people from Somalia, I guess is what it's going for.
No, that's fair. That makes sense. Just unfortunately.
So it's 10 on that bonus, toss up 7. A politician who presented this non-Missouri state died in a plane crash while campaigning with Hale Boggs, but was elected anyway 3 weeks later.
Alaska?
Good buzz.
Hey.
You get 20 points. Your bonus, this city lends its name to Violets, a fizzy British candy that looks like a Smartie. 10 points each. Name this Italian city northwest of Bologna in the Emilia-Romagna region that also lends its name to a type of prosciutto and cheese.
No.
Type of prosciutto? I don't know.
Imola?
Huh?
Imola?
Go for it.
Imola?
It's Parma, the namesake of
Oh.
Parmesan. The Madonna dell'Estacata in Parma was constructed using Bramante's initial design for a basilica named for this saint, also the namesake of a large square that surrounds the Vatican obelisk in
St.
Vatican
Peter.
City. A giant museum complex in Parma built by Ottavio Farnese derives its name from this type of activity. A fronton is used in some Basque versions of this activity.
Dancing, maybe?
Sure.
Sounds like it. Dancing.
A ball game.
Cool.
I believe the fronton is from Adlai.
Huh.
10 on bonus, toss-up 8. This piece's left-hand ostinato is quoted at the climax of Leopold Godowski's Passacaglia based on a B minor symphony by its composer. This piece, written when its composer was 18, is cataloged as his Opus 1 and D328. Performers like Dietrich Fischer-Dieskau use 4 distinct combinations of range and timbre to represent this piece's narrator and 3 characters. This piece's opening triplet G octaves represent the gallop of...
Der Erlkönig?
Yes.
I know it's my show.
Just missed power.
Sorry.
Is Gallup's just about power?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
So 10 there, your bonus. The 6 central disciplines of studying these texts include Vyakarana, Jyotisha, and Shiksa. And let's each name these 4 Sanskrit scriptures foundational to Hinduism, including ones whose names start with Atharva and Rig.
Oh, Vedas.
Yes. Kalpa is an especially important part of the Vedanga disciplines for discussing these 19 texts that comment on the Samhita rituals detailed in the Vedas.
Are these the Upanishads?
Try it. Sounds right.
Upanishads?
These are Brahmanas.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The Brahmanas and the Vedas are both classified under one of these 2 similar-sounding terms, while texts like the Puranas are classified as the other. One of these 2 Sanskrit terms refers to the written and remembered, while the other refers to that which is heard. Name either.
Nope.
Do we know?
No.
Rishi.
They are Smriti and Shruti. Cool. 10 on the bonus, toss up 9. A novel from this country details a woman journeying to an island through a snowstorm to feed her friend's pet bird. In a different novel from this country, one character gets flowers painted all over his body prior to assaulting his sister-in-law. An author from this country wrote We Do Not Part as a pair for an earlier novel that covers 7 different points of view of an event in this country and is titled Human Acts. A woman stands in the rain imitating a tree after escaping a psychiatric hospital in a novel from this country. Earlier in that...
South Korea?
Yes, 10 points.
Vegetarian there.
Your bonus. In Keeley and Sherard's translation, these people are said to be bored by rhetoric and public speaking. 10 points each. A Konstantin Cavafy poem is about a city expecting the arrival of what title people, whom the poem calls a kind of solution.
Barbarians.
Cavafy wrote Waiting for the Barbarians in this language. An ancient poem in this language inspired Cavafy's poem Ithaca.
Greek.
Another Cavafy poem tells this historical figure, say goodbye to her, to a city you are losing. That poem is titled The God Abandons This Historical Figure.
This historical... No, wait, I read this. It's the Alexandria one.
Hi, Payton.
The God abandons... Oh.
Answer?
Alexander.
Antony.
Antony. Okay.
It is indeed about Alexandria, though. Yeah. 20 on the bonus, toss up 10, after which we will have a score check. Queen Catherine befriends, then later summons this figure in a folk song preserved in the Percy Folio. This figure stops an arranged marriage between an old knight and a woman who actually desires the minstrel Allen a Dale. 19th century.
Robin Hood?
20 points.
Oh, nice.
Your bonus, a function named for this scientist whose inputs are Q, dsdq, and time equals dsdt. And once each, give the first namesake scientist of that nonlinear PDE, which can be solved to determine the action. This scientist's principle is a statement of the principle of least action that can be written dsdq equals 0.
I think so. I don't
try
know
that.
anything else. Cauchy.
Hamilton.
Okay.
Hamilton-Jacobi equation. The action also equals the time integral of this quantity, which is named for a naturalized Frenchman, and equals the difference of kinetic and potential energy.
It's not Lavoisier. I don't know. That's a French name.
It's
Lavoisier.
the Lagrangian.
Lagrangian.
In Hamiltonian mechanics, Q is a vector of the generalized type of these quantities. Systems for these quantities include spherical, Cartesian, and polar.
Coordinate systems.
Yes.
There we go.
You get 10 points. At that, I have a score of 200 for Hunter A, 60 for Alabama Cybertech.
I like that score.
Cool.
Yeah, 10. Just the third part. Who wrote this? Right, both teams ready to continue? Good to go? Good to go?
We're good.
Great. We'll zoom with toss of 11. Good luck. A Russian-backed nuclear plant in this country is at the center of a scandal implicating UK Minister Tulip Siddiq. In 2022, this country issued digital certificates to clamp down on fraud in its freedom fighter quota system. CRI-funded statues of this country's first president were torn down in 2024 by so-called Razakar students as part of its non-cooperation movement.
No, that's not right. Syria.
No.
Yeah.
That is indeed not right. An interim government that took power in this country in 2024 is led by a Nobel Peace Prize winner who founded Grameen Bank. This country's monsoon revolution ousted Sheikh Hasina of the Awami League.
Bangladesh.
Yes. 10 points. And your bonus, the train wreck film Megalopolis somehow featured some accurate Roman history. 10 points each. Mayor Frank Cicero recites the opening lines of this speech, stating, "How much longer will you abuse our patience?" This speech was delivered at the Temple of Jupiter Stator in 63 BC. A description is acceptable.
It sounds like a
Cicero speech.
Second prompt.
Like, what is it called?
Speech to the gods.
I think it has a name.
Yeah.
I think,
No, it's
no, it's the first Catilinarian oration, or his first speech against Catiline. Megalopolis features a character with this last name in reference to a rich Roman with this cognomen. This Roman died after a defeat at Carrhae when the Parthians poured molten gold down his throat.
Yeah, Crassus.
Crassus.
Instead of being a politician and soldier, Catalina holds this occupation in the movie, held by ancient Romans like Vitruvius, who crafted a guide for a building project.
Yeah,
Architect.
20 points.
It's a fun bonus.
The movie about architecture.
12. Stoic philosophy influenced this thinker's claim that freedom is our unlimited ability to respond to the external world in Sketch for a Theory of the Emotions. This philosopher described a gay man who refuses to admit to his own homosexuality as a...
Jean-Paul Sartre?
20 points.
Being in nothingness, I think.
And your bonus. A series of Hard Times tokens was minted during this president's tenure. 10 points each named this president mocked by those tokens, whose passage of the Specie Circular contributed to the Panic of 1837 under his successor, Martin Van Buren.
Jackson.
During this election year, coins bearing slogans criticizing one candidate's support for free silver were minted by the other's campaign manager, Mark Hanna.
1896?
Yeah.
1896?
This politician was dubbed the Sage of Chappaqua by a token distributed during his campaign. The quote, "If I could save this union without freeing any slave, I would do it," comes from a letter by Abraham Lincoln to this politician. Answer?
John Bell.
It's Horace Greeley.
Oh, I was thinking him originally.
20 on the bonus. Here's toss-up 13. Whether this isotope achieves self-sufficiency depends on the TBR. This isotope is the desired product of lithium breeding blankets. This is the lightest isotope that can be studied with liquid scintillation counting. Neutron generators can use either 0 or 1 atoms of this isotope.
Tritium?
Yes, 20 points.
Wait, tritium.
TBR is tritium breeding ratio, apparently. Here's your bonus. These dancers perform upwards of 3 pirouettes at a time because they usually spin on the ball of the foot. 10 points each name this type of dancer who almost exclusively perform tour de l'air. These dancers typically travel across the stage instead of performing a fouetté turn.
Like a male ballerina? Male ballerinas?
That's fine. Or ballerino, or just men. This dancer was one of the first men to perform the Entrechat 6 in his performances for the Ballet Russe. This role, the role of Petrushka was written for this dancer, who choreographed the Rite of Spring and Prelude to the Afternoon of a Faun.
Oh my god. Oh shoot. Marius Petipa, maybe? Hold up.
Petipa.
Nijinsky. Examples of these objects worn by male ballet dancers usually don't have a box intended to support the toes during en pointe.
Shoes.
Yeah. Sports on shoes and men. 20 on the bonus. Here's toss-up 14. This author remarked that a fountain pen was cremated just as I would like to be after accidentally melting it in a stove. The narrator imagines that this real-life author of Katie's life emigrated to study under E.I. Lonoff in the novel The Ghostwriter. A work by this author describes potatoes being urinated on by the cat Mooski. Meetings with Hello Silberberg are described early in a work by this author that was preserved by Miep Geese, and which
And Frank.
Yes. 10 points. Bonus, in Octavia Butler's novel Kindred, Dana rescues a boy from drowning after doing this action for the first time, and loses an arm after performing it to return home. 10 points each name this action that allows Dana to meet her ancestors, including the slave owner Rufus. An H.G. Wells character meets the Morlocks and Eloy by performing this action.
Time travel.
Shock collars control slaves in the second of 2 Butler novels titled as works of this type. In those novels whose titles begin with this word, Lauren brings the Earthseed religion while traveling through a dystopia in California.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what is that novel called?
Answer?
Divergent?
No answer.
Parables. Parable of the Sower, Parable of the Talents.
Parable of the Sower.
Butler was mentored by an author with this surname who penned I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Another author with this surname created the dying Adam Sunraider in his novel Juneteenth.
Oh yeah, Ellison.
20 points.
That's hard.
Toss-up 15. Jewish athlete Daniel Mendoza gained fame in this sport in 18th century England. Tex Rickard capitalized on the 1920 Walker Law legalizing this sport in New York. A star in this sport triggered 1910 race riots.
Boxing.
20 points.
Yeah.
Mendoza.
Your bonus. This man's house is said to have contained cushions decorated with images of birds. 10 points each. Identify this prophet, whose house in Medina inspired all subsequent mosque architecture.
Maybe it's Muhammad.
Muhammad.
Yes. The Prophet's Mosque, built on the site of Muhammad's house in Medina, was the first building in the Arabian Peninsula to have this feature added to it. Hawaii's Iolani Palace had this feature 5 years before Benjamin Harrison added it to the White House.
Oh, like electricity? Yeah, no. Sure. Benjamin Harrison did add electricity to the White House. Electricity.
Nice.
Many Islamic heritage sites in Medina were destroyed in the early 19th century by followers of this conservative religious movement, whose founder allied with Muhammad bin Saud in the 18th century.
Is this like Wahhabism?
Sure.
Wahhabism?
What is Wahhabism?
Nice.
You get 30 points. The score check at the 3/4 mark. It's 250 for Hunter, 200 for Alabama Cybertech.
We
Okay, yeah.
Okay, that sounds
We're
good.
good.
Cool. 16. This character sees men. Start over. This character sees men with stony eyeballs lift their right hands glowing like torches in a passage later removed from a collection. An author coined the term suspension of disbelief while recalling his creation of this bright-eyed man in the Biographia Literaria. This man meets a pilot and a hermit in a work where his lifeblood seemed to sip after a nightmare with skin white as leprosy wins him.
Like Ancient Mariner?
Yes.
Nice.
It is the Ancient Mariner.
Oh.
And you get a bonus. In Letters to Darwin, Lydia Becker reported changes in this variable due to smut fungus infection. Points each name this variable that differs among certain structures on monoecious organisms which are not perfect. This variable is separated among organisms in dioecious species, thus enforcing self-incompatibility.
It's monoecious.
Monoecious.
Monoecious is actually
Is that different? Oh, well.
Ploidy?
That's sex.
Oh.
Becker observed fungal spores forming in infected examples of these male flower sex organs. These pollen-producing structures lie atop the filament in the stamen.
Oh no. What is it called? Is it like the anther? Anther?
Yes.
Yeah.
Plants display flowers while in the sporophyte stage of the alternation of generations, which is contrasted with this reduced haploid stage that is named for sex cells.
Gamophyte?
Gametophyte.
Gametophyte.
10 on the bonus. Awesome. 17. These people's overrepresentation in the Royal Society led to the development of modern science according to the Merton thesis. A book titled for these people claims that the philosophy of avarice, exemplified by Ben Franklin's claim that time is money, employs the notion of a sacred calling. A behavior being more common among these people was the first social fact to be described.
Women?
Nope.
Oh, shit.
Due to weaker social integration, Emil Durkheim claimed that these people are more likely to commit suicide. The iron cage of rationality was theorized in a book arguing that the spirit of capitalism derives from these people's exaltation of work. For 10 points, Max Weber theorized the ethic of what religious denomination?
Protestants.
That's the one. Bonus description required. Wow. Iarbas did this action after the Carthaginian queen Dido rejected him. 10 points each. Describe this action performed by Aeacus to solve his loneliness, leading to the local population of ants being transformed into people later called myrmidons.
Praying to Zeus?
Yes.
Praying to Zeus.
That's right.
Nice.
Also by praying to Zeus, Aeacus ended a terrible drought in all of Greece except for the area around this city. This city was named after a goddess of wisdom who bested Poseidon for its patronage. Yes. One of these two people prayed to his father Zeus to share his immortality with the other. These two Spartan brothers of Helen and Clytemnestra supposedly aided the Romans at the Battle of Lake Regillus.
Catherine Pollux.
30 points.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin.
Also 18. A member of this family wears a turquoise outfit designed by Jason Wu and sits on a red sofa in a painting by Sharon Sprung. An artist copied a Manny Garcia photo for an artwork of a member of this family with a hidden Obey star. A member of this family sits against a sky blue background in a flowing print dress compared to
Obama?
Now it's the Obama. 20 points. Bonus. Bernard Förster and Elizabeth Nietzsche founded this country's town of Nueva Germania as an Aryan colony. 10 points each named this country that committed genocide against the indigenous Aceh people during the reign of Alfredo Stroessner.
Oh, Paraguay.
Yes. The Paraguayan government encouraged Mennonites fleeing Soviet persecution to settle in this region, where they founded the city of Philadelphia. Eusebio Alaya and Daniel Salamanca led countries in a conflict over this oil-rich region.
Do we know?
No.
No. The Pampas.
Chaco.
Cool.
Rutherford B. Hayes was awarded land in the Chaco to Paraguay after this war. Paraguay's de facto first lady, Eliza Lynch, was vilified by Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay in this war.
Triple alliance.
Yes. You get 20 points. 19. Walter Mapp's writings contributed to a black legend about this non-Spanish ruler, which was later contradicted by golden myths promoted by Amy Kelly. This ruler was blamed for a defeat at Mount Cadmus during a campaign in support of Raymond of Antioch. This ruler was put on house arrest after supporting a rebellion led by Henry the Young King. During the Third Crusade...
Richard the Lionheart.
Nope. During the Third Crusade, Leopold of Austria captured this ruler's son, after which she raised ransom money. On the basis of consanguinity, this ruler annulled her marriage to Louis VII before marrying Henry II of England. A court of love at Poitiers was maintained by, for 10 points, what noblewoman who hailed from southwestern France?
Eleanor of Aquitaine.
That's the one.
I did know that. I was
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I put it up a buzzer, so it's good.
Your bonus. A language discovered in this place is said to be a Samoyed-Lithuanian dialect of Guarani with inflections from Classical Arabic. 10 points each name this unlimited but periodic place that contains the Vindications. Spherical fruits provide light in this place, composed of indefinitely many hexagonal galleries.
Library of Babel.
In an interview, this Argentinian author of the Library of Babel described English as a far finer language than Spanish.
Borges.
One language family in this place created by Borges lacks nouns, as seen in its translation of the phrase, "the moon rose above above the river. The language of this place rejects a sophism involving 9 coins.
Okay, is this like Tlon What's the place called? Tlon Ukbar Orbis Tertius.
I can prompt.
Which one is it? Tlon Ukbar.
Plon.
Okay.
Tlon, Ukbar, and Orbis Tertius are the 3.
Gotcha.
yeah. It's upward beyond the on-streaming at Moond, I think is the... Yeah. Anyway, here's the last toss-up. A limit on these objects was proven in 2024 by an anonymous contributor to BB Challenge, which seeks to solve a class of problems about these objects that Tibor Rado introduced. Rice's theorem can be stated in terms of the inability of these objects to recognize non-trivial properties. The utility of these objects is described in the typical formulation of a conjecture co-named for Alonzo Church.
Turing machines?
10 points.
What was that?
The busy bee for challenge.
Oh.
Your bonus ADME is a list of facets of these molecules whose delivery is modeled in pharmacokinetics. 10 points each name this broad class of medicinal molecules studied in pharmacology.
Like drugs? Drugs?
Yes. Transdermal delivery can be facilitated by this polar aprotic solvent that differs from acetone by having a sulfur as its central atom. When deuterated, this non-chloroform compound with a 4-letter name is a common NMR solvent.
NMDA?
DMSO.
DMSO. That's right.
Because diffusion of DMSO through the skin creates a garlic taste for patients, its action lacks this desirable property of drugs. Reactions with this property neither interfere with nor are affected by other reactions occurring in the same time and place in vivo.
This property,
Answer?
No answer.
Bioorthogonality. 10 on the bonus. That is the game. I have a final score of 360 for Hunter, 240 for Alabama Cybertech.
Good game.
Good game, both teams.
Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game.
Hello, and welcome back to the live commentary room at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois for the PACE NSC. We just saw round 8, right? Is that right? I think it's round 8, between Hunter A and Alabama Cybertech. The final score was 350 for Hunter A to 360 with the last bonus, thank you, for Hunter A to 240 for Alabama Cybertech. But it was a lot closer for a lot of the game.
Yeah, I think Tate's aggression was really paying off there, and I think they just kind of had a dry run after a while. But I think he was really keeping the team in the game with just really well placed buzzes, just really realizing I have to go for this because Evan's a monster.
Well, and I was also noticing that the category matchup is good for Cybertech there. They're strong on history as well, so they can make some inroads there. And of course, being from a school that has tech in the name, they have a pretty strong foundation in some of Hunter's weaker categories as well.
I assume so.
Yeah, they had some great buzzes there. But Evan, without being too effusive again, because I can't disentangle myself from the inherent bias of commentating on my own alma mater, I'm just consistently impressed by how idiosyncratic his knowledge is and how much he doesn't fit into these archetypes of strong players that we've seen develop over the past few decades.
I mean, what I asked earlier, what doesn't this Evan Schleck kid know?
Yeah, and you were talking as well about how he gets really excited.
Oh yeah, I like a player who just gets excited about hearing something come. It's like I've been reading all these things. Maybe I expect them to come up, maybe I don't. But if I do, I'm excited because I've been waiting for it, or I've just been thinking about it. It's on my mind.
Absolutely. Yeah, so just a great game to watch all around. Congrats to both teams. Let's take a moment now while we're waiting for the next round to start to talk about what's going on across these 4 top brackets where folks are in contention for the title tomorrow. In our bracket here, we're still waiting on results of some of these games from the last round, but as we speak at least, it looks like both Hunter A and Lambert A, who have not yet played each other, remain undefeated, so that's one to watch. Over in the Adams bracket, we just learned a number of those teams are in contention for the JV title. We do give out 2 additional titles here contained within our larger NSC, a JV title for teams containing only students in 10th grade or below, and a small school title. I don't know what the number cap is on that. But
I don't know the enrollment counts at all. I'm clueless.
But we do have marked as well what schools qualify for that small school designation, and whichever one of them ends up on top will be our small school champion, regardless of their overall place in the tournament. So yeah, Lexington is definitely a team that we've got our eye on over here. They're also undefeated in that bracket, and they are a JV team, astonishingly.
They're all sophomores. Last year, they burst on the scene with just a set of freshmen who were all just studying really hard and putting up these monster numbers, and they've kept it up and grown even more early on in the HSNCT prelims. I think they were pretty much they were like steamrolling all the other teams in just like statistical with just respect to the raw statistics, and they made it very deep in the playoffs, although they didn't make it all the way. But like, this team is scary. They got 2 more years.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely one to watch, not just this year, but going on into the future as well. Also in that bracket, we've got Belmont, another team from Massachusetts, and they're also a JV team, right?
That's right. They're led by Andrew Gao. They have another kid, Greg Zeldovich. It doesn't look like he's here today, but this is a team that won MSNCT 2 years ago. They got some real firepower.
Absolutely. And then the other team that's in contention for that JV title in that bracket is Northview from Johns Creek, Georgia, another powerhouse state. Want to say a little bit about them?
Yeah, I mean, these kids, they're led by 2 freshmen who get a lot of points. They have this Shihan Banka kid and this Caden Lee, who actually, speaking of which, they won MSNCT last year and got to the HSNCT finals this year. So they didn't really take a lot of time to adjust to the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, sometimes when you've got it, you've got it.
I mean, these kids are good. I mean, but I just want to say this. I was watching a game where I'm watching this MSNCT game. It's a science toss-up on some topic where I'm just like, how the heck is some middle schooler getting this? Like, this is going to go dead. Kid first signs it. Like, I don't know what's going on. What are they feeding these kids down in Johns Creek?
It is a valid question, and one to which I'm sure every middle school coach out there wishes they had the answer. Not to be outdone, the other teams in that bracket, just to quickly mention them, are Northmont, Stevenson B, who we talked about earlier in that tiebreaker situation, Hinsdale Central A, and we've got Strake Jesuit B as well, all fighting it out there. So some great teams to keep an eye on. Over in the Bradbury bracket, things are a little bit more even. It looks like our only undefeated team at time of writing left in that bracket is Montgomery Blair, but their stat lines are actually a little bit lower compared to Strake Jesuit A, even though they've taken 1 loss. So it'll be really interesting to see in that bracket, especially since 3 teams there are currently 1-1, who's going to end up in those top 2 slots to advance to super playoffs tomorrow.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, these are just a lot of strong teams. Strake this year has been just like a very powerful team out of Texas. I mean, they had a very good HSNCT finish as well. Blair is almost always a powerhouse. Johns Creek, they lost 3 of their top scorers last year, and their 4th scorer, who on a very, very balanced team. He's a junior now, leading the team. They were statistical monsters last year at NSC. Honestly, I thought I honestly thought they were statistically better than Barrington, but Barrington happened to have their number in the one just in the direct matchup. But that team was scary as heck.
Absolutely, yeah, one to watch as well. And then let's just quickly talk about the last playoff bracket that we haven't mentioned yet. Oh gosh, everything reloaded. One moment. Okay, so still undefeated in that bracket. We've got DCC A from Michigan, of course, a perennial powerhouse, and Innovation Academy A from Georgia. We have also got 2 other teams there with really strong records. We've got Audrain County academic team and TJA, another past winner and fan favorite, as well as Eastchester, Grosse Pointe South, and Westwood.
And these are all some exciting teams. Audrain County, they're playing unaffiliated from their school. Not going to say what school they are, but they're from Missouri. They're from Mexico, Missouri. It could be any high school from Mexico, Missouri. TJ is, of course, a perennial powerhouse. DCC, I think, has actually just straight up attended every NSC ever. So
that sounds right.
They've been around. They've been around, and they've had a lot of success. They've won several. I think they've won 2 in the last decade. Decade, maybe just a little off, or like 11 years or so. I mean, they keep pumping out kids who just want to play Quiz Bowl. It's
Absolutely.
crazy.
Yeah.
Innovation, I think they're a little newer, but they've had a lot of success. They graduated half their starting lineup from last year, but some kids have filled in the role. They're doing real well. Eastchester, the lead scorer in that, Maximilian, he played solo at HSNCT.
Wow.
I like it. I like someone who just wants to play.
Absolutely. Yeah, great to see that enthusiasm. And it'll be really interesting to see what happens when DCC faces up against Innovation Academy, sort of an old guard versus new guard there. Again, at the moment, they are both undefeated. But while Innovation Academy has a stronger points per bonus, DCC is far out ahead in that bracket in terms of points per game. They've got 445, more than 100 ahead of the next competitor in that.
At the end of the day, you got to get toss-ups to win games. You got to get buckets, so to say.
Absolutely.
Before we had bounce backs, but currently we're not using those. Maybe then you could kind of carry yourself along by just having dominant bonus conversion as well as your toss-ups. But at the end of the day, if you're not getting toss-ups, you're not winning those games, and you can't just always rely on having good bonus conversion.
Yeah, for folks who might not be familiar, do you want to speak a little bit about what bounce backs were and how they changed the game?
Oh yeah, for sure. So previous iterations a couple years ago of NSC had bounce backs where if a team controlling the bonus gave an incorrect answer, the other team had an opportunity to rebound it. There were some logistical hiccups with this, just because in general it just creates more room for error. It's very easy to accidentally just say, oh, nope, wrong, the answer was this. And frankly, logistically, they're kind of messy to clean up because you've got to do a lot of stuff to preserve the putative fairness of how you resolve them, and they made the tournament take longer, to be honest.
Absolutely. But selfishly, as a player, it was so much fun to watch the other team get a toss-up and then sweep the bonus on their behalf. That's a thrill like no other.
Oh yeah, but on the other hand, it sometimes was a little troublesome for teams who were just like, ooh, they just really got unlucky here. I got this toss-up and got punished. It's because one of the things they did introduce was that really, really weird, unintuitive situation. If you're up 20 at the end of the game, the other team just incorrectly interrupted the toss-up, your best bet's actually just to sit there. Mm-hmm. And at the end, I didn't like it that at the end of the day because I don't think that I like situations where it promotes not trying to play Quiz Bowl.
Yes, I agree with that as well. And it's great that we're now in a situation where the rule set, even though as we talked about earlier, it is different from what most teams will be used to in their local tournaments back home, at least it's a little bit more similar. Bounce backs were a variable that almost never showed up at a local tournament.
Well, honestly, old NSC had a very distinct kind of four-quarter format that they went away from, and part of that was because when PACE originally formed, while you're trying to recruit people for nationals, their solution to different teams have different formats is kind of going with this four-quarter format where they try to adapt some elements from each. And now I think that's pretty cute. I think it can be kind of confusing. I'm not sure if that made things better or worse, but it certainly made for a very different experience for a lot of tournaments. And then in 2010 or so, they actually switched to the 2020 with 20s point powers, 10-point bonuses, no negs, and these bounce backs. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so I think as you're seeing unfold over the course of today, this format seems to be working well for teams. And it seems like this year we're striking a really great balance between difficult, challenging, innovative questions that are still getting answers from teams. We don't see a lot going dead. Folks do know the answers to these questions, hard as they may be, which I think also reflects somewhat a changing nature of the game. We just have a lot more people devoting a lot more attention to this now with really deep banks of knowledge.
But at the same time, like, we have hard questions on easy topics, and that's something that I think also allows both the writer and the player to shine. Suddenly you could show this kid has really deep knowledge of Argentina or just South Korean literature, like recent Nobel laureate Hong Kong, or writers just being very creative and just thinking of clean ways to write toss-ups. I mean, I'm not going to say everyone's read the Metamorphosis, but a lot of people read it. And you can't always just write the same toss-up on the Metamorphosis or Gregor Samsa. I think asking about the Samsa family is a cute way of being approachable and also not creating a lot of extra answer line difficulty in and of itself, because at the end of the day, if you're trying to play nationals, you should probably know that Gregor Samsa is in the protagonist of the Metamorphosis.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, are there any other toss-ups that have stood out to you today as some of your personal favorites?
Probably.
You can take a second to think about it.
I can't be excited. Well, the problem is, there's enough exciting content that it's hard to choose between your children. like your program's babies, right?
It's
you can't
true.
just choose.
It's true. It's true.
I'm not cutting the baby, you know.
One thing I've always appreciated about NSC is the sheer quantity of other arts. As an arts administrator, I get really excited about arts questions that deal more with how the arts actually function in people's lives today. So that bonus we just had, where the first part was about how male dancers function in ballet choreography, I thought that was just
really
wonderful.
Cool. I just have to be like, man, who's sitting in the back and also anatomically has trouble standing on the tips of their toes? Oh, I can't stand on my tippy toes. That's why.
Well, spoiler alert: the female ballerinas out there are indeed greatly assisted by their shoe technology.
Oh yeah,
Nobody's
that seems
standing
hard.
on-
That seems hard.
Very painful.
yeah.
All right, looks like we are setting up for the next game in our game room. We've got University Lab from Illinois against Lambert from Georgia, and we're going to cut to that game now.
Like direct RNA-seq?
Ravage in there. Stevenson got a
Well, there's lots of ways to do that. There's lots of ways to look at methylation.
Wait, can they win?
You said it's like
Great.
Oh.
Well, I'm sure that the viewers of the live stream would like to hear my opinions on methylation. I'm going to remember what the word packets looks like in the side tray of Slack. And this is round 9. I am loading it in, and we can get right started.
What team is this?
A choke.
Lambert.
Georgia.
Hi.
Yeah.
While we take a second to get started, would teams care to buzzer check at all?
Last year, we won. It was like low key.
They can hear you too. Robin Hood. Rhino
All right. This room is being live streamed, I think. And hi, I will be reading this game. I'm David Bass. I am a PhD student at Johns Hopkins. I edited all non-chemistry science for this set. And
I'm Rob Carson.
are folks ready for toss-up 1?
Yeah.
In Ovid's Fasti, Flora gives an herb to this deity who is angry about the birth of another deity. This deity was given the epithet Caelestis after syncretization with the Carthaginian deity Tanit. This non-archer deity sometimes bears the name of her daughter Lucina as an epithet. Similarly to men during Saturnalia, women prepared meals for slaves during a festival celebrating this goddess. This goddess may have earned the epithet Moneta from her sacred... Yes, that is right before I was about to say the word geese and end power. That is 20 Juno for Sophia. Your bonus, a man shields his face with his hands in an entry with this title from Ecuadorian painter Oswaldo Gayasamin's Age of Anger series for 10 points each. Give this title of an Edvard Munch painting whose agonized central figure may have been inspired by a Peruvian mummy.
The Scream.
Yes, this is The Scream. Gaia Samin studied alongside this artist whose fiery murals include one of a priest extending out a torch. A group of skeletal gods dissect another in a massive artwork this artist created at a university's Baker Library.
Orozco.
You got it. Right, yeah, that's Jose Clemente Orozco. Gayasamin and Orozco met at a gallery hosted by this family, whose member David commissioned over 30,000 works of Mexican folk art. A member of this family ordered Vladimir Lenin to be removed from the mural Man at the Crossroads.
Oh my God.
Answer, please.
Vanderbilt.
This is Rockefeller, as in David and Nelson. That's 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 2. A piece titled for this concept is easy to enter, difficult to exit, according to its composer, Pietro Locatelli. This concept titles an air and variations for harpsichord, whose theme begins with the 8th notes E, G sharp, F sharp, high B. An opus 3 set of concerti a sette that alternatively feature 4, 2, or 1 solo violins are titled for this sort of inspiration. The popular finale of Handel's E major keyboard suite is titled for this concept and a blacksmith.
Harmonious.
Yeah. That is harmony, as in the harmonious blacksmith. I can take that. That is 10 points for Manu.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Okay, never mind.
All right.
Sorry.
And you're onto your bonus. Johnson and Rao induced this process in HeLa cells with UV inactivated murine respirovirus for 10 points each. Name this process that yields syncytia like animal skeletal muscle cells.
Process.
Cell duplication. I don't know.
Yeah, cell duplication.
No, this is cell fusion. Johnson and Rao observed that fusing a cell in this stage with another cell caused the second cell's chromatin to condense, leading them to hypothesize a maturation promoting factor, or MPF. Prophase is the first part of this stage that follows G1, S, and G2.
Mitosis.
Yeah, mitosis.
Yeah, it's mitosis. MPF is a dimer of the B type of these proteins, and CDK1, which is a kinase dependent on these proteins. The E and A types of these proteins dimerize with CDK2 to facilitate the G2S transition.
Immunoglobulins?
These are cyclins,
Oh,
as in
you were right.
cyclin-dependent
Right.
kinases.
Okay, it's whatever. It's alright.
That
Yeah.
is 10 on the bonus, and we're on to toss-up 3.
Sorry.
This
It's okay.
character convinces 4 people in a row to sing Sunny Boy at a talent show. One man admires how this character studies the psychology of the individual and samples his hangover cure of egg and red pepper. This man advises wearing a devil costume to a masquerade ball to Gussie Gussie Finknodle. Although he has a feudal spirit, stories often end with this man convincing his mentally negligible employer to give up a questionable...
I'm buzzing. Jeeves.
Yes, that's original. Jeeves. So I think I failed to clear there, and yeah.
Sorry.
Should I ask what
That's
word
crazy.
he was
That's
buzzing?
good
'Cause
buzz.
it's gonna matter.
Hey, sorry, but
Give it to me.
Did I start to say employer?
You.
No. Okay, that's for power. Yes. All right. That is 20 points on Reginald Jeeves for Ben. Your bonus. The creator of many of these things refers to himself as beloved of the gods for 10 points each. Name these things that often used the Kharosthi script. One of these things is topped by 4 back-to-back lions.
Wait, one of these things.
Answer, please.
Gotta be a bridge.
No, these are the rock edicts of Ashoka. Ashoka created his edicts while serving as this empire's ruler. This empire defeated the Kalinga in a bloody 261 BCE war. This is the Mauryan Empire. 50 years after the death of Ashoka, the Mauryan Empire was succeeded by this dynasty founded by Pushyamitra. Kalidasa wrote a play on this dynasty's king, Agnimitra.
Okay, yeah.
Answer, please.
Umayyad.
This is the Shunga dynasty. That is 0 on the bonus. And we are on to toss-up 4. And double checking that we're clear. Sorry about that mistake again.
You're okay.
This adjective names a spectroscopic instrument at KPNO that is the largest 3D galaxy survey. This adjective describes a component whose EOS has a negative value for W because it has negative pressure. This adjective describes a discovery that Perlmutter, Schmidt, and Rees made by observing the nonlinear relationship between the magnitude of type 1a supernovae and their redshift, indicating a deviation from Hubble's law. This adjective describes the discovery that validated Einstein's inclusion of lambda, the cosmological constant. The accelerating expansion of the universe is driven by...
Dilation?
That is not correct. Dilation is not correct. So that is a 0 for Pranav. By energy named for this adjective for 10.
Dark.
Yes, this is dark as in dark matter and dark energy. That's 10 points for Jonathan.
It's okay.
Good for you, Tom.
Your bonus, a festival called Mother's Night, celebrated on the eve of this holiday, is only attested by Bede's reckoning, the reckoning of time, for 10 points each. Name this Germanic winter holiday that was syncretized with Christmas, whose season is called its tide.
Yeah. Yule.
Yep, it's Yule. Heitstrenging is the practice of swearing a solemn oath over a sacrificial one of these animals on Yule. Jesus exorcises a demon out of a man and into a herd of these animals who drown themselves.
Wait, no. Swine.
Yes, these are pigs. Swine is acceptable. Participants go to orchards and sing to the trees to promote a good harvest in this practice that has been mostly displaced by caroling. A traditional carol is titled "Here We Come, doing this practice."
Here we come.
Answer, please.
Round the.
This is wassailing, as in here we come a wassailing. All right, that is 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss up 5. In this election year, a primary challenger attempted to pass Rural 16C, forcing his opponent to declare his running mate before the final party nominee vote. In this year, one candidate's inactive campaign strategy was derisively termed Rose Garden campaigning. In an interview with Playboy, the winning
1976.
Power.
Nice.
That is 20 points for Tejas on the U.S. presidential election of 1976.
Good boys.
Bonus, while ranking the top 10 authors in this genre, Volcasius Sedigitus claims if anyone should feel differently, they would feel nothing. For 10 points each, name this Roman genre, which uses stock characters like the braggart soldier and the parasite. Much Ado About Nothing is a Shakespearean play in this genre.
It's comedy.
It's just comedy.
Yeah, these are just comedies.
Yeah,
Sedigitus places Terence in this spot, the same number of comedies that he wrote. Aeneas's men finally reach Italy in this book of the Aeneid, halfway through the work.
10 maybe? I don't know.
Try it.
Think it 10?
This is 6.
Oh, I don't know. Sorry.
Sedigitus places an author with this cognomen who wrote the Plausium in first place. A later author with this cognomen wrote the Thebaid and an unfinished Achilleid.
Bro, what? Why didn't you ask for Plautus earlier?
Maybe Pliny.
Try it.
Okay, Pliny.
Pliny.
This is Statius. So that is 10 on the bonus, and we are on to toss up 6.
I don't know. That's what Sorry. Bro, I'm surprised I didn't ask for Plautus.
A wonderment usage of this word is called its beatnik variety, but may have never been used by beatniks. This word's explosion in use in computing stems from Vimeo, looking for an alternative to the word dig. The widespread use of this word as a discourse marker is characteristic of a dialect popularized by a 1982 Frank Zappa song where vocal fry and upspeak are also used. One use of this word won out against goes in a dialect stereotypically spoken by California's Valley Girls. This English word's many uses include introducing quote speech as well as substituting for example.
Like.
That is like indeed.
What? There's other academic.
That is 10 points for David. The beatnik variety is found in the phrase, like, wow, man. Your bonus. Human factors psychology is considered part of this field for 10 points each. Name this field of psychology. Hugo Münsterberg studied this field of psychology, which studies interpersonal relations and well-being in corporate workplaces.
Industrial organization.
Your dad does, right?
Industrial organizational.
You got it.
Okay, yeah,
This is industrial and organizational psychology. Yeah. Hugo Münsterberg was a student of this psychologist who also taught Edward Titchener. This father of experimental psychology founded the first psychology laboratory.
Mr. Chicago Lab.
Skinner.
Answer, please.
Skinner.
All right. This is Wilhelm Wundt.
What?
Frederick Hertzberg. What was that, sorry? Frederick Hertzberg distinguished between hygiene and this phenomenon as two factors that lead to job satisfaction. Abraham Maslow proposed his hierarchy of needs in A Human Theory of... I'm going to restart the sentence. Abraham Maslow proposed his hierarchy of needs in A Theory of Human This Phenomenon, which is the drive to complete a goal.
Or wait, motivation?
Motivation.
Motivation.
You got it. That's motivation for 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss up 7. Before which we are clearing. The terms scud and tilt are defined in notes by this author, who recalled buying his French governess, Mademoiselle, a hearing aid in one memoir. Despite his requests, this author's wife did not destroy his unfinished...
Nabokov?
That is Vladimir Nabokov for 20 points for Manu.
Good job.
Your bonus, the first stage of the Ostwald process reacts this compound with oxygen for 10 points each. Name this compound the output of the Haber-Bosch process with formula NH3.
Ammonia.
Ammonia.
Yes. This metal, that's ammonia, this metal alloyed with 10% rhodium serves as the main catalyst in the Ostwald process. Until 2019, the kilogram was defined based on a cylinder made of
Iridium,
this
right?
element
Iridium.
combined with 10% iridium.
Oh wait. Platinum.
Platinum?
Yeah, it's platinum. Water and this compound are the end products of the Ostwald process. This compound can be mixed with hydrochloric acid to produce a mixture capable of dissolving platinum and gold.
So, what's aqua regia made of?
Look up magnesium.
Okay, please.
Hydrogen peroxide.
This is nitric acid. You get 20 on the bonus, and we're on to toss-up 8. Boston receives a Christmas tree each year for humanitarian efforts following one of these events involving a Belgian relief ship. The Lehigh Valley Railroad was sued by Russia following a giant one of these events near Jersey City in 1916. One of these events provides the English title of a historical novel focusing on the career of Victor Hughes and Alejo Carpentier. The painter Karel Fabricius was killed in one of these events in Delft in 1654. A giant one of these events followed a collision between the SS Emo and SS Mont Blanc in Halifax in 1970.
Oh, explosion?
Yeah, these are explosions. That is 10 points for Pranav.
Oh, that's what it was. Oh my
Wait,
god.
I didn't
We're looking.
Your bonus, W.G. Sebald used photos to illustrate a novel in which Jacques Austerlitz meets his former nursemaid Vera in this city for 10 points each. Name this city that, in another novel, is the home of Sabina, who poses for photos while wearing a bowler hat.
Prague.
Yeah, it's Prague. Photos by Ara Güler appear in an edition of Orhan Pamuk's book Istanbul, whose subtitle mentions these phenomena and the city. An alternative title for Marcel Proust's In Search of Lost Time refers to these phenomena of things past.
Remembrance?
Remembrance, yeah.
Remembrance.
Yeah, these are memories or remembrance. Descriptions of photos are interspersed in this author's memoir, The Years, one of many that contributed to her winning the 2022 Nobel Prize in Literature.
Erno?
That's 30 on the
Nice.
bonus.
Yeah.
Annie Ernaux,
History
indeed.
of Continental.
Yeah, your Prague
History of
novels are Austerlitz and The Unbearable Lightness of Being, and we're on to toss-up 9. At one of these events, two operatic characters speak in mock French as they pretend to be a chevalier and a marquis. At that one of these events, a Russian man states his motto is Chacun a son goût. An opera's Act 2 ends at one of these events where the lead tenor gambles with Baron Dufault and throws his winnings at his...
Like a party?
That's for power.
Nice.
The answer is parties in opera, and that is 20 for Manu. Your bonus, identify the following about London's International Health Exhibition of 1884 for 10 points each. One of the insanitary buildings showed wallpaper colored with Scheele's green, which contains this chemical. James Marsh developed a test for this chemical used in Victorian police investigations.
It's
arsenic, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Arsenic?
Yeah.
Good.
The flush toilets in the sanitary exhibitions helped prevent this disease. John Snow identified a pump on Broad Street as the source of transmission of an outbreak of this disease, which causes watery diarrhea.
Cholera.
Yep, that's cholera. This magazine mocked the entirely insanitary exhibition. This magazine, with a one-word title, co-founded by Henry Mayhew, employed cartoonists such as John Tenniel.
Yes, Punch.
30.
Good.
And we are on to toss up 10, after which we will have a brief break and a score check. This scientist names a formalism whose time reversibility is exploited to generate paradoxical non-determinism in Norton's dome. Mordechai Milgram developed a modified theory named for this scientist in an attempt to explain the dynamics of galaxies. While building on work by this scientist, Amélie de Châtelet formalized the law of conservation of energy. This non-Kepler scientist proposed the three-body problem and solved the two-body problem. Galilean transformations preserve conditions named for this scientist by converting between inertial reference frames. This scientist's Principia includes his inverse...
Oh, Newton?
That's Isaac Newton, indeed.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That is 10 points for Pranav.
Good job.
Your bonus, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis competed in the 1991 Little League World Series while growing up in a city with this name for 10 points each. The capital of New Zealand's Otago region also has what name, as the Free Church of Scotland named it after the Gaelic for Edinburgh?
So what the name? I don't know.
Auckland.
This is Dunedin.
Oh, that's what I was saying.
You gotta know these politicians' Little League careers. A Scottish city on the River Tay provides the name of this Australian state capital, whose larger metro area includes the suburbs of Singleton and Two Rocks. The Swan River colony was centered in this city.
Australian capital.
Might be Perth looking.
Perth?
Yeah, it's Perth.
Good.
In Scotland's Cashtial Calgary inspired the name of this Canadian province's city of Calgary.
It's gotta be Alberta, right? Tell me it's right, Alberta.
Yeah.
Okay.
This bonus was written by a Canadian. Yeah. So yeah, that's 30 on the bonus.
20, right?
20, right?
20.
Yeah, we did 20.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
No, they missed Dunedin. All right, that's 20 on the bonus. Thank you for catching that. And so at the half, I have Lambert A with 210 and Unilab with 120. Are there any disagreements, substitutions, desire to chat or stretch your legs?
My bad, bro. I didn't know DeSantis was.
Dude, his Little League career, bro. Clock in, buddy.
I'm unlocked.
You gotta know your Dunedin, bro.
What a day.
The 20th is done, right?
I think that's how it works, but kind of.
All right. And
They do kind of bounce up. Temporally, maybe.
as soon as I finish adjusting this cord, I feel like having this in my pocket is not exactly helping with anything. On to toss up 11. This character flunks out of school after spending time in taverns playing dominoes. This character's first wife starts coughing up blood a week after he learns she lied about her wealth. This character is told to conjugate the Latin phrase ridiculous sum 20 times after being mocked for being the only boy in the classroom who does not throw his cap on the floor. This character accidentally causes Hippolyte's leg to be amputated.
Bovary?
Yes, that is Shawl Bovary, one word out of power, so 10 points for Ben. Gilbert, your bonus, Gilbert Ryle coined the term ghost in the machine to criticize this philosopher's mind-body dualism for 10 points each. Name this French philosopher who wrote Meditations on First Philosophy.
René Descartes.
Yeah, that's René Descartes. In The Concept of Mind, Ryle argues Descartes' dualism is one of these mistakes. Ryle demonstrates these mistakes by imagining a visitor to Oxford being shown its buildings and then asking, where is the university?
These mistakes, like errors of scale.
And
Like
please.
errors of scale.
These are category mistakes or categorical errors. Wilfrid Sellers imagined the Rileyans, a tribe who interact with a non-Cartesian mind, in a book titled For This View and the Philosophy of Mind. W.V.O. Quine attacked logical positivism in an essay titled Two Dogmas of This View.
The existence of God.
And two, please.
The existence of God.
This is empiricism.
The one film.
That is 10 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 12. Practitioners hopping between celebrations of this holiday may observe strings of 91 apples hung as decoration. For Samaritans who celebrate this holiday, it is the last time in the Gregorian calendar year to make pilgrimages to Mount Gerizim. White sheets are often installed to represent clouds of glory during this holiday. 7 exalted guests.
Sukkot?
Yeah, that is Sukkot for 20 points for Sanjay.
Good.
Yeah.
The Feast of Booths. And onto your bonus. Identify the following about people who have written about metaphorical liberty trees for 10 points each. In 1787, this future president declared the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. He also wrote the Declaration of Independence.
Jefferson?
Yeah, it's Thomas Jefferson. This abolitionist wrote, "A traitor is good fruit to hang from the boughs of the tree of liberty." In 1872, a paper run by Victoria Woodhull publicized this man's affair with Elizabeth Richards Tilton.
I don't think it is, because he
Is it
ran
not
with
the...
her.
Were there abolitionists, you know?
Garrison.
This is Henry Ward Beecher.
Oh, Beecher.
Boston's Liberty Tree inspired this two-word phrase for lynching victims. A Billie Holiday song of this name describes blood on the leaves and blood at the root.
Strange fruit.
That's strange fruit for 20 on the bonus, and we're into 13. A colony named after the son of Satyrion and Poseidon was founded by these people. Sorry, I'm going to a colony named after the son of Satyrion and Poseidon was founded by people from this city, led by Palanthus, where rain was said to fall from a clear sky. A prince from this city founded the colony of Kyneps in modern-day Libya, which was destroyed 3 years later by the Makai. That prince of this city was Dorius, whose sister-in-law erased wax from a wooden tablet to reveal a secret message from Demaratus warning of a pending invasion. Yes, that's for 10 points. Sparta for Sophia. Yes, the colony in the first line is Tarentum. Your bonus, the last movement of one of these works by this composer is a frenzied B-flat major toccata in 7/8 time, marked Precipitato for 10 points each. Name these works. The 6th, 7th, and 8th of these works by this composer are often grouped together since they were written during World War II. Answer, please.
String Quartets by Ravel?
No, these are Sergei Prokofiev's piano sonatas. This Russian composer's 7th and 9th piano sonatas have the contrasting nicknames White Mass and Black Mass. This synesthetic composer developed the mystic chord.
Bro. I think it's Scarabin. Scarabin?
No, this is Alexander Scriabin. I don't think I can accept that mispronunciation, sorry. A furious allegro molto movement concludes this other Russian composer's B-flat minor piano sonata. This composer of Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini was known for his large hands.
Rachmaninoff.
Yes, that's Sergei Rachmaninoff, 10 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 14. In 2025, the New York Times examined the mass tort industry through a Montana hotline named for this person. Makeup artist Mila Morales is a talking head in a Peacock documentary partly about this man's role in a 1991 crowd crush at a CCNY charity basketball game. In April 2025, Arun Subramanian ruled that a surveillance video of this man beating his girlfriend was admissible.
Did he?
That is P. Diddy for power.
Bro.
That was so bro.
All right, that is 20 points for David.
This guy loves Diddy power.
Keep myself It's so straightforward. All right. The New York Times article in the lead-in is super fun, by the way. Highly recommend. Your bonus, AC flow is improved by supplying DC to a saturable type of these devices. For 10 points each, name these devices whose dissipative characteristic is measured by the Q factors, which was introduced while studying them. These devices produce magnetic fields to oppose changes in current.
Oh, no, it's inductors?
Yeah. This is inductors. This scientist who names a law of induction invented electromagnetic field blocking cages that are used in microwave ovens.
Faraday.
Yeah, it's Michael Faraday. This quantity for an LC circuit equals 1 over the square root of LC. This quantity exists for the sinusoidal driving force of a damped harmonic oscillator if the damping ratio exceeds 1 over root 2.
There's like the
I want to say
discharge time. Oh, sure.
Impedance?
This is a resonant frequency.
Oh.
So that is 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 15, after which I will do a score check. The Krukenberg procedure modifies this part of the body by severing the interosseous membrane up to the pronator teres. A bone central to this structure and an adjacent joint features the olecranon process and C-shaped trochlear notch. This non-joint structure's palmaris longus muscle is missing in 1/4 of people. A bone in this non-joint structure names the UCL, problems with which can be fixed by operating on an adjacent joint in Tommy John surgery. This part of the body is proximal to the carpals and contains...
The wrist?
No.
No, it's not wrist.
That is not the wrist. That is 0 for Jonathan. Contains both radio-ulnar joints. This structure is distal to the humerus and contains the radius. For 10 points, name this part of the body between the wrist and the elbow.
The forearm.
This is the forearms, indeed. That is 10 points for Sanjay.
It's like right here. That's not right.
It's a baseball.
Easy, you just heard like cardboard. That wrist.
Alright, your bonus. Charles Dickens's youngest son, who bore the unfortunate nickname Plorn. Sorry. Why do we need unfortunate there? The unfortunate nickname Plorn was named for this author for 10 points each. Name this English author who convinced Dickens to write a happier ending for Great Expectations. The lovers Glaucus. Your table okay? Yeah. The lovers Glaucus and Ione appear in his novel The Last Days of Pompeii.
British author.
I don't remember. Wait, he's so irrelevant now, bro. No, everyone likes him now, bro.
Answer, please.
No, just say it. No answer.
Gibbon. All right, this is Edward Bulwer Lytton.
Bulwer-Lytton.
Bulwer Lytton is more famous for the oft-mocked opening line of his novel Paul Clifford, which proclaims it was a night. With these two classically gothic
last year too, bro.
Yeah, I know. With these two classically gothic qualities, name both.
Dark and stormy.
Indeed. We are approaching the third part of the bonus. I have not slept a lot recently. Bulwer Lytton wrote the play Not So Bad As We May Seem for a charity event with a cast including Dickens and this author. This man wrote about the switching of Laura Fairley and Anne Catherick in The Woman in White.
Yeah, I said that.
Collins?
Yeah, 12P Collins. That is 20 on the bonus. And we are on to toss-up 16. I have Lambert up by 80 points with a score of 280 to 200. During this war, Biyuku Gasa and Aroni Kumana paddled a canoe for over 40 miles to deliver an inscribed message to an operative. The Tana army venerated a figure popularized during this war who reportedly lives in the volcanic Mount Yasser. Natives who aided one side in this war were hailed as Fuzzy Wuzzy Angels for guiding wounded men down the Kokoda Trail. The soldier John...
Russo-Japanese?
That is not correct. That is 0 for Manu, buzzing with Russo-Japanese war. The soldier John Frum legendarily served in this war, whose end spurred the growth of various cargo cults. During this war, the shipwrecked crew of the PT-109, including a young JFK, was rescued by 2 Solomon Islanders. For 10 points, name this war in which Fijian and Tongan troops supported Allied forces during the Guadalcanal campaign in 1942.
World War II.
Yep, this is World War II. That is 10 points for Ben.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Your bonus, a space is locally Euclidean if there exists one of these functions between a neighborhood of each point and some subset of Rn. For 10 points each, name these functions that preserve all topological properties. These continuous bijections between topological spaces have continuous inverses.
Oh my god, what's it called? Like a, it's not, what's it called when you like
Answer, please.
Invariants.
Time. These are homeomorphisms.
Yeah.
Oh.
Homeomorphisms preserve this property that is possessed by some subset of any neighborhood. A set with this property equals its interior and contains none of its boundary points.
Like a straight subset. Oh.
Answer, please. It is open, or openness. As bijections, homeomorphisms map precisely one element of this set to each element of this set's image. This set of input to a function is contrasted with the range.
Domain.
That's the domain, 10 on the bonus.
Okay. Don't worry.
And we are on to toss up 17. The author of Discovering Home advised using broad brushstrokes when writing about this title place whose taboo subjects include ordinary domestic scenes. This place's rudimentary souls are discussed in an essay noting Marco Polo's...
Africa.
Yep, this is just Africa. That is 20 for Ben. Have I said Marco yet? Great. Your bonus, a character with this profession claims to want to do one meaningful deed while confessing to a fake priest who wears white face and a long black robe. For 10 points each, give this profession of a Max von Sydow played character who, in a 1957 film, makes a wager for his life with a hooded stranger he meets on a rocky beach.
Max von Sydow, the occupation?
Try it.
He's like a knight.
Yeah, a knight. The knight Antonius Block loses a chess game to death in this Swedish director's film, The Seventh Seal.
Bergman.
Yep, that is Ingmar Bergman. Description acceptable. When death comes for the knight, a servant girl identified in the credits as having this condition whispers, "It is the end." In Bergman's persona, the nurse Alma cares for an actress with this condition.
She's probably blind or something.
Well, I was gonna say like leprosy or something like crazy like that.
Answer, please.
Blind.
She is mute or otherwise nonverbal.
She said something to him.
And, well,
In the credits,
power of
it's
film.
different.
All right, that is 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 18. One of these objects contains a cameo of Augustus and is housed in Auchin's treasury. Giotto painted a buried skull at the bottom of one of these objects found in the Santa Maria novella. Garo names a half-gilded, half-painted one of these objects in Cologne, which was contemporary to freestanding high ones sculpted in the British Isles. Gothic cathedrals were often built in the shape of these objects. Ornate types.
Crosses?
Yeah, these are crosses.
Good.
That is 10 points for Pranav.
Thank you.
And onto your bonus, the high priests of a god with this animal form were the de facto rulers of Upper Egypt during the Third Intermediate Period. For 10 points each, name this animal form of a deity whose high priestess was called his god's wife. That chief god of the Theban triad, Amun, had this animal form.
Is this the scorpion? I think it's scorpion.
Yeah. Scorpion?
This is a ram. Amun was frequently syncretized with the chief gods of neighboring kingdoms, such as the lion-headed Nubian god Apademak and the lower Egyptian god of this domain, Ra.
The sun?
Okay.
Yes, this is the sun. This ram-headed god placed the ka within mothers' wombs after making it at a potter's wheel. Autumn and this chief male god of Elephantine were identified with the setting sun.
Capri? I don't know.
Is that a red? Sure.
Capri.
This is Kanum or Kanumra.
sorry.
That is 10 on the bonus, and we are on to toss up the penultimate with a 40-point difference in favor of Lambert.
I think time.
Does someone call time?
Yeah, you're free to call a timeout and get approximately 30 seconds.
It's
40
Yeah, score check I have is 300 to 260. Do we have a disagreement?
No bio.
No bio.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
300 to
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to discuss any disagreements.
Actually, that was just hard, bro.
I'm pretty sure she made. She's dyslexic.
No, because the thing is, when I think of ram-headed deity, I think of foremost of the.
It's true.
Foremost of the
Why is-
Western.
I didn't know the
This is
first one,
crazy.
bro, like at all. I thought it was scorpion because of the scorpion tablet thing.
No, I mean I don't know it either. It's not,
Like the Narmer tablet with the scorpion on it.
I thought it sounded fine. It sounded
I thought it was the Beatles.
I was thinking cross
Isn't that
until
the
Gothic
isn't
Cathedral
that
came up, and I was like, how do you
Scribble?
build
I think
like
Scribble
a
might be
building in the shape
That's
of
why
a
I said
cross?
cross.
Yeah,
It's
not a
It's
big
hard. My
It's just
point
it's
set
just
topology.
How did
The
Cross
last
was
year,
good,
I
I did not
think
know
also
that.
It's the basilica thing.
No, I just genuinely had no clue what it was.
All right, let's get resuming with this game. Again, 2 questions left, 40-point difference, and I'm about to start our toss-up 19. This term describes a sort of innovation in which an increasing variety of intermediate goods raises productivity. The rightmost portion of an indifference curve for perfect complements is best described by this term. Mergers described by this term are evaluated by the HHI index. As price elasticity increases, a supply curve approaches this shape. This adjective describes a demand curve faced by a firm in perfect competition since... Sorry, were you buzzing?
No.
He buzzed.
All right.
I buzz. Constant like line.
This shape.
Prompt on have we said this word? Where is this word? Oh, here it is. Yeah. Prompt by asking what specific shape?
Downward sloping.
That is not correct. And so, did we get the right time of your buzz? Because I think we might have slowed and clearing.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it was the same time.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's this.
Yeah.
Yes. And had I said this adjective describes a demand curve yet?
Yeah.
I think you said
Great.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So that is a 0 for Tejas. This adjective describes a demand curve faced by a firm in perfect competition since Consumers are maximally sensitive to price changes. This term describes a sort of business expansion that may lower costs through economies of scale. For 10 points, name this adjective that describes a sort of integration contrasted with its vertical type.
Horizontal.
Yes.
There we go.
All right.
Good job.
That is 10 points for David. Sorry about the clearing delay again. And we are on to your bonus. This author of the book-length poem, I Love a Broad Margin to My Life, wrote a memoir of a girlhood among ghosts, which was reviewed as a poem turned into a sword. For 10 points each, name this author who described how her mother cut the membrane of her tongue and told her stories of Fa Mulan in The Woman Warrior.
Kingston.
Yes, this is Maxine Hung Kingston. The protagonist of Kingston's novel, Tripmaster Monkey, is punningly named for this poet, and his poem, I Sing the Body Electric.
Whitman.
Yes, that's Walt Whitman. Tripmaster Monkey quotes from Song of Myself, which claims, I loaf and invite this thing. I sing the body electric, and oh, I say now, these are this word, and asks, what is this thing?
The grass. The grass.
No, this is the soul. That is 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss up the last with a 10-point difference. This element is bonded to 2 oxygen and 2 chlorine atoms in a compound that, like bromine, is a volatile red-brown liquid at room temperature. Only this element is antiferromagnetic at room temperature. An anion with 7 oxygen atoms contains 2 atoms of this metal in its plus.
Chromium?
That's for power. That is chromium, 20 points for Jonathan.
Dude. Everything I've said about you.
Your bonus, one of these people complained, it dims your eyes, makes your back ache, and knits your chest and belly together about laboring in the scriptorium. For 10 points each, name these men who might copy manuscripts while belonging to orders such as the Carthusians or Benedictines.
Probably, yeah.
Yep, these are monks. This dynasty lends its name to a variant of Latin script used in many 8th century manuscripts. This dynasty was founded by Clovis I in 509.
Diocletian? No.
Answer, please.
Okay.
This is the Merovingian dynasty. Baghdad's House of Wisdom both copied manuscripts and made original work like this man's Al-Jabr. This Persian polymath spread Hindu numerals to the west and is the source of the word algorithm.
It's not Batuta or Khaldun.
It's Al Gore.
Answer, please.
No answer.
Time up.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
It says Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi. That is 10 on the bonus, and Unilab wins by 20 points, 320 to 300.
Good game.
Good game to both teams.
I look, you remember a Now Red video.
That was really lucky.
Good game.
Good game.
That was unlucky.
All right, welcome back to the live commentary room at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare here in Rosemont, Illinois. What a nail-biter we just saw in round 9 between Lambert A and University Lab from Illinois. The final score, Unilab 320 to Lambert A 300. It was a come-from-behind victory for Unilab, but they kept it close the whole time and sealed it on that last toss-up.
Yeah, it was there was a little tug back and forth, even though Lambert did have the lead most of the time. But I think this just shows the value of education in the Champaign-Urbana area.
Well played. In any event, we have some other brackets that are running just a little bit behind of this bracket. So in order to ensure question security, we are going to hold gameplay in our live streamed room for just a little bit, but we'll be back with you soon. Look forward to seeing you then.
playoffs. Why is that at Monterey?
toss-up 4. The Ramsey problem, which later yielded a second-best solution for monopoly pricing, was originally formulated to optimize these things. Peter Diamond and James Merlees found that these things need not alter production decisions. These things, economic independence, which is independent from statutory incidence, depends on the elasticities of suppliers and consumers. One type of these things that can bring private marginal cost into equality with social marginal cost was described by A.C. Pigou.
A tax.
Yeah, these are taxes, as in Peruvian taxes. That is 10 points for Nam. Your bonus, the prologue of the epic Astronautilla references this author's story, The Fall of House Votitki. For 10 points each, name the science fiction author of War with the Newts, who wrote a 1920 play about a firm that creates the universal beings, Primus and Helena.
Guy who wrote Rossum's. Oh, Capek.
Yeah, this is Karl Čapek. Jan Kresadlo's Astronautilia includes Homeric Greek text and a translation into this language. Čapek and Václav Havel wrote in this Central European language.
In Czech.
Yep, that is Czech. In the Astronautilia, the universe can only exist while observed by one of these animals. In a novel titled for these animals, the killings of Garland, Polakov, and Luba allow a bounty hunter to buy his wife a Nubian goat. Answer, please.
Cats.
These are sheep, as in do androids dream of electric sheep.
Okay.
That is 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss up 5. A fan belt breaks in front of a general store owned by a man with this name who breaks up a fight with a soda bottle. Contradictory lines about Jay, the only son of this man.
Macon dead.
That is not correct.
Okay.
That is 0 for Anthony. And 21 children, the last one, Jake, support Susan Bird's story about this man. Children in Shalimar sing a song replacing Sugarman with this name. A man thinks if you surrendered to the air, you could ride it at a leap with this name, where a bag of gold containing human bones is taken by Pilate. In a work titled For This Name, Robert Smith jumps off a hospital roof.
Solomon.
Yeah, that is Solomon, as in the Song of Solomon, which features the dead family. Yeah. All right, that is 10 points for Ben. Your bonus, according to Cassius Dio, Hierocles drugged Aurelius Zoticus, a lover of this emperor, to cause erectile dysfunction. For 10 points each, name this Roman emperor who married Julia Aquilia Severa. This emperor was a high priest of a sun god that Aurelian promoted as the chief god of Rome.
Diocletian?
This is Elagabalus, or Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. According to Cassius Dio, Antinous, the male lover of Hadrian, was killed as a part of this practice. Carthage allegedly performed this action by killing children to appease their gods.
Sacrifice. Sacrifice.
Yeah, we're just looking for human sacrifice. This Julio Claudian emperor ordered Sporus to be his lover after he kicked his pregnant wife Poppaea Sabina to death. This emperor earlier forced her to divorce Otho.
Nero.
Yes, this is Nero. That's 20 on the bonus. And we are on to toss up 6. This quantity defines the threshold at which optimality is achieved by the von Karman ogive, which is a special case of the Sears hack body. This quantity is calculated from the displacement of powder in a common classroom experiment involving the Kunsttube. For an ideal gas, the square of this quantity equals the heat capacity ratio times RT. This quantity equals -1/2 power of the product of density and isentropic compressibility in the Newton-Laplace equation. The prefixes hyper, trans, and super describe flows in which this quantity is exceeded. This quantity is 343.
Speed of sound.
Yes, this is the speed of sound. That's 10 points for Andrew. your bonus, one character in this novel is assassinated after his criticism that the president wants to mint coins with his head is turned into a joke about him wanting to decapitate the president. For 10 points each, name this novel about the political struggles and differences of the childhood friends Chris, Ikem, and Sam that is set in the fictional country of Kangan.
I have no idea.
Answer, please.
No.
Time, yep. This is Anthills of the Savannah. Anthills of the Savannah is by this Nigerian author who wrote about Okonkwo hanging himself in shame in Things Fall Apart.
Achebe, yeah.
Yeah, this is Chinua Achebe. The former mentor to the president, Raymond, befriends the shopkeeper Salim in this V.S. Naipaul novel set in an unnamed African country.
Wait, is it a bend in the river? A house for Mr. Biswas.
This is a bend in the river. That is 10 on the bonus. And we are on to toss up 7. Either butterfly wings or a shell representing this location adorn the back of a son of Tlaloc and Chalchiutlikwe in many depictions. An animal thrown to this location either hits Mestli or, due to his cowardice, Tekiztekotl, who may embody a figure in this location. According to another story, this location was created when Koyal Shakwi was decapitated and had her head thrown away by Huitzilopochtli. Quetzalcoatl imprints a rabbit's image on this location in one...
The sun?
That is not correct. That is a 0 for Jaehyun. In one story, due to the animal's willingness to serve as food for the god. For 10 points, the Aztecs tracked the phases of what celestial
moon.
Yes, that is 10 points for Anthony. The moon. On to your bonus. According to a letter by a follower, this man mentally calculated the exact position of the sun on a given day while hunting on horseback. For 10 points each, name this man whose madrasa in Registan Square attracted scholars such as Jamshid al-Kashi. This son of Shah Rukh was inspired by a visit to Marageh to design a Fakhri sextant.
What's his name?
Answer, please.
Tamerlane.
This is Ulugh Beg. Ulugh Beg designed the sextant for a building for members of this profession, such as Al-Kashi, who compiled Zij books containing star catalogs.
Astronomers.
Yes, Kashi go lean. Ulugh Beg's observatory and madrasa were located in this Uzbek city. In this city, Ulugh Beg's grandfather founded a namesake empire that succeeded the Chagatai Khaganate.
Samarkand.
Yeah. Ulugh Beg's grandfather was Timur. That is 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 8. A giant one of these structures along the A93 Perth-Blairgowrie Road dating to the Battle of Culloden is named for the town of Miclore. The Sherman rhinoceros was developed to destroy these structures in the bocage of Normandy following D-Day. The Midland style of these structures slopes towards heavy bullocks. To enforce a salt tax in India, British officials built...
Hedge.
These are hedges. Yep, that is for power. That is 20 points for Nam. A leader yells before this action is performed in 3 sets of 3, followed by a single instance of it in Iponjime for 10 points each. Name this action performed by challengers between points in a Buddhist debate. This action is performed twice between bowing twice and bowing once at Shinto shrines. Answer, please.
Washing hands.
This is clapping, as in hakushu. Loud clapping during debates in monasteries of this Mahayana Buddhist sect are meant to awaken compassion and wisdom. This sect is split further into schools like the Kagyu and Gelug.
Zen.
No, this is Tibetan Buddhism.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Toyo imitates geisha music and dripping water when Mokurai asks him about the sound of one hand clapping in one of this sect's koans. This other sect of Mahayana Buddhism is mostly practiced in Japan.
Zen Buddhism.
Yes, never wrong, just early. That's an Emmett Laurie original. All right, that is 10 on the bonus, and we are on to toss up 9. Note to players, specific answer required. Imprecise answers will be rejected. The existence of this technology was accidentally revealed on an episode of Court of Current Issues by Senator Edwin Johnson. One country used an alarm clock designed for this tech in the Joe 4 demonstrated at Semipalatinsk. The Maniac 1 computer was first used to help develop this tech. An early use of this technology caused a diplomatic incident involving the crew of Japan's Lucky Dragon 5. A major milestone for this technology occurred with a device nicknamed the Sausage used in Ivy Mike. Sakharov's third idea was a Russian implementation of the Teller Ulam design for this technology.
Thermonuclear bomb.
Yes.
What was it?
That is 10 points for Jonathan. Yeah, we can accept thermonuclear weapons. The main answer is hydrogen bombs.
Okay.
It just means you don't want to say those things. I don't know why they specified because you can't answer A. It was too specific.
Yeah, it's specifically because of the potential A-bomb answer. Yeah. All right, your bonus. Human gastrulation begins 2 to 3 weeks after this event for 10 points each. Name this event in which sperm enters an egg, forming a zygote to begin gestation.
Fertilization.
Yeah, it's fertilization. Gastrulation organizes this set of 3 structures. Give the collective name for the endoderm, mesoderm, and ectoderm, which are stratified along the animal-vegetal axis in the amphibian blastocyst.
Oh no, it's like no, the space is
Answer, please.
gastrulation.
These are the germ layers. Yeah. An early step in amphibian gastrulation is the formation of this structure's dorsal lip from bottle cells. The endoderm and mesoderm internalize via involution through this structure, which forms opposite the site of sperm entry and is analogous to the primitive streak in amniotes.
It's either like a tail or the spine. I think it's the
Answer, please.
Spine, like the spine.
This is the blastopore.
Okay. Oh, what is that? What is that?
It's where your I think mouth comes from. Maybe anus. Both are promptable.
Bro.
I don't remember which is for deuterostomes and which is for protostomes because I'm now a year out from my qualifying exam. That's 10 on the bonus. And we're on to toss of 10, after which we'll have a brief break and a score check. This author ended one novel by praising those who lived faithfully a hidden life and rest in unvisited tombs. In a novel by this author, a man returns a woman's pawned necklace after he sees her losing at roulette. This author argued that overly perfect female protagonists reinforce prejudice against women's education in silly novels by lady novelists. A man created by this author befriends Gwendolyn Harleth and moves to the East upon learning his mother was Jewish. A man who dies while writing The Key to All Mythologies.
Eliot.
Yeah, that's George Eliot. That's 10 points for the Middlemarch content for Ben. Your bonus. On the day Adolf Hitler died, Lee Miller was photographed in his bathtub while working as a correspondent for this magazine. For 10 points each, name this New York fashion magazine currently edited by Anna Wintour. Its main competitors are Elle and Harper's Bazaar.
Vogue?
Yes, it's Vogue. Whoopi Goldberg laid in a bath full of milk for Vanity Fair cover by this photographer. Another Vanity Fair cover by this celebrity photographer depicts a pregnant, nude Demi Moore.
I got no idea.
Dorothy Lane.
All you.
Answer, please.
Stieglitz.
This is Annie Leibovitz.
Oh.
Don Heron photographed this artist taking a bath in a room painted with his motif of a dog barking. Purple paint drips from an unfinished 1989 canvas by this graffiti artist who used his colorful dancing figures to raise awareness of AIDS.
No, that's not best yet. No, this is the guy.
Answer, please.
Jeff Koons.
No, this is Keith Haring.
Yeah,
that is 10 on the bonus.
Oh my
And the half, I have RM with a score of 140 and Unilab with a score of 100. Any disagreements or substitutions?
I knew Haring.
What a
we even had
flex.
classical.
Can we perchance?
We had classical.
Do you want to stop?
Yeah.
No, we had classical. Remember?
I knew that. I swear I knew that. I got it confused with Jeff.
I think we should still
They
stop.
both-
I
they
think
both
we
make
just
dogs.
because
But he makes really big dogs, and Harry makes little dogs on shirts.
Y'all got this.
I don't know. He might be gay. I just knew he made. Okay, but I carded like
No, it
I
doesn't matter.
carded the Angeline dogs, and Jeff Cruz was there, and it like got me confused. Yeah.
Right, but this will be guaranteed top 10.
It's okay.
I
Jeff
know.
Coons
Or we
might
should try
be-
and
Wait,
win
I'm
both.
still
Yeah,
not
I
done.
guess.
It's not that bad.
Talking about Jeff Coons lore.
I can see this.
Jeff Coons is one of my favorite
I just
artists.
couldn't remember the name.
The glass sculptures.
We can always, because either way, we're still getting.
I don't know that, but I'm aware of his sculpture series. Yes.
Let's keep pushing.
For the viewers at home,
Just keep trying.
Jeff Coons and Keith Haring are cool artists.
Closing in on oath.
Hypothetically, we did win.
You are. It's not my. We know this table.
You're a barbarian.
We can try.
You're actually a barbarian.
I think there's still Bible content.
Hey, starting on killer just
Or like
new
religion.
technology we're gonna be using.
Religion in general.
Barbarian instead of brute or drug. We're moving on to
I
barbarian.
just
They
lost
can
a
hear
bunch
me.
of blizzards.
Yes, I can hear me.
Yeah,
the
the
game.
mics are
I just did a
active,
ton
just like
of
for
cubic
the,
meters.
in case anyone's not sure.
Yeah, so don't worry.
I did like 30 questions.
watching this for over 5.
I'll remind them in 30 minutes.
This will be one of the remaining artifacts of our
Like 25 minutes and I'll be like tuned in.
Novels will be written about this live stream.
That's the Easter egg.
All right.
What day is
What
this?
day is
What day?
6, 7.
So we are. Who substituted out?
We substituted Jonathan for Ian.
All right.
Ian got substituted out.
Ian substitute with Jonathan. Great. All right, and we're still taking a minute.
We're getting a game over also.
Don't do that. Oh, wait, we're taking a 5-minute break?
Oh my gosh. I should have said it.
We still got some of it, and we have some side. I think one.
All right.
What teams did we get to read my brain route in this set too? I'm so proud of it. I was literally like, okay, I need to write a question for my subcategory that I've given myself, anatomy/physiology, and then I thought of the blinch, and I just searched like knee surgery into Google and started reading, and that's where that bonus came from.
That's the one that's like bad feeling when you had knee surgery tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
With the Grinch.
Yeah, the blinch. Please get his name correct. Yeah. Yeah, just the Grinch and he's blue for no reason. It's called the blinch. Yeah. It's a good
two game goes.
I knew it was blue.
But we got the tiebreaker.
Yeah, so
Yeah. You gotta know a lot of stuff here, man.
If you let it get to your head,
All-Star game.
you're gonna.
I'm not sure of the state of the All-Star game. I did write one toss-up for it that I can confirm is not on the blinch. I won't say anything about any other toss-ups. I'm not.
Hello and welcome back to the live commentary room at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois. We're just going to take a brief few-minute break to let other rooms catch up so we keep our question security, and we'll be back with you soon.
yourselves and think about how great toss-up 11 is going to be.
Yes.
A faction of these people who fought one conflict to its end was called the Bitter Enders and included Jopi Fori. These people who formed the Republic of Stellaland and the state of Goshen won independence in the Sand River Convention. The term commando was first used to describe these people's infantry during land conflicts by the Great Fish River, which were led by men such as Piet Retief. Herbert Kitchener ordered infrastructure.
Bowers.
Yeah, these are boars.
Sand River Convention.
That is 10 points for Nam.
Happy history bowler.
Gotcha.
It's fine. It's fine. Got it.
Alright, let's go. Push on the bonuses.
It's fine.
All right.
I appreciate
Your bonus. A poem with this unusual number of lines lists the broken wall, the burning roof and tower, and Agamemnon dead. For 10 points, name this number of lines of that poem, which begins with the words "a sudden blow." Alfred Lord Tennyson's poem "The Kraken" also has this many lines.
What is it, 2 or 1?
I don't know, just guess.
I would go with
2.
This is 15. A 15-line poem evokes the great wings of one of these animals beating still above the staggering girl. Another poem by the same author describes how 9 and 50 of these animals paddle in the cold at cool.
Swans.
Swan?
Swan.
Okay.
Yeah, these are swans as in Lita and at cool. The Wild Swans at Cool is by this Irish poet of Lita and the Swan, who described how the falcon cannot hear the falconer in The Second Coming.
Yeats.
William Butler Yeats.
Yeah, this is William Butler Yeats. No relation to the 2014 joke. And that is 20 on the bonus, and we are on to Toss Up 12. A piece by this composer repeats a different chord in each of the 11 sections that follow its opening pulses. In a piece by this composer, 2 performers repeat the rhythm 3/8 notes, 2/8 notes, 8th note, 2/8 notes, with one of them delaying it by an extra 8th rest on each repetition. Terry Riley's In C and the Preaching of Brother Walter inspired a tape composition by this composer. A string quartet by this composer of Music for 18 Musicians ends with the movement After the War, which intersperses interviews with Holocaust survivors.
Adams?
Yeah. That is not correct. Adams is not correct. That is 0 for David.
You're okay, you go.
This composer pioneered phasing in pieces like It's Gonna Rain and clapping music. For 10 points, name this minimalist American composer of different trains.
Reich.
Yeah, this is Steve Reich, spelled kind of like Reich, so that's definitely acceptable. And so that is 10 for Nam. A study by Gutierrez Aguirre et al. Found that using a compound of potassium in this anion to oxidize ethylene increased the shelf life of bananas. For 10 points each, name this anion whose compound with potassium turns brown upon reacting with double or triple bonds in Bayer's test.
It's anion. Chloride. This is it.
Answer, please.
Chloride.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Chloride, Cl-.
No, this is permanganate. Permanganate's central manganese atom has an oxidation state of plus this number, the number of electrons in the outermost shell of a halogen. Yeah, it's 7. Potassium permanganate is also widely used as a stain for this technique, during which a solvent is moved through a silica plate by capillary action.
Thin layer chromatography.
Yep, that's thin layer chromatography for 20 on the bonus.
Next one.
And we are on to Toss Up 13. An old lady has questions about the ethics of this activity in a book that coined the term moment of truth. This activity takes place in each afternoon during a week-long July festival that also includes the waltzing Riau Riau ritual. Participants in this activity often don a suit of lights and were celebrated by the original aficionados. This activity is the subject of the book Death in the Afternoon. Between 2022 and 2024, this activity was banned at the largest venue for it in the world in Mexico City. Volunteers help corral participants to rings for this activity after a running in Pamplona.
Bullfighting.
Yeah, this is bullfighting. That is 10 points for Ben.
Shaped like bull runs.
They deny that.
Really?
Your bonus, flooding often renders airports inoperable for 10 points each. 8,000 people were stranded at this airport during Typhoon Jebi during 2018. This airport, built on an artificial island and designed by Renzo Piano, has sunk 38 feet since 1994.
I'm pretty sure it's in Japan, but I don't know.
Answer, please. Time. This is Kansai International Airport. A portable flood wall was installed in this city's downtown airport due to frequent flooding of the Mississippi. Tim Walls resides at the governor's residence in this Minnesota capital city.
Minneapolis.
It is unfortunately St. Paul. A 2018 storm closed Nedambassery Airport in this Indian state for 2 weeks. This southern state has the highest literacy rate and life expectancy in India and is governed by the LDF, which includes the Communist Party of India, Marxist.
Gujarat.
I think Gujarat's like northern. I think it's Punjab.
Punjab is northern.
Answer, please.
Gujarat.
We are talking about Kerala, so that is 0 on the bonus. There was debate over whether we need a pronunciation guide for Marxist being in parentheses in the name of the party. We are on to toss up 14. Borstein et al. 2024 rejects the hypothesis that evolution of this structure is a key innovation in cichlids. In certain fish, the first pair of branchial arches develops into this structure. VDJ recombination is a synapomorphy of the clade of vertebrates named for possessing this structure, which is analogous to rotifers trophi. The
Like Jaws?
Yes, that's for power.
Nice.
Jaws, 20 points for Jonathan.
I could have put 50. It's not spine, but it's
Your bonus, it's not criminal justice, but Chuksin, a goddess of this domain, attacks intruders with 150 centimeter long hair for 10 points each. Name this domain that the Ainu believed to be ruled by Rukar Kamoi. Christians claimed Crepitus was the Roman god of these locations that were adorned with images of Fortuna.
Wait,
Casinos? That makes no sense. There's no
Just do it.
casinos.
Answer, please.
Casinos.
These are toilets or bathrooms.
Why is Fortuna?
Crepitus.
Koreans performed Jaesas to Chuksin when children or these objects fell into the toilet. In Greek myth, a man loses one of these objects while carrying a disguised goddess across the Anaros River.
It's like a slipper, like a sandal.
Yeah,
sandal.
Sandal.
Yeah, these are shoes or sandals, as in Jason losing his sandal while carrying Hera. Those Jessas involved Tongtuk, whose name suggests it to be made of poop and this food. The Kami Inari is depicted carrying a sack of this Asian staple food.
Rice.
Yeah,
Rice.
That's rice for 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 15. In a story, the deeds of a man with this title whisper, "Don't you remember?" while death sits on his chest. A man with this title falls sick after a repetitive artificial bird replaces the singing of a story's title, Nightingale. In another story, two liars trick a man with this title by burning over 6 candles and using huge scissors to make the title objects for him, of which an official confusedly describes the beautiful colors and exquisite pattern. In a story, a man with this title shivers after a child says, "But he hasn't got anything on," and an entire town thus ceases marveling.
King?
Yes. These are emperors, as in the emperor's new clothes and other things. That is, but kings is acceptable. That's 10 for Anthony.
Smart people will see you have
Your bonus, the U.S. sent Alcée Louis Labranche as charge d'affaires to this country that they later annexed for 10 points each. Name this country whose annexation was solidified by the Compromise of 1850. This country's second president, Mirabeau Lamar, moved its capital to Austin.
Texas.
Yes, the Republic of Texas. This monarch of another short-lived country was deposed outside the Iolani Palace by American-backed revolutionaries. This monarch opposed a king's signing of the Bayonet Constitution.
Liliuokalani.
Liliuokalani?
Yes, it was Queen Liliuokalani. The U.S. did not recognize this republic, which James Madison thought was part of the Louisiana Purchase. Fulwar Skipwith was the only governor of this republic, which was officially ceded by the Adams-Onis Treaty. Answer, please.
Spanish American.
This is the Republic of West Florida.
Okay.
It is with a heavy heart that I note that there is an hyphen but not an N dash between Adams and Onis. All right, that is 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 16. After a score check at the 3 quarters is 230 for Richard Montgomery and 150 for Unilab.
We just need to lock in on those.
N dashes have been, I think, are a dying art. I do. Well, ChatGPT includes M dashes. That would be even worse if there were an M dash between Adams and Onis. All right, the toss-up. After a woman fell ill from a bottle of ginger beer containing one of these animals' remains, the case Donahue v. Stevenson established modern negligence law. Lillian Randall.
He's buzzing.
Sorry.
Is it like a rat?
That is not correct. So that is Jonathan buzzing with rat for 0. Lillian Randall suggested that these animals represent the Lombards as they battle knights in the margins of medieval manuscripts. One type of these animals was boiled in lead vats at cities such as Mogador and Sidon to produce a good used to treat the toga picta that names the system of porphyrogeniture. Roman pens known as cochlearia were used to raise these animals, whose Murex genus was harvested en masse by the Phoenicians. The city of Tyre names a valuable purple dye extracted from, for 10 points, what shelled gastropods that can be eaten as escargot.
Snails.
Yeah, these are snails. That's 10 points for Anthony. Your bonus. In this play, a man says that his father told him to order his wife around before concluding, I took the opposite of his advice, and I've been happy ever since. For 10 points each, name this play whose second act features a couple getting cold feet on their wedding day. A man acting as a minister in this play says, I've married over 200 couples in my day. Do I believe in it? I don't know.
Is it Who's Afraid of Richard? I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't sound like it.
Try that.
Answer, please.
Family Matters.
This is Our Town. This character in Our Town officiates the wedding of George and Emily in the second act. This man brings Emily back to relive her 12th birthday after she dies in childbirth.
Stage manager.
Yeah, it's the stage manager. Our Town was written by this author, whose play The Matchmaker inspired the musical Hello, Dolly.
Wilder.
Yeah.
Wilder.
Yep, that's Thornton Wilder. That's 20 on the bonus, and we are on to toss-up 17. A C major theme from this musical sings a name on everybody's lips with the notes F, D. An 8/8 quarter note rhythm is played on a snare drum in a song from this musical, in which performers exchange a red scarf and identify with words like squish and Cicero. In a song from this musical, a woman sits on a man's lap and pretends to be a puppet as a chorus chants the phrases, oh yes, and the gun. A 1979...
Chicago.
This is Chicago. Indeed. That is 10 points for Ben. A 2017 Alex Vitale book titled For the End of This Practice argues for its abolition. For 10 points each, name this practice the subject of the Atlantic article Broken Windows. Its community-oriented approach often involves walking the beat.
Is it not? No, it's policing. Policing. Okay. Policing.
Yeah, this is policing. Shortly after the murder of George Floyd, the Defund the Police campaign was popularized by this nationwide anti-racist movement named for a 3-word slogan.
Black Lives Matter.
Yes, this is Black Lives Matter. This activist argued for the abolition of police and prisons in the 2003 book, Are Prisons Obsolete? This activist coined the term prison industrial complex and wrote Women, Race, and Class.
Who coined the term panopticon?
That was
Answer, please.
A while ago.
All right, timing out. This is Angela Y. Davis.
All right, let's go.
That is 20 on the bonus.
It's okay. 20 is...
Toss-up 18. A meter used in this language's poetry divides lines of 17 syllables into sections of 4 long syllables, 5 short syllables, and 1 long and 7 that alternate. In a poem in this language that uses slow-stepped verse, a banished nature spirit tries to send a message to his wife in the mountains. A king is cursed to forget about his new queen.
Sanskrit.
Power. That is Sanskrit. 20 points for Ben. This doctoral mentee of Edward Teller received a Nobel Prize for proposing that the weak force violates parity. For 10 points each, identify this physicist who is the alphabetically ladder namesake of a class of non-abelian gauge theories that are the subject of an existence and mass gap problem.
Yo, this is hard. Like Wu?
No, this is Yang Chening. This Chinese-American First Lady of Physics conducted the experiments that verified Li and Yang's model of the weak interaction, but she was snubbed for their Nobel.
Oh my god. Bro. I only know the Nobels, bro.
Answer, please.
Wu.
Yeah, this is Wu Qiansheng. Yang collaborated with Wu Taitung to theorize an alternative to the Dirac type of these hypothetical particles that carry magnetic charge and contain north or south, but not both.
Monopoles.
That's 20 on the bonus.
Score check, please.
Yeah, with 2 toss-ups remaining, I have Richard Montgomery up by 40, 260 to 220.
Jesus.
Definitely still anyone's game. A real nail-biter, ladies and gentlemen.
I swore Wu got 2 Nobel Prizes. Bro. Did she not get 2 Nobel Prizes?
An early result in the study of these devices was published in alphabetical order as CEIINOSSSTTUU. These devices are used alongside masses and dashpots in the John Hancock Tower's tuned mass damper. The leaf variety of these objects contain layered arc-shaped plates. Mechanical analogies of circuits represent capacitors as these devices. The hair type of these devices are coupled with balance wheels and regulators. Shock absorbers often feature these devices on their exterior. Compliance.
Like springs?
Yeah, these are springs.
Bro, what?
That is 10 for Jonathan.
Got that at 2 mass damper.
There's a lot of movement in this
Oh my
toss-up.
god. Yeah. We both sat on that.
All right, yes. The alphabetical phrase is Robert Hooke's initial statement of his law as ut tensio sic vis. Your bonus, this artist's daughter Julie appears in one self-portrait that led this painter to be attacked by critics for smiling. For 10 points each, name this artist who drew compositional elements for a portrait of the noblewoman Yolande de Polastrone from Self-Portrait in a Straw Hat.
Should go.
This is Elizabeth Louise Viguet Lebrun. I just need Viguet. Viguet Lebrun's Viguet. Yes. Viguet Lebrun's self-portrait in a straw hat was inspired by this artist's portrait of Susanna Lunden. This Flemish artist depicted many of his trademark fleshy nudes in Descent from the Cross.
Rubens.
Yeah, it's Peter Paul Rubens. In Self-Portrait in a Straw Hat, Viguet Lebrun holds one of these objects with her left hand. These objects, which may be kidney-shaped, name diamond or oval-shaped knives used to mix or scrape paint.
Oh. Scimitar? No. This is for Tracostero.
Answer, please.
The scoop.
No, these are pallets, as in pallet knives.
Time out, please.
Yeah, you guys can get approximately 30 seconds.
We're down 20.
Richard Montgomery is
Up by 10.
gave it to the. Oh, I gave it to the wrong Jonathan.
We're up by
yeah.
10.
All right, great.
Up by 10.
There we go. I was like,
It comes down to the
yeah, 20-point difference.
We got this, okay?
Yeah, we need this one.
Okay, there's so many. Capacitor.
Yeah.
I like the capacitor.
Yeah.
That's in a cartoon guide.
Okay. We don't need to focus
Panic!
on what's happening
Bombing
right now.
for my
Fast,
like
let's
sixth
focus on the
grade.
present. Let's focus on the
They
future.
can't handle the pressure.
Just one topic.
None of them can handle
You're gonna make us look bad on stream.
Yeah. We can handle the pressure.
All of this, we just have to miss the last.
No.
Let's not think about it. We'll get this.
Lambert Part 2. Come on, guys.
All right, let's resume with Toss Up the Last, which probably decides the game.
No matter what happened, we played a really good game.
All right.
Oh no, what is it?
For the record, I'm not laughing at the content of this toss-up. I'm laughing at what Rob just said. So, in one region, a sitting form of this holiday is celebrated with a music festival until Dulendi, and participants protect their cheer from other villages. Men use shields to protect themselves against women beating them with lathis on this holiday. This is the later of two holidays whose practitioners drink bang. On the night before this holiday, people build fires to celebrate the death of a demoness and protection of Prahlada. This holiday that celebrates the love between Radha and Krishna.
Holly.
That's for 10.
Come on, David.
That is holy. That is 10 points for David.
We need two parts.
And going into the bonus, Unilab is down by 10. This monarch ordered a copy of Alfred Thayer Mahan's The Influence of Sea Power Upon History for every ship in his navy. For 10 points each, name this monarch whose naval investments included completing the Kiel Canal in 1895 and building 4 Nassau-class battleships.
1895. Go and try.
Kaiser Wilhelm II.
You got it.
Oh my God.
That's Kaiser Wilhelm II. Germany's Alfred von Tirpitz, a Mahan acolyte, argued that the decisive battle against the Royal Navy would be won somewhere between this island and the Thames. An 1890 treaty gave Germany control of this North Sea island in exchange for Zanzibar.
Oh my God.
Answer, please. This is Heligoland. Mahan wrote a book on this naval battle where the British fleet crossed the T against the French fleet. Admiral Nelson was killed at this 1805 British victory.
Trafalgar.
That is correct. The Battle of Trafalgar, and Unilab wins by 10 points.
Good game. Great game. Great game. Great game. Great game. Great game. Great game.
Yo, we just used them all of our luck for the next. Shout out to the Shining Gun Killers. Shout out. Shout out Swamp Mill on Shabby. You need to stop talking. Shout out Robert Gow. No. Oh, thank you. Good game.
Hi there, everyone, and welcome back to the live commentary room here at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois. We know there were some audio issues these past few rounds. Sorry about that, but we're glad to be back with you now, and thank you so much for sticking with the live stream. We have got just one more round of regular playoff play. After round 11 we just saw between Richard Montgomery and Unilab, one of the tightest games we've seen all day came down to the last bonus part, but in the end Unilab was able to crank it out 270 to 260. What a great game from both teams.
It's a real cheese melter right there.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
This is the first time we've seen Unilab play with their other fourth in, and clutch pull on the medium to get them all the way.
Absolutely, absolutely. We know that history is not always their sweet spot.
They might have been kind of making some prayers over there. Had some heads in their hands, but
both some really fantastic answers from both teams all the way around. So absolutely congratulations to both teams, and best of luck for the final match of the evening, except for tiebreakers. But we're not going to go there yet.
No, we're manifesting. No ties. No ties.
No ties for anybody.
No ties.
As things stand right now in the chance bracket, we have Hunter A still undefeated with a 5-0 record. Unilab with that last win is 4-1, and Lambert's right behind 3-2. So we'll just have to see what happens with this last game to know where exactly all of those teams are going to end up and which two are going to be making it to Super Playoffs tomorrow, ending in the top 8 of the whole tournament.
It looks like Unilab's next game is going to be against Alabama Cybertech, so if they can pull it off, they can make the top cut again for the second straight year.
Very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, they lose their top scorer, they still got... Otherwise, yeah, the only other game we're pending in this bracket is Wayzata and Lindbergh, so this one's for a heck of a lot of the marbles. Specifically, if Unilab loses, then there's going to be some, and also pending a Hunter Lambert game. I guess that really changes the calculus of things too, because right now that game is looking kind of close.
It's true. It's true. we'll just have to see what happens. There are a lot of different scenarios that could play out over the next round. So we will touch back with you at the end of the next round to let you know where things stand and whether or not we will be heading to any tiebreakers. But for now, let's take a look at those other top brackets. Over in Adams, we've got 2 undefeated teams. They've only got each other left to play. That's Lexington and Northview.
So that one's in the bag then.
Yes, it's in the bag that those 2 teams are going to be the 2 teams to advance. But just a reminder, I believe this is still true this year, that because 2 teams from each bracket advance, the record of the game between those 2 teams that has already happened will carry over. So whoever of between Lexington and Northview loses that game will go into Super Playoffs tomorrow with a loss.
Yeah, they're basically playing their first Super Playoff game of the night.
Yes.
Of tomorrow.
And they've got similar stat lines at the moment. Lexington has one of the highest, if not the highest, points per bonus in the tournament right now with 21.45, despite the fact that, again, as we talked about earlier, this is a junior varsity team. Pretty incredible stuff. So we'll have to keep an eye on them going into tomorrow. Moving on to the Bradbury bracket, we have 3 teams with a single loss right now. Strake Jesuit A, Fremd, and Blair A. So that is also pretty exciting. I'm not sure who's left to play there, but definitely possible we could be looking at a tiebreaker.
And this has the potential to be very messy. Strake Jesuit plays Fremd, so one of those teams is going to end up X2. Montgomery Blair plays Walter Payton, so if Blair loses that game, they have the chance to be X2. Adlai Stevenson, if they're currently X2, they're playing Johns Creek. There is a possibility that there ends up being up to 3 teams that are X2, and that's a real messy tiebreaker situation to figure out.
And especially with that carryover we were just talking about, things can get really confusing, because if you win in on a tiebreaker and technically end in the rankings above a team, but you still lost to that team, you're still carrying over that loss.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the other hand, sometimes you just play yourself into what's functionally 2 wins, bumping yourself up a bracket and also carrying over a win. Absolutely.
So that's another one we will be keeping an eye on, and we've got a similar situation going on in Darrow, where DCCA, Innovation Academy, and Audrain County Academic Team are all for 1. So again, we'll have to keep an eye on that to see whether we'll be looking at any tiebreakers there. But it looks like teams are almost ready to go back in Florence. This round in Florence, we've got Lindbergh versus Wayzata, and we'll bring you that game right now.
At some point you try to just make at some point the decisions you sometimes make when you
I'm not talking about Chucky. There's no trash.
Like, to think this is one of the more logical things you've said out of all your reading.
Yeah, I mean it is. No. Hey, you guys ready? They should put one expression at least 16 powers out
so
of
that
this.
it can go
Cool. So that it can go swapping the pace finals packet for like a MSCF.
These are all going to be gut buzz at a door.
Oh yeah.
Every single question I expect a gut buzz in the first line.
Your first word. Why would you wait for the first line when you can buzz them before you start
Yeah, when they say the word this, the tonal frequencies can
no, he's gonna write on mine. Yo. He actually has his own paper. When he grabs my pen, he just writes on mine. At the very latest, when they say the,
if they say the, you need to understand that's enough
everything
info.
30 every bonus.
I would love that.
I like the 40 every bonus.
Okay, it's like the That's a good point.
I like the power every part of the bonus.
Young Sheldon
Not
because
wait
a
for the
Chinese girl.
Okay, overtime with a score.
Look, I know this here.
Yeah, don't.
Somebody tell me what this Dunka forgot. You forgot
Don't
to
say the
tell
O
me
word.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
My nerves can't take that.
500.
Your nerves can't take it. Cool. To read all that. Okay, while we're waiting for the okay
I
from the
can't tap
producers.
at all.
Oh,
I'm a jazz
well,
musician. I
now that
can't
we've got the
tap,
okay
it's
from the
sad.
producers, can I get both teams
Yeah, I know.
to check your buzzers now that we're on stream? Starting over here with Wayzata.
I've been trying for 16 years or however long.
Perfect. Excellent.
Wow.
And over here with Lindbergh. Great.
That was a trick buzz.
Perfect. All right, welcome to round 12, hopefully the final round of the day.
It helps you when you
2025
give you
Pace
notes.
NSC.
This is a C.
As I have been all day, I am Rob Carson. I'll be your reader. I am a PACE member emeritus, and I do Quiz Bowl. My fellow staffer.
I am David Bass. I'm a PhD student at Johns Hopkins. I'm a PACE member, and I edited all non-chemistry science for this set.
All of it.
I like
Should have it memorized.
All right. Is everyone ready to go? Both teams good to start?
Good luck, guys.
Excellent. Good luck, everyone. Here's toss-up number 1 of round 12. In 1947, the U.S. signed a non-NATO treaty in this city that maintained hemispheric defense and considered an attack against one as an attack against all. In this city, the Revolt of the Lash was a naval mutiny against corporal punishment. Veterans of the War of Canudos built a lower-income hilltop community in this city. Over 1 million slaves passed through the city's Valongo Wharf. The large slum of Rocinha was built on a hill in this city. John VI of Portugal was forced to move his court to this city during the Peninsular War.
Rio de Janeiro.
That's 10 points.
Nice.
And your bonus, Lindbergh. Kurt Vonnegut lampooned this man as a jangling journalist in a review that included the passage Oxymorons and Serpenti Carmini. Schlock! For 10 points each, name this new journalist who wrote a book mocked as What This Author Doesn't Know About Modern Architecture. This man wrote The Right Stuff and Bonfire of the Vanities.
Oh, his name's Tom Wolfe? Oh, thank goodness.
That Vonnegut quote is from his review of a Wolfe collection, lengthily titled For a Candy-Colored Tangerine Flake, One of These Objects, made by Ed Roth and George Barris.
Candy-colored tangerine flake. Of what?
Ed Roth, George Barris. No.
Glass.
Glass.
It's a car.
Oh.
Hot rod. Wolfe was...
Same thing.
Oh, yeah, the whole title. Wolfe was criticized as Peeping Tom for his novel I Am Charlotte Simmons, which is mainly set at one of these places. Jack Gladney works in one of these places in White Noise, and Donna Tartt's The Secret History is set at one of these places.
Oh God, where's the secret history set? Why do I want to say brothel?
Go with it.
Go with it.
Brothel?
It's a little too secret. It's a college.
Okay.
10 on the bonus.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Toss-up 2. Sniffer probes detect this substance, the most common tracer of leaks in pressurized tanks. Gas chromatography capillary columns still mainly use this substance as a carrier, despite the availability of cheaper replacements. Uranium deposits coincide with natural sources of this substance, which is detected spectroscopically by its yellow D3 emission line. NMR magnets are cooled by vaporizing this substance at the lowest boiling point of any chemical.
Liquid helium?
Yeah. 10 points.
See, you got it.
And your bonus, a score of Joseph Haydn's first concerto for this instrument is marked written while asleep to indicate where he mistakenly switched two instruments' parts. 10 points each. Mozart's Divertimento, a musical joke, is written for string quartet, and 2 of what instrument?
This is 2 of that.
I thought it was just string quartet. It could be piano.
Oh, 2? Okay.
You think?
String quartet to piano?
Piano.
It's a French horn, or natural
really?
horn, or just horn. Only the best virtuosos of Haydn's time could play his first horn concerto because this technique, in which players fill in gaps in the harmonic series by moving their hand within the horn's bell, was not yet widespread.
Is it glissando?
No, it's like
I don't know the name
bell.
Oscillation?
Whatever Sarah Peterson does to sound good.
It's called stopping, hand stopping.
Yeah.
Haydn's first horn concerto features many stopped notes in a movement with this slow tempo marking that also names a Samuel Barber piece for strings.
Adagio.
Adagio.
10 on the bonus.
Look at us go.
Toss-up 3. The target undershoot hypothesis argues that physical constraints cause variation among these features. One gradation among these features is described as oblaut. William Labov identified an ongoing change among these features occurring in northern cities. Daniel Jones and...
Vowel sounds.
20 points.
Wait, vowel sounds? No, that was a letter
I
R.
guess.
Hold on a second.
What happened here? Cool.
Northern City's vowel shift. Your bonus, this person lent her name to a moment in which a politician denounces an extremist person who is linked to their own party. 10 points each. Named this social activist and rapper whose remarks responding to the Rodney King riots were condemned by Bill Clinton during his 1992 presidential campaign.
It's like she has like a something mother, something girl. Oh, gangsta girl.
Answer.
Shooter girl.
Sister Souljah.
Oh, that's
the right idea. Clinton rebuked Sister Souljah by comparing her words to those of David Duke, a former Grand Wizard of this hood-wearing white supremacist organization. Yes. Clinton's criticisms of Sister Souljah were decried by this Baptist minister and civil rights activist, who twice sought the Democratic presidential nomination in 1984 and 88.
Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, 20 points. Good.
Wait, quick question.
Yes.
What was the answer line for the toss-up?
Vowels. You can prompt on sounds.
Can I protest that? Because the William Labov study uses the letter R, which is not a vowel.
You can, but I think that clue is about the Northern City's vowel shift.
Northern Cities.
Certainly, mark it down to register a protest if you'd like.
And then you're welcome to protest.
Yeah, not going to stop you from protesting, certainly.
Okay.
Yes.
The intrusive R is clued later in the toss-up.
Is that a...
Interesting.
Interesting.
But you're still welcome.
Yep.
I mean,
Channel your inner Mexico.
We're not doing that. We'll do it at half.
Lost the first.
So I've marked it to come back to later.
It has ridges. Wow.
All right, toss up 4. A peacock appears on a balcony in a version of this scene with a UFO-like cloud by Carlo Crivelli. A figure in this scene holds a white lily representing Florence in the earliest known commissioned painting for Leonardo da Vinci. This scene is set in a cloister and broken up by Roman-style columns in a fresco for the San Marco Monastery by Fra Angelico. This scene is flanked by 2 panels, one of donors at a door and the other of Joseph in his workshop, in Robert Campion's Mayrode altarpiece. This scene typically depicts an angel with rainbow-colored wings bowing towards a woman with a beam of...
The Birth of Venice?
No. Towards a woman with a beam of light shining on her head or stomach. For 10 points, name this biblical scene of...
The Annunciation?
Yes.
No, I should have buzzed it when he said Da Vinci.
Maybe I hit the wrong button there.
Thank you for just yelling those.
Yes,
Does the
smart.
buzzer not
Correct.
work?
No.
You get 10 points, and this bonus. This ratio of 4 phenotypes is skewed to 15:1 for duplicate genes and a 13:3 under dominant suppression. 10 points each give the 4-term ratio of phenotypes that, in Mendelian genetics, arises from a dihybrid cross of parents that are both heterozygous for 2 genes that cause independent phenotypes.
What? 9 to 3 to 3 to 1, right?
Sure.
9 to 3 to 3 to 1.
Yes.
Nice.
The 9 to 3 to 3 to 1 ratio is skewed by this most common exception to the law of independent assortment. This phenomenon is measured in centimorgans.
Gene linkage, right? Yes. Genetic linkage.
Linkage is a driver of linkage disequilibrium, which is measured with this quantity. In statistics, large values of this quantity are often misinterpreted as implying causation.
Large correlation coefficients?
Yeah.
Yeah. Correlation coefficient?
Yeah, or just correlation.
Okay.
Nice.
30 on the bonus. Here's toss of 5. This character depicts a fallen soldier surrounded by tulips in a Pietà-inspired painting she submits for her art school application. After missing a train to Graz, this character discovers that Marcus is cheating on her 18th birthday. This character is told an exam will be on a Montesquieu essay about slavery by God, who she talks to as a child and compares to...
Margaret?
No. Compares to Karl Marx. This character notes that freedom has a price after her grandmother's death, as she only saw her once after emigrating following her divorce from Reza. As a child, this character visits Uncle Anush in prison, who gives her swans made of bread before his execution. For 10 points, name this protagonist and author of Persepolis.
Marjane Satrapi.
Yes. Your bonus, this prayer's second verse, Baruch Shem Kvod Malchuto Lolam Vaed, does not appear in the Torah and is recited silently during normal services, but read aloud on Yom Kippur. 10 points each give the Hebrew name for this prayer written on scrolls that are placed in tefillin.
Oh, it's Shalom Haverim. No, it's not Shalom Haverim.
Is it Kol Nidra?
No, it's
Go with the first one.
Shalom Haverim.
The Shema or Shema Yisrael.
Yeah, I know.
Now you do.
I sang it.
The
in water.
Oof. The first full paragraph of the Shema commands doing this action to God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. Leviticus 19 requires doing this action to thy neighbor as thyself.
Love.
That paragraph, the Ve'ahavta, commands Jews to write the Shema on these locations, so it is written on a scroll placed inside a mezuzah.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu. Shema Yisrael, Adonai.
I don't know location.
And
a grave.
They're doorposts. You need doors. Down to the bonus.
Great, but I don't know what it means.
Awesome 6.
I'm sorry.
In Britain, these institutions send samples to the trial of the Picts and include a Soho one founded by James Watt's business partner Matthew Bolton. The first Chinese versions of these institutions made objects that replaced earlier knife and spade objects. The first federal building erected under the Constitution was one of these institutions in Philadelphia, headed by astronomer David Rittenhouse, that was an early adopter of decimalization. Raw material from Cerro Rico was brought to a prominent one of these institutions in Potosi. Medieval examples of these institutions produced the ducat.
Like mint?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The first one is Philadelphia.
Potosi is
Your bonus, the speaker warns, "Behold the time of the assassins," in a poem about a morning with this quality. 10 points each name this quality that titles a different Arthur Rimbaud poem about a vehicle that goes down impassive rivers.
Oh, it's like boat. What, the drunken boat? He's asking for a word?
Two adjectives.
Drunken.
That's what I need, yep. Rimbaud's Drunken Boat describes small electric examples of this thing. Rimbaud's partner Paul Verlaine wrote a poem titled For the Light, or Claire, given off by this thing.
Bulb? Like, electric.
I don't
Light
know.
bulb?
The moon.
Oh.
It's Claire de Lune. A poem by a different French poet from a collection partly titled For This Concept begins, "You have to be always drunk." That poem's author popularized the name of this concept, which refers to melancholy of an uncertain origin.
Oh, Anui, right?
Yeah,
Isn't
so,
it Anui?
yeah, anyway, so it's like, it's like the flowers of evil. So evil?
Spleen.
Oh. I thought it's like
I don't know.
Different Baudelaire thing. 10 of the bonus, though. Toss up 7. Alexander Gorsky's 1900 revival of a ballet set in this country added a variation in which a fan is repeatedly snapped open and shut by Kitri. A trilled low E leads to a highly ornamented oboe solo in a ballet scene from this country in which Candela tries to banish the ghost of her husband. A novel from this country inspired the first collaboration between Ludwig Minkus and Marius Petipa. The Song of the Will-o'-the-Wisp and the Ritual Fire Dance appear in a ballet from this country. A composer from this country depicted the romance between a miller's wife and a magistrate in The Three-Cornered Hat, which includes a jota and a fandango.
Spain?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
10 points.
Diego. What's his name?
Kitri is from the ballet Don Quixote.
Three-cornered hat.
You're gonna see the first one of these astronomical bodies to be discovered was initially dubbed Little Green Men 1. And let's each name these bodies, one of which is at the center object of the Crab Nebula and has a 33 millisecond period.
Yep.
Pulsar.
Yes, scientists have speculated that energetic fast bursts of radiation from this region of the electromagnetic spectrum are emitted by ETs. LGM-1 was discovered by observing this lowest energy form of EM radiation.
Wait, lowest energy, so radio waves.
Yes.
Radio waves.
Yes. Jerry Amon wrote this word next to a 1977 radio signal detected at OSU that was widely reported to be sent by extraterrestrial intelligence, causing the signal to be commonly named for this word.
This word. Oh, wait. Is it the oh my god? No, that's a particle. What do you think? Large.
You have the right idea. It's the wow signal.
Oh, the wow signal. Okay. So your first. I remember that.
Yeah.
One on the bonus.
That was an oh my god particle.
Yeah. Also, a character who acquires this object in the Ynglinga saga smeared it in herbs, then sang incantations over it. It doesn't belong to Heimdall, but the Prose Edda notes how this object is enhanced by using Gjallarhorn. This object is sent away due to Honir's behavior in front of the Thing. After constantly being told, let others decide, the Vanir returned this object to the Aesir, feeling that they were cheated. This object was kept under one of Yggdrasil's roots at a location that it belonged to and named. The Heimskringla states that Odin carried this object with him as it could tell him all the news of other countries.
The shrunken head of here.
One more time?
Mimir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
I know. It is Mimir's head.
Yeah, Mimir's head. The shrunken head of Mimir. Sorry.
Okay.
I was,
Fine.
yeah.
Bonus, 90% of this country's women went on strike in a 1975 Women's Day Off. 10 points each. Name this country whose first female president was referred to as Vigdis.
Vigdis? Vig. Who is, what's her name? Vig.
I don't know. Sweden?
Sweden?
And it's Iceland.
Oh, close enough.
Okay.
Where do we go? Vigdis presided over the 1985 Reykjavik summit, during which Ronald Reagan and this reformist Soviet premier failed to reach an agreement regulating ICBMs. This leader introduced glasnost and perestroika.
Gorbachev?
Yes. Peace talks at the Reykjavik summit fell apart primarily due to Reagan's insistence on continuing the development of this proposed protective system, announced shortly after the Evil Empire speech.
Star Wars. Yeah, I think it's Star Wars.
It might just...
Go with
Star Wars.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nice.
SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, is the official title, but Star Wars is just fine. Toss-up 9. Measurements of this value use the correction factor 1 over 1 plus b over PA, where b is a constant with units of pascals times meters. In a commencement address, Richard Feynman criticized consistent underestimation of this value as cargo cult science. The square of this value is used to define the von Klitzing constant, which describes the one.
Elementary charge.
You got it, 20 points.
Oh.
Very good. Your bonus, along with pen, paper, and a certain type of stone, this good was one of the 4 precious things of study in China. 10 points each. Name this good, which could be made from a combination of ground soot and gelatin. The process of adding thick lines to comics is named for this good.
Yeah, this is ink. Yeah.
Ink.
Yes. Confederate soldiers made ink by boiling rusty nails in this substance. Many Chinese paintings depict Lao Tzu, Buddha, and Confucius tasting this substance.
Like oil? I don't know.
What do they be tasting?
I don't know.
Tea? Yeah, tea?
They are the vinegar tasters.
Oh my god.
J.S. Bach wrote his scores with a corrosive ink made from tree gall and salts of this metal. Prussian blue comes from a salt of this metal that undergoes oxidation, a process that causes this metal to rust.
This is iron. Iron. Yeah.
It absolutely is. You get 20 points. Toss of 10. A policeman and a fugitive in this modern-day country sit back-to-back on a barrel in a one-act play. That play's author criticized an event in this country as the old battle between those who use a toothbrush and those who don't. In a play from this country, a man says a daring fellow is the jewel of the world while blessing a character who wins a mule race, impressing women like the widow Quinn, and is saved from hanging at the last minute. Lady Gregory co-founded a theater in this
Ireland?
10 points. Your bonus. Transit systems sometimes open with isolated starter lines before the rest of the project completes. 10 points each. 3,200 daily passengers travel on the starter line in this city, which mainly services the area around Pearl Harbor to its northwest.
The city?
Honolulu.
After contractors messed up pouring concrete on a light rail line connecting this city to Mercer Island, the system started operating in its east side suburbs of Bellevue and Redmond in 2024.
Just Detroit.
Seattle.
Yes. This city made its streetcar called the Hop more useful in 2024 by merging it onto a combined F line to serve Summerfest. You can take I-41 north from this city's Mitchell interchange to the Fox cities.
Is this Detroit?
I-41? I have no idea where I-41.
This might be Detroit.
Yeah, sure.
That's
And
Detroit.
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Oh, close.
Oh, I-41. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, we were there.
What's up?
I got a message from Arthur where I don't see a thing.
That's the half.
20.
Arthur was just here and then just left.
Oh.
This 20-point game. Right now.
I'm getting DM'd.
Oh, legit?
30-point game.
It's ridiculous.
30-point game.
It's okay.
Let's check your DMs and get back to them.
We're ahead.
We're ahead by 30.
A 30-point game is basically.
If I'm doing this right.
I wish
Okay.
this had.
And you make sure each tally is
I
5.
want one Phineas and Ferb question.
It was a good idea normally. Like, it's a good idea normally.
Okay. While David is responding to that tournament control DM, I will tell you that the current score is 150-130 in favor of Lindbergh.
I had 160. Did I do something?
Let me check this.
I have that too. No, you have 160.
Reset. No, it's freaking out at me. Give me 1 second here.
That shouldn't have been
Okay.
80, 100, 130, 160, 160. Yeah.
I'm actually so
You are correct.
mad.
160.
I know
Can I go
all of
watch
the
my
words.
I did
that
not
I
click
keep
Star
remembering.
Wars, whereas I should have.
I know I didn't buzz.
Because you got it right.
I don't know how to say it. I can just sing it.
Hear my stuff.
Like I don't know
Did
what
you
it
still want to
means.
submit that protest?
You needed the whole.
Protest.
Well, he's like.
Did you want to submit that protest on the vowels toss-up?
On the
I mean, sure, let's go for it.
All right.
I'm sorry for overreacting about that.
Very good.
They keep repairing everything. Objection.
Oh, it's okay.
And there's our protest.
Let's go. Another bingo grid.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Let's go. Good idea, Vidor. You file that protest.
I've been trying for 18 years.
What, so you can spell
It's
like
not
the
like I
official
haven't.
Heck yeah. Why don't you have like a bunch of things?
12. Okay.
I literally
Why
like.
do you not have a single two?
I've been having
I
a
think
lot
my,
of
my
these.
thumb's too short.
No, okay. The problem is you can get a cone, like your cones, because
To see if I get a bingo,
that's why
you all
snap
owe me
works like
20
this. But then like,
How do you seriously like?
You know it's
How
the
do people
sound of
snap?
it hitting the palm.
no, but yeah,
you
this
just-
is-
How do people whistle? I can't whistle.
I can't whistle either. I also can't wink.
You're just annoying them now.
Can't wink.
Yeah.
No, but like.
You're
Like this?
struggling.
It's just
bro.
like the
Like you
try
getting
using
it,
two
but it
fingers.
looks like it's so much work.
2 fingers? This is
Hey,
making
yo,
it harder. I
Tom,
think.
what are you
loading
winking
a
at me
spring.
for?
And then it releases.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Physics 1 was my worst.
I don't know, maybe it's
AP
like some
Physics 1 was
skin.
traumatizing.
Maybe it's like some skin texture.
So what was your justification for the protest, Vidor?
Yo, what's up?
Like this? Like.
What was your justification for the protest?
The
they
William
sounded like
Laboff study was
Except
was
they-
R, not a vowel. I mean,
Well.
there might be something I don't know behind this, but
You can
that's
ask
what I know
Megan.
about William Laboff.
Oh.
Megan.
I doubt this will matter though.
Yeah.
Try connecting
I
to
hope
the
it
other
doesn't.
signal.
God, I hope this
for
isn't
my
bad.
bingo
One of the other
grid,
signals?
So submit it.
Something for Joel to deal
Oh,
with.
go get the
Joel.
Yeah.
Joel Miles.
Just making Joel's life harder, basically.
Harder. I mean, this should take like 3 seconds to resolve. In all honesty.
Yeah. Loki, I don't think it's gonna.
What do you even?
It's
There's
gonna,
no way,
you-
though.
all you have to do is read the rest of the
I
question,
know.
and he'll figure out.
You're just doing it for the bit.
He's doing it for my bingo grid.
Yeah.
Just so that I can be 1% closer to Camden.
When I told Bryce, I said Bryce saying Ayo on my bingo grid. He's like, I'm gonna wake up and say
Do you guys have any response
Ayo
to that
immediately. He did not. He kept
what is
sleeping.
their
As soon as he
justification?
woke up.
That the
scared about
Laboff
Let's
study
Go.
was about the letter R,
Yeah,
not
you
about vowels.
also kept.
They're gonna do good.
I know.
Yeah, you buzzed on a
I
different
would-
shift.
No, but it is. No, I buzzed on the great northern city.
Northern City's vowel shift, yeah.
I said, what's
We
up?
need some good toss-ups. We've had some good toss-ups so
This
far.
this packet has been
power
fun.
line with
I
it.
like this.
Yeah.
Like compared to the other packets. I like
Wrong.
this
So we need some more good toss-ups. We need to take the
You need a lot
W1
of
ways
practice
out
and
and get
something.
into the top
Wait,
24,
but that's a
so
bad
I can
question.
justify a lot
Because
of
it
doing
gets
like
Four?
Carnegie Mellon homework.
Okay, I did that.
How you have homework already? You already.
Well, there's like a little discrete
That's
math
not
primer
farming,
course
it's
that I need to take so I can actually do advanced math in college.
That happens all the time.
Okay.
What do you
Well, we're gonna still
This
be
is actually like,
four,
come on,
right?
What's up?
Yeah,
Someone will have to do a tiebreaker with Howard.
Okay.
Actually,
I
wait.
think. I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
All right, everyone ready to resume?
They shouldn't have cooked us that hard though. I think the package.
Are we
is
back
just,
on
I mean,
camera,
They
or we're-
are better than us, but not like.
Oh, okay. So you're not like doing like the
Hi,
the brain
camera.
funk. Oh, sorry.
Oh shoot, that's
Yeah.
the camera, isn't it?
No,
all
I keep like looking right at it, and then I'm like,
yeah, right.
I'm just
like,
Just act natural.
I'm breaking
I
the
look
quiz
at
bowl
Rob
fourth
personally,
wall.
Yeah.
I respect him as a quiz bowl moderator.
All right, we will resume with toss of 11 in the interest of not eating dinner anymore. In the interest of eating dinner soon.
My watch has been dead
It
for
is
2 days.
6:59.
Oh, is it?
It is.
PM only?
Yes, PM.
Okay.
I haven't been here that long.
I lost all sense of time after
Time
2 p.m.
flies
Yeah,
when you play
that'll
quiz
happen.
bowl. As
All
I
right,
was saying.
what's up?
Can we
Did I say
You're the first one. You're
All right,
ground
toss of
for.
11.
Yeah.
Let's continue. Good luck, both teams. Let's go. This thinker was described as a Jamesian organic intellectual by Cornell West, who reads this thinker as a central member of the pragmatist canon. A field pioneered by historian David Roediger builds on this thinker's argument that a certain status functions as a psychological wage. This thinker described a sort of seventh son born with a veil whose gift of second sight causes them to have the sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others.
Dubois.
Yes.
Nice.
W.B. Du Bois.
Oh.
Are correct. Your bonus in an what? 10, yes. In an adaptation of this play, Governor Carter Ross tries to stop the title character's interracial marriage, which is halted by his arrival with a corpse. What's each named this play reworked into an African adaptation by Femi Osofisan. Kamau Brathwaite's play Odale's Choice changes this play's setting to Africa.
Yeah, sure. Romeo and Juliet.
Antigone. This other Sophocles title character is reimagined as Odawale in Ola Rotimi's The Gods Are Not to Blame, in which he unknowingly marries his mother, Ojuola.
Oedipus.
Congolese author Sylvain Bemba wrote an adaptation of Antigone titled For Wedding Candles with this title characteristic. A pioneering Nigerian literary magazine named after Orpheus with this characteristic was named for a 1948 Sartre essay.
What was it asking?
Characteristic
essay
and
or
the name of a
Orpheus?
1948 Sartre essay.
Happy?
What's the pronoun?
Characteristic
Oh, I don't know.
of Orpheus.
Answer.
Satisfied?
Black.
Oh.
Black
Oh, that's
Orpheus.
so
10 on the bonus. Toss up 12. The opening of the overture to Porgy and Bess is a common audition excerpt for this instrument. The only instrument in a standard concert band to use a grand staff is a type of this instrument developed by enslaved Africans in Guatemala. The West African balafon is a type of this instrument that uses gourds as resonators. One of these instruments, called the gambang kayu, accompanies gongs in gamelan. Camille Saint-Saëns quoted his danse macabre. 10 points. Just missed power. Your bonus, Wolfgang von Kempelen created a fraudulent chess-playing automaton that required a mechanical person named for this ethnicity to function. And once each 18th century Orientalists were fascinated with the carpet-making and fashion of what ethnicity's Ottoman Empire.
Turks?
Yes. This Sultan of the South Indian Kingdom of Mysore owned a near life-size automaton of a tiger mauling a European man. This successor of Hyder Ali pioneered rocketry in the Third Anglo-Mysore War.
The
rockets are going crazy at the time. What is
At
it?
Regs, they're just asking for Mysore.
No, but
Answer.
No.
Tipu Sultan.
Yeah, Tipu Sultan.
Xiao Shun claimed that the Hongwu Emperor found automata in the shape of tigers and dragons when destroying the palaces in this Chinese dynasty's capital of Khanbalik.
Hongwu is a Ming Dynasty emperor. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Ming.
Yuan.
Oh, for like
He was destroying their old capital in Khanbalik because they're Mongols. 10 on the bonus. Here is toss-up 13. In this novel, a character gambles all the money pooled by his fellow cadets for the purchase of a leaving present for the head of their academy. In this novel's epilogue, two old friends read from an album containing the phrase, "To live life to the end is not a childish task." This novel begins with its protagonist attending his mother's funeral with his uncle Nikolai. This novel's protagonist's brother Evgraf collects his poems, including Hamlet. In this novel, Liberius commands a group of partisans called the Forest Brotherhood, who capture its title character after he has an affair with Lara during the Russian Civil War. For 10 points,
Dr. Zhivago.
that's the one. And your bonus. When this reaction is incomplete, it can leave behind toxic intermediates like acetaldehyde and carbon monoxide. 10 each name this highly exothermic redox reaction that can occur between methane and oxygen.
Combustion.
Yes. Combustion has a high activation energy because oxygen must first undergo a forbidden transition from one of these two states to the other. Atoms in these two states have a total spin of 1 and 0, respectively.
Oh,
Singlets to doublets.
Triplet and singlet. Sorry. At very high temperatures, this element can react with oxygen during combustion, creating pollutants symbolized this element, OX. A common rocket fuel has 2 atoms of this element and 4 atoms of hydrogen.
4 dinitrogen tetroxide.
Yeah, so it's an N, right? Because I know it's NOx.
I
like
believe it.
Nitrogen.
Nice.
Hydrazine is the rocket fuel.
Isn't it N2H4?
Yes.
Oh, did it say hydrogen? I thought it said
You said
oxygen.
4.
4 hydrogen.
I thought you said 4 oxygen.
4 hydrogen. I hope.
He doesn't know how to count.
That is.
Yeah.
20 on the bonus. Here is toss-up 14. Estimates of this quantity can be expressed as being within the asymmetric Wilson score interval. Laplace smoothing contributes beta-distributed prior weight to estimates of this quantity. This quantity converges to, but still does not equal, a maximal value in the sunrise problem. The logit function evaluates to the logarithm of this quantity over 1 minus this quantity. This quantity is the sole parameter of the geometric distribution in the
Probability.
10 points.
That's crazy.
Your bonus, an unwritten ninth high C is often added to the 8 high Cs sung in this opera's aria, A mes amis. 10 points each. Name this opera in which the Tyrolean man Tonio falls in love with Marie, the title Vivandière.
Marriage of Figaro. I don't even know.
I don't know. The
Answer. La fille du régiment, or the daughter of the regiment. A mes amis is often called the Mount Everest for performers with this voice type. A noted performer of Tonio is Luciano Pavarotti, one of a famous group of 3 singers with this voice type.
3 tenors. What else is there? Altos? I think they're probably altos, no?
Sure.
Altos?
They're tenors.
My bad.
La Fille du Régiment was the first French-language opera by this bel canto composer of the opera, The Elixir of Love.
Verdi.
Donizetti.
Yeah.
That's on the bonus.
Cool.
Toss-up 15. In this event's aftermath, Attorney General Julius Grinnell declared, "Make the raids first and look up the law afterwards." Using a device hidden in a cigar, Louis Ling killed himself before he could be executed for causing this event. Shortly before this event, the editor of the newspaper Arbeiter Zeitung gave a speech from Crane's Out.
Haymarket Square.
Nice.
You get 20 points.
Oh, nice.
And you also get this bonus. In an Inuit story, a giant wolf named Amarok uses his tail to knock bad examples of these objects out of a boy to make him stronger. 10 points each. Name these objects, jade examples of which are sprinkled with blood by Quetzalcoatl to create humanity and Aztec myth.
Jade.
Stones,
Stones.
eggs,
Oh,
spheres, amulets.
Answer.
Jade, sand.
They're bones.
Forgot.
Jade.
Rather than just having bones removed, this Inuit sea goddess has her fingers chopped off by her father while clinging to the side of his kayak.
Oh no. Her name is. I used to know her name. It's like. Oh god, I'm sorry.
Answer.
Pele.
Sedna.
Yeah.
Inuit legend describes these phenomena to spirits playing a soccer-like game with a walrus skull. These polar lights are named for the Roman equivalent of Eos.
Borealis. Aurora Borealis.
Yes. 10 on the bonus. Here's toss of 16. A 2024, actually, they give you a score check first. It's 190-210 in favor of Wyzetta.
Yeah.
At the 3/4 mark. And here's toss of 16. A 2024 report about these people highlighted poor record keeping at GIDS. The High Court's judgment concerning these people in the now overturned case Bell v. Tavistock was opposed by organizations like Mermaids. A 2023 law benefiting these people was vetoed by the UK government's first ever use of Section 35 of the Scotland Act. WPATH has criticized a 2024 study concerning these people that was led by Hilary Cass. Keir Starmer opposes these people's right to self-ID. The NHS treats these people in segregated clinic...
Like illegal immigrants?
No. Segregated clinics with years-long waiting lists, and in 2024 banned the puberty blockers some receive. 10 points, J.K. Rowling opposes some rights of what people who's...
Trans people.
That's right.
Don't worry, we'll defer.
Your bonus. A riddle about a fish glued to a dish is told at one of these events that ends with the narrator waking up while shaking her cat, Kitty. 10 points each. Name this type of event in which one character relates how he was accused of murdering time after posing the riddle, "Why is a raven like a writing desk?"
What are they asking for?
They both have the letter R in it.
An author?
Answer.
What? I'm
Parties.
Oh.
Tea parties.
I'm like
Dinners.
so confused
Suppers.
about what it's
Teas.
asking for.
This Lewis Carroll character attends a mad tea party in Wonderland and hosts a party for the Red Queen in Through the Looking Glass.
Alice.
After Alice wakes up, Through the Looking Glass ends with an acrostic about one of these events. Wonderland was inspired by a golden afternoon when Lewis Carroll and the Liddell sisters did this type of activity, which is also chronicled in Jerome K. Jerome's most famous novel.
Didn't they just like go in a boat or something?
Sure.
Or is that something different? Sailing?
No, not sailing. Boating is fine.
Boating.
Rowing is fine. A trip on the Thames or a trip on the river is fine.
Oh, come on. I was going to say Thames. Are you sure it's sailing and boating?
I mean, sailing's not in the answer line, which is why I didn't accept it.
Low-key, can I protest?
I mean, you
Would
can.
it be mean if I protested it?
It's your right.
But they weren't sailing, though.
Sure.
What if there was no sail?
There wasn't fine. There wasn't a sail on the boat.
I
I
wouldn't
just.
protest.
Oh, there wasn't a
You're
sail.
not gonna
Okay.
win, right?
Yeah, I know.
Do people just like sail it?
You have 4 toss-ups up.
I know. If I had said literally anything else,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's
You
perfectly timed.
forget the protest. It's
All
fine.
right.
We can definitely
Even easier.
No.
It's like honestly kind of bad practice for us to be debating you on that.
We're not debating you.
I'm debating her on
That's
it.
a pilot.
Well, what are you
If-
not debating me on?
Don't listen to us, but if you decide amongst yourselves not to protest, we'll do whatever you want.
Just file it.
Alrighty.
Making Joel's life harder, you know.
You can tell they set like the.
I accept this approach.
Missouri people
For now, we will continue with toss-up 17.
Tied.
You wanna Yeah, the form should be pinned at the top.
Yeah, that was all bonus.
Okay, cool.
210.
All right, so 17. A holiday whose name concatenates these beings and light was deliberately established to be 2 days before Christmas. Thomas Huxley denounced a positivist religion named for these beings as Catholicism minus Christianity. Years after discussing root races of these beings in Atlantis and Lemuria, Rudolf Steiner left the Theosophical Society to found a society named for these beings, Wisdom. Paul Kurtz contributed to a manifesto for an anti-religious secular movement centered on these beings. An oration on the dignity of these beings by Pico della Mirandola relates a Renaissance philosophical ideology centering on them. For 10 points, name these beings that include religious prophets like Moses.
Saints.
No. Yeah, no.
Human.
They are human beings.
I thought humanism. What?
Yes, humanism is the theme of that bonus.
What if it's human?
That's peak quizzball. That's peak
You toss it, brother.
I would not.
I should very
Oh, you can say it's 210 at the time. Just say it was after that question. It was 210.
What in the? That's a weird.
Your bonus. The oops.
That's
Thomas. Cool. The negative ratio of two forms of this quantity gives Poisson's ratio, which is negative for oxidic metamaterials. And points each name this quantity that in mechanics equals the ratio of the change in length to initial length.
Change in still. Is it not index of refraction?
Strain.
Wait, I don't know why I said. I thought
This scientist. Oh, you just heard yeah.
This is
11. This scientist in green named an object in infinitesimal strain theory that is calculated from the deformation gradient and its transpose. This scientist also names a second-order object that yields t when dotted with a normal vector.
It yields t when dotted with.
Oh wait, it's like r product, like the equals tangent vector, right? I don't know.
Answer. Cauchy. Augustin Louis Cauchy.
Cauchy stress tensor.
That's the one, yes. Because strain equals a ratio of two lengths, it has this property in dimensional analysis that is possessed by quantities whose units cancel out. A description is acceptable.
Yeah. Dimensionless.
Yes, 10 points.
I should have.
Toss up 18. Taib et al. 2020 argues that the loss of a type of these structures evolved repeatedly in Terrabacteria. A cysteine in the N-terminal head of LPP secures it to one of these structures. These structures can feature beta barrel-shaped proteins like OMPF. Lipid A and O antigen appear in the lipopolysaccharides that jut out from one of these structures.
Membranes?
Yes.
Yo, let's go.
You get 20 points.
Good one, Tom.
And this bonus, this psychologist coined the term cell assembly to refer to a group of neurons that form one processing unit. 10 points each. Name this psychologist who developed a namesake theory of learning that is often summarized as neurons that fire together, wire together.
So this is Hebbian learning, but what's his name? Will they take Hebbian learning?
Hebbian? Is his name
Is it
Hebbian?
Heb?
Answer?
Hebbian learning?
I can accept that. His
Okay.
name is just Donald Hebb.
Okay, so
Donald Hebb introduced his theory of learning in a book titled The Organization of This Word. A pioneer of a school of psychology named after this word, Edward Thorndike placed cats in puzzle boxes to test the law of effect.
Okay, so maybe operant? The law of effect?
Influence? I don't know.
Reinforcement?
Reinforcement. Maybe.
That's
Cat in a box. Reinforcement?
Behaviorism.
Oh, that makes sense.
Other behaviorist psychologists include John Watson and this man. This psychologist studied operant conditioning in pigeons using his namesake, Box.
Skinner.
Yes. Awesome. 19. During this king's reign, a play modernizing a legend from a past war popularized the term chauvinism. This king's second son led a successful siege of Constantine instead of his heir, who'd been hurt fighting Abdelkader's forces. The Communist Manifesto describes a holy alliance between Clemens von Metternich and this king's minister, Francois.
Louis Philippe.
20 points.
Yes. Dude, you're cooking.
Your bonus, Fiona Ray and Sarah Lucas were included in this movement's 1988 exhibit, Freeze. Then what's each name this art movement opposed by Billy Childish, a painter whose name appears appliqued onto a blue tent in an artwork depicting everyone an artist from this movement had slept with.
Whoa.
Maybe a Blue Rider?
Maybe? This movement, it's the
1988.
movement, so.
What could this be? Blue Rider?
Young British artists.
Ouch.
YBAs.
It's all one of those.
Several YBA artists met at the Freeze exhibition curated by this artist, who began burning thousands of his polka dot paintings in 2022 in an NFT project. This artist preserved a shark in formaldehyde.
Oh, we just did this. Oh, Damien Hirst. Oh, God.
Nice.
The YBA Jenny Saville is known for her large depictions of obese women in this genre. The Guerrilla Girls protested paintings at the Met in this genre, which overwhelmingly depict women without any clothes.
Nudes.
Yes.
They're just nudes is a genre.
Going into the last toss-up, it is 290, 230.
Oh.
That is what I have, yes.
Forget the prejudice, I guess.
Dude, Tommy.
Unless something unprecedented happens. Yes. But here's toss-up 20. One poem by this author states, "As freedom is a breakfast food, or truth can live with right and wrong." One poem by this author mocks women who believe in Christ and Longfellow, both dead. One poem by this man ends, "He spoke and drank rapidly a glass of water after a speech about heroic happy dead who did not stop to think they died instead." This author of the Cambridge ladies who live in front...
Cummings.
10.
Cummings.
And your bonus. In ancient Mesopotamia, people in this job would carry around willow wood on a stool and included the high-ranking Gimil Nin Karak. 10 points each. Name this job. Romans started wearing a toga virilis following the first visit to a man in this job who might use a novakila.
Like just priest thoughts?
Yeah, sure.
Just priest.
They're barbers. The brother of this Roman emperor, Geta, unusually had his barber give him a daily shave. This son of Septimius Severus would later have the Praetorian Guard murder Geta.
Severus.
Caracalla. Excuse me. In the Middle Ages, barbers often doubled as surgeons, in which capacity they might apply these creatures to a patient to help balance their humors via bloodletting.
Leeches.
Yes. That is 10, and that is the game. A final score 290-250.
Oh,
Both
God.
protests are moot. Good game.
Do we have
Both
to play
teams.
tiebreaker?
No, if you haven't filed it, don't bother. Yes.
Do we have to
Hey,
play
good game.
Very good game, both teams. I need at least one person from each team to both sign this and stick around for record confirmation. Perfect.
Miss
Right
Olive
there.
signs those. Sophia, Miss Olive signs those.
Freaking round is this? 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, are we doing a tiebreaker? We should ask.
As long as there's something there. My pen.
Bro, you locked
My
in
pen.
those last two.
My precious pen.
Wait.
And then one of you also has to stick around to confirm your record.
Yeah, and give the captain.
I'm not gonna lie, hopefully I'll have time.
For which,
Oh, Sophia, did you sign it?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Let me check and see if we've got it.
Okay. Honestly, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, we don't.
Was your final record in this phase?
We only won once.
Hello and welcome back to the live commentary room at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois. We are getting close to the end of our day here. That was our last regular round of playoff play between Lindbergh and Wyzetta. And in the final score, we have Lindbergh with 290, Wyzetta with 250. It was a real nail biter all the way to the end. But we have so much other stuff to talk about that we're not going to dwell on that game very much right now. Let's talk about where things stand in the top four bracket. So in the Adams bracket, we have Lexington undefeated. They beat Northview, the other undefeated team, in that last round. Those will be the two teams continuing on to Super Playoffs tomorrow, and Northview is going to carry over that loss. Belmont is next with a 3-3 record, and then we have three teams with a 2-4 record: Northmont, Stevenson B, and Strake Jesuit B. So they will all be competing to see who will end up where. Then in the Bradbury bracket, we have what looks to be a clean break, but we'll circle back to that in a moment because they're still playing out that last game. Here in our bracket, Chance, Hunter A will advance to the Super Playoffs with a 5-1 record, but both Lambert A and Unilab from Illinois have a 4-2 record, meaning they will need to play a tiebreaker on a half packet for that last spot in the Super Playoffs, and the winner of that game is very consequential for Hunter. If Lambert wins, Hunter will carry over that loss despite being higher in the finishing order, but if Unilab wins that half packet, then Hunter will carry over their win against Unilab and start the Super Playoffs with a win. So they'll definitely be watching that game closely. Then in the Darrow bracket, we have DCC A and Audrain County, both with a 5-1 record, advancing on, followed by Innovation Academy A and TJ A. They'll be in the next bracket down. And then Westwood Eastchester both have 2-4, and Grosse Pointe South ends 0-6 for playoffs.
And of note, Detroit Catholic Central A and Strake Jesuit, both of their playoff losses were not to teams that are making the top cut. So that means they should be entering the Super Playoffs with no losses at the moment.
Yes, very, very important to remember the way that those loss carryovers work. As frustrating as they can also be thrilling if you're on the other side of them. One other quick thing that we wanted to mention, we were asked to give a quick shout out to a few folks who have been really important to the Klassen team this year. Klassen from Oklahoma. They're also going to be featured in an interview written up by our colleague Colin McNamara, so you can keep an eye on all of our socials to make sure you see that full interview when it comes out. But for now, we'd like to shout out on Klassen's behalf Tracy Hickman, who we mentioned earlier, Zach Bennett, Coach Hastings, Jeremy Avery, and Nailima Vaja. They all make Oklahoma more competitive, Klassen says, and coaches get a lot of praise for that. So we just wanted to offer that sweet message to remind us all why we're here today, the community, the relationships that make it all happen.
I got nothing more to say. I'm proud of Cooper winner Tracy Hickman, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Without these community members, I mean, this is how we sustain constant tournaments and community. If we don't have steady members, kids will just keep going, changing schools. But if there's no one that stays, we don't have this kind of foundation to keep running tournaments like Oklahoma's been successfully doing.
Absolutely. Really exciting afternoon and evening of play here. We are just going to have those few more tiebreakers to close out the night. It's going to take a few minutes to figure out who exactly is going where. So we're going to take a little break for right now, and we will be back with you soon to close out the night. Hi there, good evening, and welcome back to the live commentary room here at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois. I almost said Ohio, oh my god. It's late, which was our point. As you all know, we have been on with you all for about 12 hours now, and our team is needing to get some rest. However, we wanted to let you know there are still some tiebreakers to be played out to determine some important placements from this playoffs, including who from the bracket we've been covering, Chance, is going to head with Hunter A to Super Playoffs tomorrow. And so it's going to be either University Lab from Illinois or Lambert A, thank you, from Georgia. They're going to be playing a full packet tiebreaker starting in just a few minutes, but we are not going to be live streaming that for you. You can follow along at pace-nsc.org/live to see those live statistics as they play out. And again, the winner of that game will be advancing to Super Playoffs. Tomorrow, bright and early, we will be live with you from the Rosemont Ballroom in the booth where the games are happening, and bringing you all the action again. Thank you so much for sticking along with us today. And we're looking forward to being back with you tomorrow.
Everyone have a lovely night.
Good night.